Good morning, everyone. There are some- So let's start our morning Dharma discourse today. So we are discussing about thought, how this thought feels, live, feel, reality, and how we get this by our own thoughts, taking them as reality, feeling them as reality. If anything appears, anything is a thought, that's not real. Because each and every thought is not a reflection of reality, but something that our mind created vividly using sense of intent. So have you ever observed the thought? When speaking, we usually speak about thoughts as though they are things, because that's how we feel it. When thought appears, with that appearance, we get this feeling, this power that creates this illusion of reality. When we get a thought of chair, when this chair appears immediately, it doesn't feel conceptual. It feels real, solid, existing object. That's how we feel it. But with the chair into your mind physically, no. There's no physical interaction, yet you strongly feel chair is a thing, solid, three-dimensional, with the depth, with the texture. So all of those are the signals that comes with the thought. The powerful the thought, the more realistic it feels, more existent it feels. It's the power that creates this illusion of reality. And since childhood, we never doubted, we never questioned it, we believed it, we blindly believed it. So that blind belief has increased its power more and more, step by step. That's why, as an adult, now we have more power over thoughts than the child. Child's thoughts are light, simple, beautiful, but they are strong, hard, complicated, because it's too powerful. Now we strongly feel the world is existing. Everything is real. There are objects existing. It's the power that creates this illusion of strong, solid, three-dimensional space like reality. For the shy, for the beginner, They are simple, light thoughts. They are not complicated at all. They are not stubborn at all. They are so soft, so simple. So we usually feel and speak about thoughts as though they are things, objects, like reality, like real things. Because that's the power of the mind makes us feel like when immediately thought that the power that runs it gives it power and feels like it's real. It's always our mind. The more power, the more real it feels. That's why for some things we feel so strongly, powerfully attacked or attracted, but at the same time, for some we don't care because it's always mind story. The power of that thought. The power is the one that runs this whole reality. Not anyone else, but our own mind, mind's power. That's why for some, say a thought might be powerful. For another, in the same situation, their thought might be not powerful. That's why some people get angry so easily, while others don't, because it's always the story of their mind, the power of their mind, their thought that runs this whole illusion, this reality. The more powerful it is, the more real everything, including the self and this whole world feels. But when you understand the truth, slowly the power starts to loosen. We cannot force it. We can never force it. The only thing we can do is to understand this is not the reality. And with that deep understanding, the power will automatically start to loosen itself. We cannot do it. If we try to do it, then it will increase it even more. So now we think thoughts as things really. People say I had or I have the same thought every day. Or that thought, that certain thought has been troubling me for years. So my thoughts are always like this. But let us slow down. What exactly is the thought? We were telling about thought all the time, but what exactly is the thought? Is there a thing called a thought? Can we see it? Can we touch it? Is there a location? for a thought? Is there any physical appearance for a thought? Is it big? Is it small? Where is the place? Can you keep it? Can you store it? But still we call it a thought. So when we say I had a thought, are you referring to something that remained somewhere inside you? Or did something happen and then disappear? And later something, that same thing appeared and disappeared. So if we look careful, we feel we are continuously thinking non-stop. We never see the depth of any thought. We think we are continuously thinking. Perhaps what we call one continuous thinking process is actually a series of appearance. Let's take an example, a light bulb. Same way, these thoughts appear. Light bulb, we feel continuous light beam in here, continuously thinking. But what actually happens is we slow down the light bulb. There is these tiny sparks continuously happening. Do they continuously giving us a light beam or just sparking, appearing and disappearing? So that's what happens. But because of the speed, humans cannot catch it. So instead they see this illusion of continuous light beam and light. But if we slow it down, it's always flickering, sparking, appearing and disappearing. But happens so fast, happens in a split second that human eye cannot capture. That speed isn't the same thing happens with our mind. Each and every time thoughts appearing and disappearing. It happens so fast. It happens within just like the light bulb, within split seconds, to the point we don't see the depth of each thought, that appearance and disappearance of the thought. Instead, we see the appearance like the light bulb. So we think there's this continuous light bulb, like continuous thinking. Yes, each and every time thoughts appearing and disappearing, appearing and disappearing. But it happens so fast, within a split second, that we can't easily see the reality behind it. So if we can see carefully, what we call one continuous thinking process is actually a series of appearances and disappearances of thoughts. This is the illusion. When we think we keep thinking at the same time, with that illusion, we think there is this continuous self also. But if we see thoughts as this appearances and disappearances. With that, we start to see the self, I, or any object as also just simply an appearance and disappearance. Everything is interconnected. So one appearances, it disappears, and then another. That's how thoughts appear and disappear in our mind. So how these thoughts appear and disappear? Will they stored somewhere to come out when they need it? Can we find a location for thoughts? There's no location for thoughts. So it's just like everything, the resonating process is happening. If you take everything from seeing to smell to mind, creating thoughts, everything is a resonating process. This is how these vibrations go. So now the same way we see in the same way thoughts appear through a resonating process. It's not that thoughts first start somewhere to appear anything there. Thought is tiny spark. The best example is the light bulb. Did those sparks, those lights were stored somewhere to get to appear when it needed? It appear and disappear. It's gone. It can't appear again. But the conditions were met, the electricity and the light bulb, everything. Those conditions were met to produce the light. So it appears one after another. They cannot store somewhere. It was not prepared or located or stored somewhere to appear. So the same way the mind works. There's no location. As we know, thoughts are just sparks. So there's no location that we can store sparks, like in the past. But the conditions were allowed that spark to appear. And at the same time it disappeared. Basic literal meaning of a spark. Appear and disappear. That's what happens with the mind. There's no stored location. But the conditions, when the conditions are right, it appears and disappears. That's why we get different thoughts. Because everything is always changing. So the conditions are always changing and we get different thoughts appear and disappear. So this is how thoughts appear and disappear. There's no stored location. There's some conditions alive for that thought to appear. So how does a thought feel similar to various situations? Let's say something bad happened. You got into a fight days before, let's say a month ago, and still you get the thought of that situation. It feels like you're feeling you're in that situation. But did you travel physically situation. But it feels like you're experiencing it. It feels like this is the same exact event, that situation. But have you ever tried to observe that thought? Can you find the exact details of that situation? The way they move, the way they blame, the way they shout, the way they hit. It's just this idea of this situation creates this suffering. When you get that situation, that thought, it's not simply appearance. We get angry or sad or fear with them, but we never travel to that moment. Just simply appearance. If we try to see it, we can't even find the exact details of that situation. But somehow, when the thought suddenly appears, it feels like we didn't experience that moment. This is the illusion of thought. It's not the details, it's the power of that thought creates that illusion of that experience. It feels like you're really experiencing it, yet nothing happened. Like we said, the power of that thought creates this illusion of reality. So when the thought suddenly appears because of the power, it carries this with that. That's why we feel shocked or sad or angry or those emotions with that, because it's that power of that thought is this image. Even the exact details of the event might not be there. You can't even might not remember them, yet the power triggers nothing there, yet the power of that thought. Something happened is enough to trigger it. That's why we feel sad. Nothing is present. You don't even remember what exactly happened. Yet you suffer because the thought that powers that thought that got created right at this moment. So, as you can see, it's not the same thought, same situation appearing, but something similar to that situation. It's a little over. I thought it's about it that so that picture had become the same paper of everything and creativity, emotion. If you experiencing that moment, but you never experienced that moment. But because of the power of the thought, created something similar to that situation. It's always this fascinating process happening from complicated situations to even simple thought like mother, father, house. Everything is like that. Each and everything you don't think, but it resonates with the frequency. So it can be similar in frequency to previous stuff. That's why it creates the illusion of same or the feeling of similar. So that's why everything that we feel same. But each and every time those are two different thoughts, two different situations. Yet the power that feels similar creates an illusion of the same thing occurring again and again. again. Now this is how we feel we are living in solid continuous world. Each and every time thought appears with the resonance process, it feels similar to the previous one, but not the same one. But because of this resemblance, we mistaken it as the same thought appearing. When we feel in that way, when we take it as the same thought appearing again and again, which creates the illusion of we are living the same world, continuous world, solid world. That's how this big, solid, continuous reality gets created. That's also in our own mind. Each and every time we see something, that conditions are aligned to create the thought in our mind. And the thought is similar to the previous thought with that resonance process. So we think it is the same thought appearing again. But like we said, in that one, the spark, we cannot keep it stored to come back when it's needed. The same thing happens with the thought. We cannot store the thought to come back and take it out when it's needed. It's always those electricity and light conditions align that spark to appear. So like the conditions that align in our mind, in our situation of the sense of entitlement, align with the thought. Thought is an with the resonance, it appears like that. Conditions align here, it appears, and with the resonance, it appears. So it's similar to the previous thought, yet it is not the same thought itself. It's like two identical things. No matter how similar, how identical they are, they look like they are always two different people. Same thing goes with them. No matter how real, how identical it feels like, it's always two different thoughts. But it all depends on our perception. If we take it as the same person, same thought, then it's create complete new reality, continuous or solid or everything is same. But if we start to see each and everything is different, similar yet different, different things, then it's not a complete. It's always the perception, the right person. So when we say nothing is real, nothing is true, no thought is a solid object, but simply spark, appearance and disappearance. That also, when the conditions are aligned with them, appear. Not that it is stored somewhere and comes out when needed, but those aligned conditions give birth to it. But the thoughts feel similar because previous thoughts were created and that resonates and that something similar to the previous thought gets created here. Not the previous thought itself, because thought always appears and disappears, right? It cannot stay. So each and every time, no matter how same, real we feel anything, any object, any situation, any person, any place, anything that feels the same reality. It's the illusion of them. It's the wrong perception of purpose. It's always a new thought that's similar to previous thought, which we mistaken it as the same thing, same thought appearing. When we see this truth, this thought as not the same thought, but different thoughts, it breaks the continuity, the solidness that created by this same thought. So if we believe it's the same thing, same chair, then it creates this continuous one. Because it's the same thing, so nothing has changed. Everything is continuous. On the contrary, if we start to see each and every thought is new thought, that is similar various of the continuity breaks there. Nothing feels continuous. Each and every moment feels real, new, fresh, not same. Everything is changing each and every moment, including the thoughts, including the sense of content. It's the perception that creates this illusion. The same way we think those things, chairs, objects exist outside. The same perception that take everything is same, continuous, and solid. And the thing is, we can't see it easily when we are that, because now that perception, even though it's not right, it has become stronger to the point now it appears naturally. Because when we are adults, we have used that perception, the way that we see the world, we believe it. That perception was used as a habit for a long time. So now automatically when we observe something, we observe in that way, in that perception. To that point, the body, the system is used to see the world in that way. So that's why it's not easy at first to see in the current way, because this is the way we used to be master things our child. So you have to see it yourself. Once you start to see the perception, then you start to see it's like a magic trick. It's not easy to see, but once you see it, you will start to notice it in that way. There are certain things, certain illusions that we see. If we start to see it in the other way, then we start to notice in the other way. Likewise, the perception, the world, the self, the objects, is continuity. We were used to see them in a certain way, but once you start to see it in the right way, you will start to see it in the right way. Till then, you have to see it, you have to try to observe it, try to understand how this is not the reality, how these thoughts are not the reality. We can't think it and do it. You have to see it yourself. If it's thinking, but still you can't see it, that's not real. It isn't. You have to see it yourself. You have to get the deep understanding yourself. There are no object things existing. And you have to see the mechanism behind it. How what we feel real, how what we strongly feel real existing is really happening. The process behind it, the story behind it. Try to observe it yourself. Don't take it as the knowledge. Instead, try to experience it yourself. This is the thought process. Thoughts that feels real. Yet there is no thought to be for anything. Even we think there is something called thought. But is there something called a thought even? Can we find it? Can we touch it? Can we see the size? The appearance of no, it's just a label that we can use, that we are using to communicate with others. Like the same way, each and everything is just like that. Labels we are using, not the reality. We can't say the thought it there is a name, but if we give life to this name, this label, that's no, it's completely different from what's appearing. Same way goes to other thoughts, other things. Those are just labels, labels to communicate. It's the truth, not the reality itself. What reality, what's really happening is simple sense contact. But for communication, we have put the label. But no, we have forgotten real experience and we have given power to the label and taken it as the whole another new level of a reality. A reality made out of label, not the real experience but label. To that point, this creation has become stronger. That's why we're stuck in this our mind's own creation. I think none of our senses can observe a whole object with all the properties. Can I observe the whole chair? It can only give us vision, just a bunch of colors, not a whole object. Can ear give us a whole object? It can only give us sound, not the whole of it. Yet, yet when we hear something, we feel like we observe the whole of it. We can't say the perception. We always think we observe the whole of it, not the object that thought appeared, got triggered by the sound to appear in the mind. It's always this wrong perception makes us stuck in this illusion. But it's clear none of our senses can observe a whole object apart from what they are only supposed to like ear only sound, eyes only colors, smell taste, touch, not a whole object, just simple vibrations. Yet somehow we feel like we're observing whole object. It's a perception. We never observe the whole object, but that sense of contact triggered the mind to create the object. It we observe the whole object out there. It's the wrong perception that creates this illusion. And we never question it. So we got so used to this way of seeing the world. Now it appears natural, effortless. This is how we will the world is when there are things objects. But it's clearly all objects, things, those thoughts are being inside of the mind. We never observe the whole of the outside. We took fragments from outside and leave the whole object in our mind. Yet we ignore the truth and we believe that what we created, what we need, using simple systems for advance is out there existing. This is the illusion of the mind, of the thought, and the wrong perception that makes it stronger when we keep using it again and again. That's why those being thoughts, those objects that we created in our own mind, they're not as simple at first. But when we keep using it again and again, the power of that thought has become stronger, increased, and the thought becomes stronger and stronger to the point it feels now really existing. It's the power that creates this illusion of existence, of reality. Nobody is testing our own mind's power. The power of this force makes us feel like it's real. Now imagine each and every thought that the fear disappears is felt like this. That's why we feel the world, everything in it is out there and they are real. But this whole time, everything is inside our mind, yet we project them to outside and believe they are really outside. To that point, what's in our mind has become strongly existing outside. Look how illusion, look how fake, but yet we take them as reality, not simply but strong. This is the excitement. This is the excitement. This is a solid object of never existing. This is the thing of our life, a name, not a reality, a tool. It's very useful to use as a tool to communicate well to live in this world. Yet, if we take it as the truth as another reality, we get stuck there. It is not a reality. It is something that we can use to reach someone. But now we don't feel it in that. We feel it as it's something real, alive, solid, exists on its own. That is the wrong conception. That is the wrong. But if we start to see those as its true nature, a simple concept, not solid object, not solid thought. The best example in here is the thought itself. We can't touch it, we can't see it, yet we feel there's something. For that we put the name label thought. But now the feeling is gone. Instead, there's something called thought here. Now the real experience is gone. We have given life to some label. It feels real. There's something called thought. That's what happens with each and everything. Whether it's upper, whether it's mother, whether it's house, anything. The real experience is ignored, and the creator label has some kind of license. This is the illusion. And none of those things happen outside. This whole process, everything happens inside our own mind. As we know, the word this label is very useful, but it is not the reality. So it's never about stopping the label. It's about seeing the truth, seeing it as its true nature, not as a whole new reality, but as a label of interpretation. It helps to come from a tool. So, like, when you start to see that perception right where you start suffering like it's going to instantly start to start to moving and don't feel myself and that has a common thing like the whole new reality. It has a tool that use. So in there, we don't have to stop those. We have to give it its true place. We treat it as its true nature. Thoughts appear and disappear, but no longer they are treated as the real. We no longer suffer the thoughts as considering them as the reality. Thoughts no longer feel real. Thoughts feel like the tool, a lever, and then we start to live in the real moment with the real experience. Each and every moment, the fish, real moment, the rest, real children, reading down from but there are some.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahanse, our spiritual leader, our guide in this Dhamma path. Uh, at his feet, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. May all our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. And we welcome all of you to listen to this Dhamma sermon, Buddothpado PeoTV English YouTube channel, which is starting at 6 o'clock in the morning and going on until 10 o'clock in the night, in the form of sermons, except the time slot from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., which is reserved for discussion. And some of us who are doing these sermons are joining there. And if you have any queries with these sermons, you can always join us and we can discuss the matters in that. Whatever the doubts you had, whatever the things that weren't clear in these sermons can be clarified. So this YouTube, this is going on. I mean, it's there all 7 days. Not only this one, there are 3 other YouTube channels actually. One is the sermons like this. in English medium, and then there is one for the Pratipada or the practical experience, where the programs which are conducted around the country are being connected, and then uh, they can be listened live, uh, and there's another channel for purely for the Zoom discussions. And you may be aware that we are having about total 8 Zoom discussions a day. So uh, a huge amount of activities are occurring, and all these are actually aimed to the point where these true Dhamma facts to be given to as many as possible people, uh, hoping that you will be able to understand, uh, have it as a knowledge at the beginning, and then uh, being that getting applied to the day-to-day activities. Unlike in the other religions, Buddhism is not something separate from your day-to-day life. The life pattern, the flowing of the thoughts is always Dhamma. There's something, some point to be taken up from the Dhamma angle in every activity that is happening in your day to day life. Actually, every thought can be explained, every word can be explained, every action can be explained from the Dhamma perspective. So it's not two things actually. Dhamma is not separate from your day to day life. So that is the beauty of it. You will be able to understand the life events and the thought patterns very clearly if you have this understanding how this mechanism is working, how this system is working. That is simply what you have to know. That is what Lord Buddha was trying to explain nearly 2600 years ago. And now we are hearing that same true Dhamma facts disclosed by Lord Buddha through our Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, in a simplified form, because the original teaching is from in Pali language, and it is beautifully explained, and the facts that are explained are telling very well with the Pali Sutras, which have been preached by Lord Buddha nearly 2600 years ago. Uh, Lord Buddha has predicted that this Dhamma will last for altogether 5000 years. So more than one half has been passed now, and we do not know that uh, whether we will be able to listen to these facts again in our future lives. So Lord Buddha said that don't be late, Apramadivan. Always, that is something that he reminded the lay people as well as the monks and the nuns. He said, do not delay unnecessarily your uh, understanding in this Dhamma path, because life is just very uh, delicate. We don't know how long you and me have time. It may be just the next minute, it may be the next hour, day, week, or month, where you shouldn't leave any space to regret later on, particularly when you grow old or when you have a major sickness unexpectedly. Then you might feel really sad about uh, the time that you wasted. You know, lots of time is being wasted for most of the other things, but the priority to turn to the Dhamma path is very much less in most of the people. True that there are some young people also who are turning to the Dhamma path, but mostly what happens is people feel that all the responsibilities of the life has to be finished before you consider the Dhamma as a priority. When you get old, when you have finished your so-called mundane world responsibilities like the job, retiring from the job, and giving the children away in marriages, and when their grandchildren are a bit grown up, who do not any close supervision. Uh, Now, those are the situations that we think that we are now free to listen to them. By that time, we know that especially when you are old, the the ability to remember the things is less. There are problems with the physical organs like the ears and the eyes. There are many problems with the physical organs like the knees, legs, because you might find it difficult to sit and wait for too long. You will have difficulties in walking, standing. So those physical things always uh, interferes with the uh, uh, calmness of the mind. Lord Buddha said that, and also Avaran reminds us the Chitta Viveka and the Kaya Viveka. Viveka means the rest. So the rest of the mind and rest of the body uh, helps each other mutually. If your mind is at a very calm level, that calm down your body also, because you know that if the mind is restless, it is manifested with some changes in the body also. We know that there will be high heart rate, the pulse rate will go up, your breathing will be fast, uh, you will have that even sweating, flushed face, those things become apparent when your mind is very much disturbed, when the mind is not at rest. On the other hand, when the body is very exhausted and tired, you cannot have a rest in your mind also, because the mind is also disturbed because of the discomfort that you are experiencing. So it helps mutually. And as I said, when you grow older, these things definitely come to play a major role. So therefore, Lord Buddha always reminded Apramadi one, do not delay your things, uh, means the Dhamma path. Do not put that as the lowest in the priority list. You can do everything in parallel because, as I mentioned earlier, Dhamma is not something that you have to study separately and keep aside and get along with your life. And when you are free, like taking a book back and reading, it's not something like that. Whatever you are doing, whatever the activities that is happening, whatever you are talking, whatever the thoughts that are coming, there's always a Dhamma explanation behind. And Buddhism mostly focuses on the, well, not all, mostly, I think it completely focuses on the mind and the thoughts. The changes in the physical body is not something that is difficult to pick up, and not something that is capable of correcting by treating. That is the role of the doctors. But the mind, sorry, mind is something that needs a stronger focus and something that is not obvious also, so that no tools will be able to identify these changes. and the mechanism that is explained. And also, you can't give figures to certain things like now in the mind formation or the thought formation. Lord Buddha explained about of speed. Uh, Within a fraction of a second, everything is done, all done. That speed is not something that we can explain in figures, or we can't compare it with anything that we know of. We know that for the time being, the light is the fastest type of wave. So the thought formation, the mind power is something much more faster than that. So therefore, it's not possible to identify and diagnose or find out exactly how these thoughts are forming, how the mind is functioning. And it was the tool that Lord Buddha used, the jnana. Wisdom is the closest word I can find out to explain that. So, using the tool jnana, Lord Buddha exactly found out how this mind is functioning and how this feeling of self is occurring. So, that is called the, the Dhamma eye or the Dhamma Chakshusha in Pali and Sinhalese. So, it was with this special eye, which is the wisdom, which is the jnana, that helped Lord Buddha to understand very clearly the vivid behavior of this mind and the thoughts. So, when you understand it very clearly, that is where the fire which burns you is going to uh, be switched off. We are always burning with different types of fires. Sometimes we realize it as a fire, but sometimes we don't realize it as a fire because, particularly when it is something like a craving or overwhelming happiness, you feel that you are okay with that fire, but that is a raga fire, raga or the craving, and we feel more about the other types of fires which we label as anger, hatred, jealousy, sadness, those things, because as a system, they are not the favorite type of currents. They are not the favorite types of burns, whereas the craving or overwhelming happiness is kind of welcomed by the system, and that is taken as okay to have them. That is the dvesha. Those things come under the group of dvesha. Not only that, the thought, the, the fire also includes the third category, which is called moha, or the power of feeling something existing. So that is also a kind of a power. You may not be particularly attached to that, or you may not feel averse to that, but you still feel that it is real, it is existing. That is where the creation of the bhavaya is, bhava or the existence. So that is also a form of current. So these are the three things that Lord Buddha explained to us. And we mostly feel about the Dvesha type of fires, but the other two, out of that, actually, the Moha or the Bhava type of uh, current is almost not detected. And that is the most difficult thing to get rid also. So Anand explains that what is nirvana? It's a common question that Aryan Mahase is asking from many people. particularly the people who have not listened to these Buddothpado sermons. So people give various answers. Mostly the feeling that we had was Nivanam is something that we experience after the death. Who knows what is going to happen after the death? Is there an assurance? No. But in a lot of religions, they have a big faith about what is going to happen after the death. They feel that they are going to the God. So these are all uh, beliefs because there is no way of proving this, no way of uh, confirming what is going to happen to you. Like that weaving girl's answer to Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha asked, "Where are you coming from?" She said, "I don't know." "Where are you going?" She said again, "I don't know." So that is what exactly the truth is. We don't know what we were before this birth. We don't know what we are going to become after this birth. So it was not a nirvana that is going to experience after the death that Lord Buddha explained. It is something that can be experienced in this life, in this moment itself. So this is a beautiful explanation by our noble friend Aryan Mahansi, which opened the eyes of all of us. Yes, we are sitting on the Nivan and trying to find it. Where is it? Where is it? We don't know actually what we are looking for. We know it by name, but we don't know what is that experience like. So we can't find it. But as Aryan Mahansi said, it's right there with you. Wherever a stimulus doesn't become a thing. Wherever a thought doesn't become a thing to you, that is where the nirvana is. That is what Aryan Mahase was explaining. So, can you see that this physical body is a slave of this thought process? The physical body is functioning according to the little current which is created by these thoughts. So the physical body will act according to the current, the degree of current. So it may be in a form of real looking thought, or it may be some words which look real, and it may be some physical activity which is felt real. So those are the three levels that is explained in Buddhist teaching. So it's important to find out. Uh, Now, Lord Buddha, the Aranhasi says that uh, you are always burning. So, as I said, the burn could be in different forms, but the burning should be recognized first. And once you recognize, only you can see how it is being switched off. Different words, so many words are being used to explain this matter. Sometimes the word current, sometimes the word power is used, sometimes defilement, and the most important word which is used is the self. We thought at some stage, me and my defilements. That is the way that we understood from the previous sermons that we have been listening. We thought that we want to get rid of our defilements. We thought that we are now having less defilements. So, me or myself and the defilements were put to two sides. And now we exactly know that me or myself means exactly the defilements, which makes it easier for us to understand this Brahma. Now we know that there is no self who is trying to get rid of the defilements. So these are all the result of the very clear explanations of our noble friend Aryan Hansi. So, what are the things we have to understand in this Dhamma path? As Aryan Hansi says, the most important thing is to find out where the self is. What is felt as self? What is felt as myself? So that is the most important message that he is taking around the country in villages to the level of the mothers and fathers uh, who may not have had good education. They may have had some basic education. They are fighting with their day to day life, with the meager earning that they are doing. They have to face all kinds of natural disasters, and there's no permanent or steady income, also. So, lots of uh, natural problems are there, which makes, in a way, easier for them to get onto this Dhamma path than a person who is having a very comfortable life and who is in a comfort zone, uh, having no challenges to face. So that is why Aran Mahasi is taking this message in a very simple manner to them, and sometimes just with one sermon, one session, they have observed, and we also have observed, there is a very big change in a person. They become emotional sometimes. They become wordless, speechless. The people who had kind of lots of arguments at the beginning, they are speechless. And when we ask, what do you want to know more? They don't have anything to ask actually, because that explanations have gone into the deep core of them. And the beauty is that it is mentioned in such a practical and simple manner, which is even suitable for a child. Even Lord Buddha's time, we know that so many people from that level, and also children around 7 years, could understand this Dhamma. That is because, unlike a person in an urban setup with all kinds of facilities, as I said, no challenges. Uh, Children are comfortable, they are independent, and they have a good house to live in, steady income, and they have a lot of free time to listen to them. Such person will find it even difficult to take this message, because they don't recognize their own fires. Unlike the mother or the father from that remote village, they are burning with their problems every time. So, like the Patachara or the Kisa Gautami, the two women who had the worst disasters in their life. And when they came to that situation, they didn't have anything else to lose. They have fallen to the bottom. The saying is there, from the frying pan to the fire. So it's something like that. They have fallen from the bed to the floor, so there's nothing else to happen, nothing else, no more worse things to happen. And such situations actually uh, instantly changes the track, instantly clicks the sides, and the ability to pick up this Dhamma message comes instantly. And we know that Lord Buddha can be considered as the best psychologist, as the best counselor, best psychiatrist who were ever born. And Lord Buddha was very tactful, very uh, methodically. Lord Buddha tried to understand these people's mind. And even for Angulimala, Thero, Lord Buddha waited until the most suitable time to uh, uh, change his track. So, similarly, uh, we can hear the very simple form of explanations done to these mothers and fathers in the uh, villages. Actually, they don't know the theory of how the thoughts are formed, how the mind is functioning to start with. What Taranvasi is trying to do is that to uh, find out, do the experiment by themselves. Where is this self? What is meant by myself? Now, that is the biggest, hardest root that you have to remove, the main root of the huge tree of this life. And even though you uh, cut the tree from the ground level, if the root is remaining, the a new tree will grow up from that. So this is what was not understood by the different religious leaders or followers uh, in Lord Buddha's time who didn't understand. They thought that they have come to the end of it, but it's very clear that they had that main root intact. With all kinds of meditation, they reached the level where the tree was cut from the ground level. It's not almost seen, it's covered with soil. There you can't see even a root. But at some point, some stage, when the relevant causes meet together, the tree will start growing up and there will be a new tree. So this is what most of the hermits or the tapasa rishis who didn't understand at that time. And that is a uniqueness of Lord Buddha's findings because Lord Buddha found out without removing that main root, you have no escape. So, what Taran Mahansa is explaining is actually not the basic, not the heavy facts like how the mind is functioning, how the senses are functioning, how these thoughts are formed. Those matters he discusses as a second step. So the first step is always to find out who is me, what is meant by myself. So that is a question that he is asking always. So what does Aryan Maha says the very first question, as I said, what is nirvana? And he very clearly explains that this is the burning. You are switching off your current, or you are putting off the fire which is burning. So the fire is coming up in different names, different levels, but the fire is common. So it can be in the form of this raga, dvesha, or the moha. So first you have to identify that there is a fire. So that is what Aran Mahasi is saying. Nivana means putting off this fire. So then he goes on to ask, who are you? So you have to identify who am I? Now these are kind of unusual questions. No one ever may have asked you, who are you? What will be your answer if somebody asks you, who are you? You might say the name. I'm so and so. Isn't that the way that we introduce generally? Yes. So if somebody asks, who are you? I might say, I'm Sakuntala. This. So the name comes first. Now, did we get that name uh, with any specific reason? Yes. The parents gave that name, isn't it? We may have been without a name for few days after birth. This particular name they have just selected for some reason, and the name is given to this physical body. Can't you change the name? Yes, you can change the name. So, officially, you can do the changing of the name. And there are unofficial ways also that people change their name for the convenience, particularly a person who has a long name. When they go to another country, sometimes for the convenience of using, you change the name. So, can you say then, my name is I am so and so? Because a name is not something consistent, isn't it? So, name cannot be labeled as myself then. Then again, the question comes if the name is not you, who are you? You might say, this physical body is myself. Now, for that, we have to find out how did this concept of this body is myself came up. Now, did you know that this body is myself when you were a small baby? No, certainly not. Do you remember of the instances of a small child being taken near the mirror? The child is sometimes calling the reflection, baby, baby, and trying to touch it sometimes, trying to go towards that child, the reflection, because the baby has no concept about the body is that what is seen there. And you might again remember uh, the way that the concept of this body is me was given by the elders when you are growing up, isn't it? You might remember, you may not be able to remember, of course. You might remember of small children being taught, this is baby's nose, show baby's nose. The child will point out to the nose and say yes. So the child is given kind of appreciation or an applause. Yes, you are correct. That's nose, that's your nose. Now, like that, the body parts and the reflection on the mirror uh, collectively gives that thought called myself. This body is myself. So, simply, you can see that the concept of body being myself is something that was achieved with the five senses. If the five senses weren't there, if your eyes weren't there, if the ears weren't functioning, if the skin sensation weren't there, you may not have this concept called body is myself, isn't it? Now, but you think now you are taking so called myself, this body is being taken from place to place, and you have the thought, I am going there, I am going here. And also, the body parts can be replaced, isn't it? Or body parts have to be removed sometimes for medical reasons. And that part you wouldn't say is me, you will say it's mine. If your leg was amputated, you will say that's mine, you will not say that leg is me. So these are the ways that Amaran Mahansa is trying to correct this misconception that this body is myself. It's something achieved like the rest of the world with the five senses. So therefore, you have to have this clearance. The body is another thought only. Then the another, if you ask again, then who are you? The body is not myself. The name is not myself. Then the person might say that this appearance is me. You might point out to a photograph and say, this is me. Now, is it something consistent? you will have to change that picture, isn't it? The small age, you will say, this is me. And elderly, now at this age, you will point out and say, now this is me. So it has changed again, isn't it? And what about the appearance? The appearance can be changed. Maybe plastic surgery, maybe some kind of makeup, wearing a wig or shaving the head, having a different hairstyle, wearing spectacles, all kinds of things can change the appearance. So it is not again consistently myself. So that point also we have to give up. Then again, you have to investigate, who am I? Who are you? Well, one might say, mind is myself. Now, haven't you experienced so many instances where mind is different from myself? The mind, the thoughts are very troublesome sometimes. You can't concentrate on one thing. Your mind is running away, and it's a real trouble. Sometimes you can't remember the things that you want. So if the mind is you, you should have a control of that, isn't it? So you can see that the mind is functioning in a different way, and mind is not myself. So again, the question comes, then who are you? And then Aryan Mahanse asks them, what are you thinking just now? An occasional person might come out and say, suddenly I was thinking about my son who went to a class, whether he is on his way. Another person might say, my uh, I'm thinking of the Dhamma that I'm listening. Another person might say, there was a sound just now, a loud sound. Just my mind went there. So you can see that where the focus is, and when the focus becomes real, or when the focus is felt as real, that is where you are. So, in other words, simply the current which is created because that thought is felt as real, that is the self. So, then there are a few other things that Aryan Mahasi is explaining. There are certain habits which are happening uh, with the regular practice. So those habits also cannot be labeled as myself. They are occurring purely because of the habit of doing it over a long period. And also the other important thing that Aryan Mahasi is saying, that there are changes sometimes due to hormonal effects in the physical body. So maybe it can lead to irritation or sometimes feeling very low. So those are also not labeled as myself. So you can see so many facts are there to exclude. And finally, what you come down is the defilements or the current in this system is the one which is felt as myself. So this is the beautiful part that Aryan Mahasi is explaining in his Dhamma messages, which is a very simple way, which is a uh, uh, very simple and we easily understandable way, where he gets, Aryan Mahasi gets the person to explore yourself. Now, this is something that you might have to do it by yourself. The name is not you, because the name can be changed even by today. By tomorrow, you can change the name. The physical body is again not me because it is another thought only. If the baby was not given that concept, this body is yourself, we wouldn't have that concept. So that is again cannot be labeled as myself. And uh, also the appearance, we talked about the appearance can be changed. And uh, the mind, the mind is also not something within the control of the self. So mind is also not uh, me. So like that, but still you feel, isn't it? With whatever you are uh, experiencing with your mind, you feel that I am there. If you see something, you feel as if it is seen by me. If you hear something, you feel as if it is the sound is heard by me. All five senses create that feel. I am experiencing, I am hearing, I am seeing, I am feeling that. Always, even if it is mentioned loud, even if it is not mentioned loud, the self tag is there always. So this is something that he is directing us to experiment. It can't be the sensor functions because the I is not capable of feeling as self. I can take only the picture. The ear also has no capacity to uh, recognize what it is. And also, there's no sense about it's I am hearing. Uh, so, like that, if you take all five senses give that uh, experience, give that sense of uh, the sense of self, but it's not directly the sensor function. Similarly, about the mind also gives the sense that when you are thinking, when the thoughts are coming, you have that uh, sense of uh, I am thinking. But actually, the mind itself is not the that feel itself. So with all six senses, that me doing, myself experiencing is always there. So what Aryan Mahansi finally explains is that whatever the thought which is felt as true, the weight or the heaviness of that thought, the heaviness of that uh, experience is the one which is interpreted as self. So then, really, there is no self in this situation, and it is only a system which is functioning, a machine or a robot like function. So, for that, uh, you have to analyze further. And Aryan Mahanse says that once you explain this, and if a particular person or a particular system comes to this understanding, actually there is no self here. Now that comes without any deep knowledge about how the thoughts are formed, how this mind is behaving. He or she doesn't have that deep knowledge, but recognizes that there never is a self here. So Aryan Mahase beautifully explains that it is the level of the Sotapanna. Sotapanna state means a very clear understanding that there is no self here. It's simply a thought only. So, in other words, the whole world is a thought. Every item in the world is a thought, and collective function of those thoughts uh, creates a complete world, and where I am also there. And now the myself is no different from the items or the people in this so-called world. So, world simply is a creation of the mind. This is actually the first level of contemplation out of the four that Aryan Mahasi is explaining. See how the thought is created each and every moment. And we know these facts actually we have been explaining again and again over time. The fact that the uh, the thought formation wasn't there from the beginning, but the necessary raw material or the paints uh, were there from the time that the zygote was formed. So it's there whenever it is ready, it will start forming the necessary equipment. So when the sasava nature is there, which is the dormant current, uh, there is a time gap until it is manifested. So this is where the fact that how the thoughts are formed has to be understood. So Aryan Mahasi waits. Aryan Mahasi takes this as the second stage after explaining that there never existed a self, that it is only a system, it is only something felt like a current, which has been given the name of me or myself. The person has now has a or the system has a suitable background to plant the seed now. So until that time, what Aranvasi was doing was preparing the ground. When you have to plant something, first you have to remove the weeds, loosen the earth, maybe add a bit of fertilizer. Necessarily, there should be water or the moisture. So when the ground is ready, only you should plant the seed. And uh, what happens is that when the ground is prepared, it's easy, and the success of planting something is very high. So that is what Aryan Mahasi is doing, asking some very basic questions and raising their curiosity, raising their feel to mm, find more about uh, this Dhamma, provides the best situation so that uh, the next step can be reached. So, as a second step, what Aranhasi tries to explain is this how these thoughts are formed. Then, now we know that the thought which has a fire or the current is the myself. And also, Aranhasi says that uh, he asks them to look around and he asks them, do you feel fire with most of these things? They say no. Obviously, I mean, when you look around, you experience so many things. Now, for me, I can see the sun rays coming in. There are lots of trees around me. I can hear the chirping of some birds, and there's a bit of wind also. I can feel that coolness. So they are all happening. The stimuli are there, the senses are functioning, but no particular weight on that, no particular heaviness felt about those things. Because, in simple words, I would say nothing special about any of them. So, nothing special means you are still experiencing them, but there is no current or there is no power. So, Aryan Mahasi says, in such instances, you are experiencing the nirvana, you are touching the nirvana, which is actually a very beautiful way of conveying this message to a person, particularly a person who is brand new to these Buddothpado sermons. So, uh, the person is experiencing the nirvana just at that moment. And in such instance, I remember one of the examples given. There has been a peacock dancing a little away from Aran Vahase behind him, and Aran Vahase couldn't see it. This is one of the beautiful incidents actually which happened, and which was very appropriate for Aran Vahase to take it as an example. So the people's attention was taken to that peacock briefly. Aranvahase could see that uh, their focus went on to that peacock. And the, the moment he took it as an example, and where is your mind now? And they agreed that the attention went to the peacock. In simple ways, I mean, they could be given the explanation. Just a little while ago, when they were looking around, none of those experiences became a thing to them. But right now, the focus went to that peacock, and there was a difference in the way it became real. The peacock became real, or there was a current, there was a power created related to the peacock. That is where you are, that is where you were born. So, isn't it something very beautiful? Similarly, you can think of some examples related to you right now if you are listening. Now, while listening, your mind, your thoughts may have been drifted away to various topics. Uh, all of a sudden, you may have remembered about your husband and work. He must be in the office. Or maybe your thoughts may have drifted away to your son or the daughter, who may be either at school or maybe he's in a higher education institution in a university or somewhere. He must be at the lectures. Or the children, if they are not in the country. Oh, yes, they are there. Now, your mind, within a fraction of a second, may have drifted away to such focuses. And in that instance, did you feel that focus became real to you? Like the peacock becoming real to those people in that instance. Wherever your mind fixes right now, wherever the thought is fixed right now, that is the birth of the self or the Atma. So it may not be recognized as a strong current, but still simply feeling that the self is there means that is the power or the current. So those are the things that is beautifully explained by R.N. Mahanse, and how this self is recognized. What is meant by you or myself? Who am I? That is a question, and answer to that is wherever the thought is felt real, wherever the thought is becoming alive, that is where you are born. That is where the self is. This is explained by Lord Buddha as jati. Jati means birth. The birth is not the birth that we all know, which happened so many years ago from the mother's womb. That jati is not something that a person with a super wisdom need to be explained, isn't it? Anybody knows about that birth. But the birth that Lord Buddha explained was from the level where the thought started forming, and from the level where the thoughts were felt real, the thought, whenever the thought was felt real. Lord Buddha explained the birth of the eye means the birth of the self. Birth of the ear means the birth of the self. Similarly, the birth of the tongue, birth of the nose, birth of the skin sensation means that is a birth of the self. Now, what does this mean? Birth means a thought which has felt real, a live thought. So, birth of the ear means a stimulus, a focus that came up from the eye. That thought is felt as real. That is where the jati is. So now I'm looking out of the window. I can see a banana tree. If I feel that the banana, it's a vibration of the eye. It's a function of the eye sensor. And beyond, going beyond the level of seeing, the feel that I get or the experience that I get is a really existing banana tree. So that is where the birth of the I is. That is where the birth of self is. Similarly, a sound, uh, there's a sound uh, which is a creation of the eardrum level or the ear sensor. And in my mind or as a thought, it is a chirping of a bird. And the feeling is that a really existing bird over there and making that sound. That is the birth of the ear. That is a birth of the self. So, like this, throughout the time that you are awake and throughout the time that you are seeing dreams, these senses are creating something. And each time, the, the person who is not in this Dhamma path will see it as real. Seeing something as real means always the birth of the self focus. So each instance, the birth is there. Each flicker of each instance or each fraction of second, where there is a uh, function of a sensor, the five senses, or maybe even the mind sensor. They are functioning non-stop. They are functioning. Now you may not even realize how fast it is happening. See the way that the senses are jumping from one to the other. Once it is eye, the next moment it may be the ear, you are hearing a sound. And next moment maybe you feel some cold breeze on your leg. And in between there might be a thought, oh, what may be my son doing at this time? Maybe he's at work. So a thought is also barging in between these other five senses. And we know that the five senses is essential for the thought formation. As a fact, I'm sure you may have heard earlier us speaking. If you have been listening to these Buddothpado sermons, always it is a five sensor function. Doesn't necessarily mean all five, but at least two of them should combine to form a thought. So these thoughts, this string of thoughts which is formed, is a result of this five sensor function. If you get it as a pure thought right now, now uh, if I say the word mango, uh, see how that complete thought is formed. You heard a sound, isn't it? Sound means because your ear vibrated, it created a sound. And according to the sound, instantly, did you realize that all the data that you had about a mango was created in the mind? That is your thought. Without the eyes functioning, you could see the colors of the mango, isn't it? Yellow color, maybe green color, all kinds of colors, even reddish color sometimes, depending on the types of the mangoes that you have experienced. This data is there. And you might feel the taste of it, isn't it? You might even have some watering of your mouth thinking of about the raw mangoes, the sour taste. And the smell of mangoes also is there in that mental picture. You know what texture is. You feel that texture also. The raw ones are harder, and then the softer ones have this soft pulp when it is ripened. And you know what type of tree it is. You know what are the names of the mangoes, and you know what are the ways that mangoes can be prepared when you are making various dishes. You can cook it, you can prepare various desserts, you can eat it as a fruit. Now, just that sound, it was just a sound only. If your ear was not functioning, that whole mental picture will not be created now because your ear was functioning. Well, because you had ears, and also the vibration of my throat became equal to the vibrations of that eardrum. You had a concept called hearing, and then uh, the the sequence called hearing occurred, and instantly, without any kind of time gap, you had a whole lot of data about the mangoes, the things that you like, types of mangoes that you like, all kinds of things. And even you might have some pictures. If you have any trees in the garden, you might have an instant picture of that tree also. And see the thoughts that are coming from the sidelines, the the way that you planted that tree, and the fact that it is giving fruits almost annually, and the way that the animals, the monkeys and the crows and the squirrels who are coming and eating half of it, and you are getting very small amount from the crop. Now these are all sidelined thoughts that are coming, and more data you have, this mental picture is thicker and larger. So, in other words, longer the time that the SIM system is associating with this particular topic, your uh, thought bubble or the mind bubble is thick and very large. Now, this process, who did this is a question. Did I do it? Now, this is something that takes us back to uh, the things that Aryan Maharshi is explaining at his basic sermons. Is the mind you? Is one of the questions that he's asking. Are the thoughts you? Now, if the thoughts are you, there may be certain unnecessary thoughts that you don't want, isn't it? Now, this process of having this such a huge bundle of thoughts instantly, could you have prevented that? No, you can't prevent it. So then that again gives another clue to say that mind is not me. Mind is functioning separately as a system. This is what we are trying to understand now. The mind process is something very complicated, very, very fast. Because of the fastness, it gives the feeling that it is really existing. So that is the illusion that we are having. Mind is an illusion. Thoughts are illusions. Because of the speed, something is constructed. The construct or the aggregate or sankhara in Pali and Sinhala, all are used to indicate the same thing. Something which is not real is constructed and convinced that this is really existing. So every name, every sound that you are giving, the son, daughter, banana tree, car, house, uh, sky, sun, moon, America, United Kingdom, Russia, they are all thoughts. Thoughts, in the sense, it is simply a sound, but it has a heavy load of information, which has the inputs from the other five senses, other four senses. So that is why it is called a thought. So thought is something that has to be understood. That is why R.N. Mahanse was trying to explain that the thought process is something very complicated. And thought process is something that you have to understand, because the thought process is not something that you can stop or change. But the thought process is something really troublesome also. But what can you do about it? You can't do anything about it, isn't it? Formation of thoughts is a natural process, a function of a system, but you can't do anything about it. So Aranvasi goes to the next step and asks these mothers, now did you realize that some of the thoughts, some of the stimuli, or the some of the experiences like the trees around you, uh, those things didn't create any form of fire. But the next moment, when you saw the peacock, or suddenly you remembered about the son who has gone to the class, you had a power in that thought. You felt that it is real. You had the power, the current in that thought. Then yourself is there. So you can see that it is fluctuating, going up and down, up and down. But the Arhat's mind is not like that. Whichever the stimulus which is experienced, whichever the incident that is happening, does not create fire in those systems. Then Aranvas is asking, then we have to find out how did Arhants get into that state. But you and me are different. Now, you and me have fires here and there most of the time. In between, there are instances where no power is experienced, no current is experienced. So you have to understand this pattern, isn't it? That is what Lord Buddha also said, that you can't stop this magic. The magic is happening all the time. It's like a magician who is showing his tricks in a crossroad in the center point. So people from all four sides are coming to see this magic. They are mesmerized with these magic tricks. Oh God, surprising. Oh wow, shows all kinds of surprising claims are coming from all over. But there may be a person who has learned all these magic tricks. He knows how this magician is performing various things, how he is pulling out a bunch of red roses from his coat, how he is releasing some pigeons to the air, how he is cutting the neck off of a person who is inside a box, only the head jutting out. So, if the person knows exactly how these tricks are performed, it's actually different from knowing that the magic is not true. That is your knowledge. So, a person, not one person, I mean, most of the people know that magic is not true. But still, you you are really surprised how it is happening. How is it? How does he do it? But this is different from a person who exactly knows these tricks, who exactly knows how these activities are happening, how he's performing this type of tricks. He, of course, doesn't have that choose and vows He doesn't have any excitement. He doesn't have, he's not feeling surprised uh, with those activities, isn't it? So, this is what you should do. That is what our enhancer is saying. Learn how the tricks are happening. If you know the magic, you can still watch the magic. You can still enjoy it, but you know that you cannot be taken away by those performances. So that is what Rahatan Vahanse also did. Arhans has done. They learned this trick of this magic. They learned the magician's work, which is the consciousness. Lord gave the metaphor to the consciousness, a magician. It's a person who is performing so many very surprising type of tricks. So the consciousness or the vijnana is creating a world for you. Because of the fast speed, something is felt as real, something is created as real, and something is created as lasting or permanently lasting or alive. That is the consciousness. So the I consciousness means the it gives the experience as if the light is there. The sound consciousness means the experiencing as if the real sound is there. The taste consciousness means the experience of real taste there. Smell consciousness means the experience of real smell there. And the body consciousness means experiencing as if there is real warmth, uh, hardness, liquid nature, and airiness. So, those are the four things that can be experienced by the skin. So, all the consciousness means it gives the feel or the sense that this is really existing. So, but none of them are really existing. Because of the speed, you feel as if they are really there. And then when combination of something which are not really there cannot create something which is real, isn't it? So in other words, the thought is also given the uh, feeling or the experience as if it is really there. So that is how the world is created for you and me. Now we feel that the worldly things and world people are real, alive, and really existing. So this is what Arhants has very clearly understood. Uh, it is with the initially with the knowledge, the darshana. The truth has to be repeatedly listened, repeatedly revised, and tried to get into the deepest understanding, deepest realization. It's something like that we know that infinity is not true, isn't it? When we go to the beach, you see the line where we see as if the sea is touching the sky. And a child might really believe it, isn't it? They might say that I would like to go to that place and see where the sea is touching the sky. And in another instance, where there is a mirage, when you are traveling on a road, because of the heat, you feel as if there is some water, isn't it? You very clearly know that there is no water, but it looks like water. But the child or an animal feels that there is some real water. So, in this way, there are many things which are created uh, but looks real, and we feel that uh, they are real, even though as adults, as grown-up people, say even a very knowledgeable people sometimes who are having a high education level, we all are in the same myth, same illusion, because we feel that what we experience is truly existing outside. So this is what the Arhants have got a very clear understanding. It is something like that the feel that we get when we see a reflection on the mirror. We very clearly know, we don't have to think, very clearly we know that there is no real person in that mirror. It is only a reflection. We clearly know that the sky cannot meet the sea, even though it looks like in the infinity, it's not real. And similarly, we know that there's no water in the mirage. And similarly, we know that the rainbow has no seven colors like that. It's not something touchable. So these just some handful of things we have that true realization about their non-existence. But for everything else, we have that we have been convinced actually that they are really existing. So this is what Lord Buddha was trying to convey. This is the message that he was trying to convey. Everything is in the mind. Everything is a creation in the mind. And Aryan Mahanse, with his 4 steps of contemplation, tried to explain this in a very simple manner. As the first step, we try to understand that these are all thoughts. And the second step is there is nothing permanent in the mind also as a thought. There is no permanent thing called thought. It is simply a collection of perceptions, something just created at this moment. And really speaking, what happens here is just the functions of the 4 senses only, the 5 senses, and the mind sensor, the sixth one. So the senses are taking turns and creating something, and they are never existed the self. It is simply a system which is functioning. And the same fact he's trying to give in a different way without going into these details uh, to the mothers and fathers who are coming to these meetings. Sometimes the sermon may be for 2 hours, short ones. Sometimes they take a long time. Whichever the message given is that to see that this is a system, there's no person. So, in the level that he was discussing in these villages, he's getting them to search for themselves. Uh, who am I? So, that investigation we have never done. Actually, these are all interrelated. Now we know there are 4 levels of 4 types of Satipatthana Bhavana. We call it Satara Satipatthana Bhavana in uh, Pali and Sinhalese. There are 4 levels of Satipatthana Bhavana, 4 things that again Lord Buddha also tried to take stepwise to the understanding they are never existed a self. Uh, so that is a message that he is trying to give in various angles. So Satra Satipatthana Bhavana, if you take this Kaya Anupassana, Vedana Anupassana, Chitta Anupassana, Dhamma Anupassana. For some of you who have listened to these Dhamma sermons from any source, I am sure you are familiar with these 4 words. So Kaya Anupassana means, in other words, there's no person in this body. That is the message that is trying to be given. And we know Lord Buddha also had this That is Kunapa Bhavana is something related to this Kayanupassana, where the body parts are divided to different groups, and in each and every part, Lord Buddha is trying to convince the listener that there is no self. So if you take a bone, it is a bone. There is no me in that. You can say that it is my bone, but it is only simply my one, not me. So similarly, if you take the heart, the skin, they are all mine, but not me. So Lord Buddha was saying, tell me where you are in these body parts. So that is basically what is explained in Kayanupassana also. These facts actually we understood as separate things. Now we can see with Aryan Mahanse's guidance how beautifully they can be connected to each other. So we know that when he asked the question, is the body me, uh, from the listeners, they are a bit confused. They most of them might say yes, because we always think that this body is me. But in the body, actually, you can't find yourself. You can't find where you are. If you take different body parts, you can't find an exact place where you can pinpoint and say, this is where I am. So in Kayanupassana, what Lord Buddha was trying to explain was that there is no self in any part of this body. So then the next one was the Vedananupassana. Now, Vedana means Vindima, or the sensor. So Vedana can occur, even Vedana can be explained in different ways. Vedana means whatever the sensor experience also can be explained as Vedana. Particularly in general, the word Vedana is used to indicate the bodily feeling, the body discomforts. And also it is explained in another way, Sukha Vedana, Dukkha Vedana, and Adukkama Sukha Vedana. That means the pleasurable uh, senses or pleasurable Vedana, unpleasant Vedana, or the Dukkha Vedana. Adukkama Sukha Vedana means neither pleasurable nor unpleasant, something in between, but you are experiencing. So, with whatever this category or whatever this explanation, there is no self. It is an experience to the system only. So there is no one experiencing sukha, there is no experiencing dukkha, there is no experiencing adukkama sukha. In other words, there is no self experiencing the happiness, there is no person experiencing the sadness, there is no person experiencing the neutral things. And also, if you take the sensor functions, uh, seeing, there's no me in that seeing, but it's an eye function. There's no me in the hearing, it is a function of the ears. There's no me in the tasting, it's a tongue which is experiencing the taste. There's no me in feeling the smell, it is an experiencing of the nose. And there is no me in experiencing the temperature changes, the hard liquid nature, or the airiness either. So then it comes clear in this Vedananupassana. What a system has to understand is that there is no one experiencing the suffering, there is no one experiencing the sense Vedana at the sense level. So The next one is a Chittanupassana. Chittanupassana means the thoughts. Now, that is the sixth sensor. And as I said earlier, the sixth sensor is always a product of the five sensors at some point. But now, as a thought, it can be synchronized. So now the mind sensor is separately functioning as a new sensor, but the thoughts which are formed are always a repetition of the previous thoughts which were formed, which means the five senses has played a role there also. So the thoughts, uh, thoughts are not me. That is what you have to understand. So this is what R.N. Mahasi is explaining in that is a mind you. So people have to sort of deep dig and find out, is this mind me or are these thoughts myself? Now, as I explained that uh, scenario about the mango, if you take another situation where you had a bad blackguarding by your boss in the office, uh, and the boss blamed you something that you haven't done properly. So you got a good blackguarding. You felt very disturbed at that time. And now that thought is coming again and again. Initially, it was a function of the eye and the ear, because those are the two senses that will be related to such an incident, isn't it? So initially it was the eye vibration and the ear vibration, and the mind vibration or the mind sense is the one which gives the detailed framework. This is a blackguarding. These words are not good. And all kinds of thoughts are coming with that. I have been very hard working on this. I always work hard. I hardly take leave, and I am much better than most of the other people. So and so is not doing any work, but he is escaping all the time. And I got caught today. So these are kinds of side thoughts that might be coming. Now just imagine if this thought, now can you stop that thought coming up again and again bothering? Now throughout the day in the office, this thought may have been really harassing because it's coming up again and again. And if you are not in this Dhamma path, or if you are still too early in this Dhamma path, the fact that it was just simply the ear and the eye function may not come to mind at that time. Because if you didn't have the eyes or the ears, there's no story about being blackguarded. Because the eyes and ears are there, because there was a fast vibration of those two, now you have a construct called blackguarded. So that thought is coming up again and again throughout the time that you are in the office. Now, each time, if you had the skill to see it from the point of view, being again and again coming as a new product from the mind sensor, you will be able to uh, switch it off little by little. It will not happen instantly, of course, but you will be able to reduce the power or the current which is coming up with that. And more the current becomes uh, less and less powerful, the rate that the thought is coming up again also will be less. But if all your Dhamma knowledge has gone stray and nothing is coming like that at the moment, that each time you are living it that in that instance, you relive because you feel that the thought is real. So what happens? The thought becomes even stronger. There will be more new things also added now. He scolded me some days back similarly, and I don't think I can work in this office. Must get a transfer and go to another branch. I must complain to the higher boss because he is ill-treating me. The dedication that I have done to fulfill my duties all gone away, and I felt ashamed because so many people were around me. They could hear the way that he shouted at. Maybe he has come from home with a bad mood. Maybe he had a fight with his wife. Now see the funny things, funny thoughts that are coming as a stream to your mind. Now by the end of the day, the bag of thought must be much heavier than the collection of thought that you had at that moment, isn't it? Now it's becoming more and more stronger. The abhisankarane, or the point of the contemplation is more now. It's strong, very strong, and it's very heavy also. And the feeling of reality, feeling of that being true is more and more now. And you want to get rid of that thought, but you can't stop it. It's coming up again and again, and you are reliving in that situation. You feel like taking a leave next day because you don't want to go to the office. Now, these are the things in your day to day life where the Dhamma can be applied very beautifully. And what is Chittanupassana? Chittanupassana means the mind is also not you. This is what exactly Aranvahasa was trying to convey to those mothers. Mind is not you, because if the mind was you, you should be able to control the mind the way you want. Now, the mind cannot be controlled means you can't do anything about that thought coming up again and again and bothering you. So, the Chittanupassana is very true, and Aran Vahase is giving that as a separate, uh, a simpler version of Chittanupassana. He's asking, can you control your mind? No, you can't control the mind. So therefore, it's very clear that the mind is not me. If you have a hurtful feeling like that incident in the office, uh, you feel sad about it, isn't it? So if the mind is not you, do you want to have the ownership of that thought? Do you have the ownership of that thought? No. That is a part of the system, another product only from the system. And it means that there is no owner. Yes, the anger can occur, the sadness can occur, but without myself. So the fourth one is the Anupassana Bhavana, is the Dhamma Anupassana, going to a little deeper level where the understanding is that even the senses are not myself. So that in other words, the creation of the light, creation of the sound, creation of the the taste, creation of the smell, and creation of the skin sensation, they are also not me. So now the Chittanupassana, then Kayanupassana, Vedananupassana, Chittanupassana, Dhammanupassana, They look like very serious Pali terms, and we were trying to understand that as a separate entity. But you can very clearly see that they are all interrelated, and Iron Hans is explaining them in the best possible, simplest way. Now, the mothers and fathers from those villages, they have even followed Satra Satipatthana also in that simpler way of explaining who am I. And also, what he said was that you don't need to know how the thoughts are formed to come to this level. So, in other words, that person, if those explanations become clear, the fact that there is no self in the appearance, body, uh, mind, and the name, and the fact that when it is very clear, convinced, that person, even not knowing how the thoughts are formed, and there's no talk at all about the thought formation, that person has reached the Sotapanna state. So, this is how beautiful it is. The Sotapanna state means that there is no turning back. That person will progress in the Dhamma path. Progression of the Dhamma path will vary, of course, uh, and an Ugaditana person who is very quick to pick up these things will reach the advanced Arhat states without much time. And actually, time, you can't talk about the time because this experience is coming in each and every uh, thought. So, a person who's called Padaparama, who has no clue at all about this Dhamma teaching, so he never touches or never experienced the explanations done by R.N. Mahansa. It's called Padaparama. But of course, what he says is that it is not something permanent. It is not something that is going to be persistent for each and every thought. It is something which changes with time. So you can have a sigh of relief even if you don't understand these Dhamma facts at this moment. It might turn to the correct track at any point. So, what we discussed here was that the simplest form, simplest way that R.N. Mahansi has invented, explaining this, explaining a person who has no idea about this Buddothpado sermons, about how that there never existed a self. So the self is simply a thought. This is also something new to us, isn't it? We never knew that as a thought. We mostly turn towards a name or maybe the physical body as the self, but they are all thoughts. And now we clearly know self means the current or the burn, or in other words, a defilement. So that is what is consistently going to be there, irrespective of any change of the appearance, irrespective of change of the name, irrespective of changes in the body, and irrespective of the state of the mind. The current which is there in the thoughts is yourself. So when you understand this mechanism, which is the case in Arhats, uh, they are fully convinced about this non-existence of a self. And then the understanding becomes equal to the understanding that you are having about the reflection of the mirror, the mirage. and the infinity. So, the same concept, same understanding that you are having uh, will occur in relation to the all the other worldly things. So, uh, the four levels of contemplation that Narayan Mahasi has created, actually, he has studied it himself uh, over a long period. And after testing, only he has introduced it to the pub to the people, and we find it very practical and step by step. That feeling of self is the one which is shedding, and we start it as some form of working meditation uh, in these 1 day programs. But of course, that can be done with all your day to day activities. The fact that first to understand that it is simply a thought. So if you are cutting some carrot, the carrot is a thought. And not only that, even the orange color of the carrot is also a thought. And the knife is a thought. And cutting is also a thought, isn't it? Because they all have the components of the five senses. They all have the data which has been introduced to the system time to time, and a result is coming up. The moment you see it, that is a vibration of the eye, the word sound comes as carrot. And you know the texture, you know what are the uses of it, you know that it is orange color. They are all part and parcel of this thought, which is an instant construct. And the knife also, when you see it as a shape, the whole lot of information, including that you have to be careful when you are cutting. It can cut your fingers. Even that sort of data is there in that thought. Thought means it is a single vibration, but it has so many components, not only limited to this birth, but your whole samsaric journey is there as single vibration. Now, these are all things that has been understood by the super wisdom. It's not something that you and me can understand because they cannot be found with any investigations. They cannot be experienced by the five senses. So they are all part and parcel of the Dhammachakshusha understanding. What you can superficially see is that the moment a seeing is happening, the rest of the thought completes the details about the carrot. So the that is the first level of contemplation where you had a seeing, but now it cannot be separated out as seeing only. Now you are getting the complete thought now. And the process of cutting the carrot, you can see all four levels of contemplation. You realize that it is a thought, and you realize that it is not something which was there permanently. Just a while ago, it wasn't there. Because your focus came to that, the carrot was born in the mind. And the next moment, if you hear a sound from the doorbell, the carrot is gone from your mind, and then the next focus is a doorbell. So, like that, the mind is also not something permanently lasting. So, that is the second level of contemplation. We try to understand that there is nothing called permanent mind either. And the next stage is to see it from the sensor level. So, when you are cutting the carrot, the eye was functioning. The ear may have been functioning because you hear the sound, and also you know that silent sound called carrot is also there, and the texture, when you are touching, the firm texture is also there. So the sensors were functioning, but depending on the data which has been introduced, an existing carrot has been born in the mind as a thought. So what really happening was actually a stream of thoughts were coming, and this is what is called the system. When the appropriate causes, appropriate data are there, a product is coming up. So there is no self in this system. It is always a self that is where the a function is happening accordingly. So this is no different from a robot to which the data has been fed. And this is no different from a complicated big machine where you put different types of raw materials and you come out with various different types of products. So when the machine is programmed and when you put the necessary raw materials, you can't stop getting that relevant product or the planned product. Uh, so this is how this system is also functioning. This is how the self is also functioning. So if you can see from this angle, the self, how the self is functioning, that there is no owner to this. It's 100% the creation of the mind and 100% of creation of no one's. Particularly, there's no myself in this one. That is a point where Aranvasi is explaining the Sotapanna state. So, breaking off all your drushtis, breaking off all your misconceptions is the way to enter the stream. So, a Sotapanna person is called stream enterer, where you have broken down all the misconceptions that you had in the form of thoughts about the world, about yourself. So, uh, these facts are being explained almost daily these days in single Zoom because RNHAS is explaining these facts to particularly to the people who are who have been listening to this Dhamma for several years. He's taking us gradually forward, like going to the deep sea, step by step. He's taking us. So the people who can understand Sinhala can always go to the previous sermons, www.buddothpado-dhamma.com, www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. You can see that beautifully the sermons have been categorized. More than 12,000, I think it is nearing 13,000 now. Sermons are there. So you can start with your basic things if you are a beginner. And for the friends who are listening only via the English medium, the www.wisdomofasia.com is a website. www.wisdomofasia is the wisdomofasia.com is the website in English medium. We invite you to go to those websites and see. You will find uh, lots of information in those, including the sermons, including some scientific uh, evidence to those, which will be very useful, particularly if you are a person who has studied in science stream. There are things that will tally with the scientists' findings. But of course, one thing must remember the Buddhism is far ahead, far advanced than the present time science because the science means finding things in the material world. And Lord Buddha did not say about the material world. Lord Buddha said that everything is a creation of the mind. So, if it is so, you can't find uh, advanced things than the Buddhism using all this equipment because they are stranded in the physical world. But what Lord Buddha said was none of these physical things are existing. You feel as if they are really existing, but really they are not true. We don't know whether they are true or not. That is a better answer, I suppose, because we are confined to these five senses, and the mind sense as the sixth one. So, what we experience, we assume as if it is there. That is what is called aniccanupassana, where you come to the understanding what we assume is not there outside. There's no way of finding out also what is really there outside. And when you realize the fact that what we assume is not there outside, automatically you tend to lose the interest to those things. Uh, the value which was given to different stimuli becomes less and less. And that is where it is explained as Viraganupassana. And when you continue to see uh, the fact that they are not having any kind of power or they are not having any value, that is how the Nirodha or uh, the getting rid of this system feel occurs. So the Nirodhanupassana is the third one, and fourth one, what Aryan has explained was that Patinissaganupassi means no more tying up, no more tying up in the samsaric journey. Uh, so Paticca uh, Paticca means dependent origination. Now that is something that cycle is being broken down in Patinissaganupassi Bhavana. So the whatever the Dhamma fact you are taking, anyway, it comes towards the same point. The fact that there is no real world, or what we experience is not the real world. What we experience is just what we experience is not something related to, uh, not something that we really, I mean, we don't really know what we experience is true or not. You can't say no, also you can't say yes to that as an answer because uh, what the most suitable reply will be, we have no way of experiencing the outside world, and we know that different animals are experiencing them in different ways. So therefore, you can't label anything as permanent or the real thing because each and every living being feel that what what they experience is the true thing. So these are difficult things to convince. We know that because the long term practice was to the opposite side. Long term practice was to understand that this world is true. So we have to now reverse the flow, which is not true, but it is possible. So I will conclude the session here. I worship Paran Mahasi with the greatest respect, and we are very grateful for all your guidance. And you are revealing more and more gems every day. Tervasanaya Mahasa. May our all friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May our helping friends with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Tervasanaya.
Aran Mahanse, what we are discussing here is not relevant to the convention. The things we do, like various offerings, puja, etc., might be good for the well being of society, but the truth is entirely different. The doctrine that Buddha taught was never heard before and is valid forever. Everyone believes and accepts as right conventionally is not the truth. That is why we must listen to the truth. If we are ready to hear, we should listen to what the Buddha preached to the five hermits Vasvagatausan, the doctrine that was never heard before. The reason is that we are confined to the basic elements and the five faculties: eye, ear, nose, tongue, and skin, and taken their outcome as true. We believe that what we see, hear, smell, taste, touch as true. Once we are aware of the truth, we realize that the convention is not the truth. This is due to ignorance, avijja, of the reality. As a result, we are bound to the unending journey of samsaric circle due to this ignorance. In this journey of samsaric circle, suffering is inherent. If we do not realize these facts, there is no escape from suffering. In the ground of ignorance, even heavenly planes of existence are not different. We think that everything is going well when we get food, good clothes, more and more money, etc. But this is the result of ignorance. The clothes that we wear today would decay, so we seek for better ones tomorrow. This routine shall never end. The new clothes again become dirty in few days, so we seek better clothes again. We continue to seek various things every day, which is suffering, and there is no end to the process. Although we consume food as delicious today, we are unable to eat it again tomorrow. We are looking for new food. In the ground of ignorance, whatever we think as good does not become true. Upasika, I am from Kandy area. I am 74 years old. I have already listened to about 100 sermons during the past 3 months. Anand Mahanse, there is nothing as good in this world as we think. It is suffering itself. It is this suffering that we believe to be pleasure and comfort. There is nothing but suffering. You said you are 74 and you have never heard this Dhamma before. You said You listen to about 100 sermons and ask whether you can realize the nirvana at this moment. It is true that you can attain nirvana at this moment. In this instance, only this mind exists. This mind arises and passes away in the same moment. There is no existing mind. Inability to understand this fact causes suffering. To understand this fact is what we call the realization of the truth. Not understanding this nature of the mind brings us suffering. Therefore, what we have to do is to realize this truth. Realization means knowing that the world is a mere appearance in the mind. Kalayatana loko loko, chittena niyati loko. The five faculties are the world. The world is the creation of mind. Everyone, everybody.
Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us. We are starting a new book today. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 3. Thank you for starting the session. I worship at Aryan Mahasa's feet, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahasa, and Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends who have joined this English Zoom discussion, which is happening every day at 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So in this new book, it's kind of dialogues actually, unlike the previous book. In the previous book, we had some explanations and general knowledge about how the thoughts are formed and what is meant by this sense of faculty. So it was kind of a brief explanatory type of a book. But here, these are all based on discussions. So this is a dialogue between an elderly lady and our noble friend Aryan Mahansi. So what Aryan Mahansi is trying to explain is that everything, behind everything, there is some form of sorrow. This is something that we don't see from outside superficially. We feel that the world that experiencing is real. Everything that we experience with the help of this sensor function is taken as real. But uh, uh, when we consider the different living beings, now we know that different living beings, different animals have different sensor functions. Therefore, what they experience is different from one to another. So therefore, we cannot say that what I am experiencing is correct. So this is called avijja, or the ignorance, where we take what we are experiencing as true. So when we take what we are experiencing as true, automatically there is clinging or desires to keep it, or aversions or hatreds, all sorts of defilements come up as a sequence. So this is the nature of the samsaric cycle, where continued to be born and death. But in Buddhism, the word birth and death is not used for this birth of this physical body and the death of this physical body. It's more sort of, it has a deeper meaning, where with each and every thought, which happens instantly. Now and here is the birth, and then with no time, within a fraction of a second, that thought is gone, and then that is taken as a death. So it's a series of births and deaths which occur throughout this lifetime. And this is something that we have to understand by uh, learning this true Dhamma, the facts that is explained by our noble friend. These are Lord Buddha's teachings, but they were not explained in detail for some time. After the passing away of the arhats, I think it became kind of, there was some deterioration, and then there was some merging of some other religious teachings. So now we are fortunate to hear the true Dhamma, which was explained and which was preached by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago. So understanding this true Dhamma helps us to realize that what we are experiencing is the products or the uh, outcomes of these sense faculties. And the two Pali phrases that Shani read for us, Salayatana Loko means the six sense faculties create the world. And also another phrase she read, Chittena Niyati Loko, that means the world is created in the mind. So now, from now on, I think what we heard or what we listened to as simple explanations, as general facts, will be more becoming more practical, where some people are discussing with the noble friend R.N. Mahanse, so that we will be able to apply those things practically. So this lady who is talking says that she listened to about 100 sermons, and it looks as if that she hasn't found the exact true Dhamma pathway. So maybe we can start from that point. Our Dhamma friends all have joined, Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and other Dhamma friends. We can start our discussion.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We worship and say for his noble guidance. So yeah, we can start the discussion. We can discuss on any topic. If there is a topic, kind of a question, we can start from there. Or else we can talk about anything in that sense. Because this Dhamma is actually a complete opposite of the way that we looked at the life. We looked at the life as it is existing, as everything is existing. It was so real to us, the dream was so real to us. It's fine, it appears real, it's okay. But we actually took it so serious. So we felt a need to exist as well. That's a problem. I mean, we felt existence, we took it as real, and then there's a very kind of an urge to persevere or persist in this dream. So when the dream is taken as real, there's obviously you can't prevent being dragged to it, like, or having the urge to maintain the dream. in its extreme, when you really want to keep something. Imagine you like something really, really, and you want to keep it with you. That's kind of the extreme, because that's your dream is also true, and now you have things in the dream which you really want you to have them closer to you. So that's kind of extreme ignorance. But slowly, when you understand that that's actually a perception here, your urge to go for outside things would slow down. Actually, it will slow down really, really. You will feel it. These all feelings kind of you feel it, how the burning is coming down. And then, but still the dream is kind of true. But then, because the perceptions are still true, and then you keep understanding that's not actually true. It's kind of a vibration that's there. So, because in if you really can see one particular stimulus, that's so beautiful. You can really understand this. So even that vibration, it's just a fast vibratory nature of the sensory organ. That's all. That's all. So if you keep understanding this becomes very, very clear to you. And it's simple as well. You don't have to make it so difficult by adding so many things. If someone actually has no previous knowledge, like especially like someone like Joel, who doesn't know Pali, doesn't know anything deep about Buddhism, it's very easy for him to take it unless he has some other ideas. It's all, we have all the, the things that, the patterns we believe, the things that we believe. It's okay. It's just the parts of the dream that we are tangled with. That's fine. You just keep understanding how these things were so true to us. If you keep understanding, it's just the way you think. Because thinking is the real difficult part we can't comprehend or contemplate even. Because the thinking has also the emotional part of it. So you feel, sometimes you feel elated, sometimes you feel, marginal, not really elated or not really sad. Sometimes you might feel really sad also. But the thing is, understanding that this is kind of an output from the sensory functions, this really relieves you, because this mind tricks you all the time. Mind brings up things that will really look as existing. So even though you're not attracted to stuff out there, you might still, have the thoughts coming up as really real. You will suddenly find yourself getting a bit clumsy, a bit agitated, sometimes really feeling good, sometimes feeling bad. Doesn't necessarily mean anything, just how the mind works. You get carried away by mind. But if you understand, even the perceptions in the mind, it's just another sensory kind of, it acts as a sensory organ. It acts as another flow of thoughts. They're just flow of thoughts. It's fine to have flow of thought, but getting engrossed in them, feeling them as real is the problem. It's okay to have thoughts. And when your thoughts are not giving you any burning, what's the big deal? There's no big deal about the thoughts. It will come and go. The vision, it will happen. The hearing, it will happen. The other sensory functions of the body, yeah. As far as your body persists, you will feel some bodily sensation. That's it. So where the burning is going, the burning is definitely subsiding. It will take time. Why? Because this whole system was really true to us. So when you keep understanding this Dhamma, are you like acting weird now? No. You're acting as normal as you are. No one will even tell the difference. They will feel you. They will feel the the way that you are handling things may be different, but the way you respond would be different. But still, at the same time, you'll be doing the same things as you have been doing before. You can feel others, you can look after your parents, you can look after your elders. If you feel like if that someone is there and they expect you to listen to them, you just listen because that's what that vibration is requesting. Or kind of that system is going to feel calmer with that effect. So as much as far as you understand this Dhamma, your vibration becomes much less and less. So power becomes less and less. Does that mean that you don't do things? No, you do. And with so much clarity though. You have to get this with so much clarity. If you find someone is doing a wrong thing, you can really tell that without the burning in your mind. And you have to experience this. You have to really experience this. You know that when someone does something, imagine you are working in an institution and you are the CEO and you have to tell someone that what you're doing is wrong. We had so much trouble in telling someone about someone's doing is wrong. But here, you can really handle that without burning in your system. Because what happened here before was you're burning as well as you're giving that burning to others. So kind of a toxic environment. Someone can unmute the mic and join the discussion. Yes, we have Surang. Anyone can join? Joel can
Yes.
ask the question as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I think we can also discuss along the line where why we say that what is experienced by these senses is not true. Can we discuss on that line because
Yeah, actually,
that
it's a good one because it's a bit difficult to understand sometimes. So the stimulus is always very easy to understand. Stimulus is the chair, the shirt, anything comes along. It can be at one time. It is one particular sensory organ. If it is vision, it's vision. Then if it is hearing, it is hearing. If it is touch, it is touch. If it is a mind, like a thinking, it is thinking. But the most important thing you have to understand is every time there is a stimulus, there is, if it is through your main sensory functions, always the mind sensor is involved. How is that? Okay, so take the chair. That's the easiest, simple one we take usually. So the chair, it is not only eye faculty. If you're standing in front of a chair and you see the chair and suddenly it catches your eye, what happens? Is it only the eye function? No, but you have to understand, not only the eye function. Because as a grown-up, you just get the chair. If it is only the eye function, how can the word come there? The actual, there's a hardness. Everything is in that particular, even if it's, that's why that day I was telling just not to use the word label, because if you say that, so the quality of the thing that we are trying is going to get dissolved, because there's a thing for you to feel. So the chair is actually coming from mind sensor. What is mind is it just the thinking and thinking and thinking, but this eye works with the mind function. So that's how it brings up the chair. You only saw something, but how did it come out as chair? And when it comes out as chair, how do you get the whole thing about it? You can sit on a chair, you can even, color it with whatever the color you want. You can have a gold chair, you can have a, whatever the, so like a sofa. You can have so many variants of chairs. And you might be, this is my father's chair. This is where he used to lie down. You can have so many things about that simple, just the vision brings up everything. How does that happen? That's the quality of the mind. That's the understanding. That's the quality of the mind. So this works together. Eye function works with mind function. They are not happening. They're happening at the same time. That's the thing. But because of the fast occurrence of these stimuli, when you stand, you can see the whole room. Can you not? You see the whole room. So when you see the whole room, don't you know that they are there? Just imagine you go to your living room in the morning. You just got up. You go through your living room. Kind of, don't you expect everything to be kind of same like last night? Unless a thief has come and taken everything, you expect everything to be same and looking similar. So you have kind of expectation that the dream is similar, and if the dream is different, you will kind of get agitated. So this mind, the beauty of the mind is there. If you understand how mind works, the burning is going to go down. So what Dr. Sakuntala brought up was, how do we say that it is not real? So okay, we'll go back to that. So you came to the living room, you have so many stuff, you haven't listened to any sound yet, you haven't smelled anything, you haven't touched anything yet, but you see. What do you see? Do you see light, or you see the whole room? You see the whole room. You see the whole room. So how does that happen? That's what we are talking about. How does that happen? So that is because this human mind works so fast. We know that the chair is there, the table is there, the table chairs are there, if there is a flower pot, that is there, TV is there, if the TV is there in your room, in the living room. So everything is there. So this how mind works, how fast mind works, and how mind works, how eye works. So the eye is a camera. You know very well now that eye is a camera. But then the mind interprets it as chair or the living room or the table. So which part is true in this. Actually, you definitely now, I think after listening, even Joel can understand that, I think, because we have talked about that a lot. So the living room or the chair or the table, whatever, is actually a output of your mind function. That's the thought. That thought has all the features of the five sensory organs. If you have touched a chair before, if you have, I mean, I don't think anyone licks a chair, but if you have the smell of the chair, if it's like a newly painted one, you might even smell the chair. Even if it's a dirty chair, sometimes children make it so dirty it can get smelly, so you have to throw it away. Yeah, something like that. And you see the chair, but the thing is, the whole mind, the output of this output is the chair. So when we understand that this is how it works, there's a sensory organ function. Yes, I was working, vision happened, then suddenly there's a living room. So we definitely understand that the living room is a perception. It's not there anyway. It's a perception. If a mother doesn't know English language, they would call it sale. Sale is a kind of a word for living room in Sinhala. And in Tamil language, someone would say something else. In Chinese language, someone would say something else. Actually speaking, if someone is living only inside the jungle, they would never know what it is. They don't have a mental picture of a living room. And that's the thing. So this mental picture, we clearly understand that the mental picture is just a construct. That's the beauty of the mental construct. What about the actual the visual picture, the photo? Is that true? Now, this is the problem. Now, here it is a bit difficult to understand. But if you have the idea of, how olden days we had a bulb which near to pass out flickers slowly than before. When it flickers very fast, there's a light. But when it flickers slowly, it flickers, but there's no constant light. Even lightning, you see it as a light because there's a fast vibration. Actually, if you are a physicist, you will know the light is actually a fast vibration. It has a frequency. If it doesn't happen into that frequency, you can't actually have a light perception. So how is this function happen? How does this eye work? Because eye is a beautiful sensory organ. Not every organism has eyes. We have discussed it. The unicellular bacteria doesn't have an eye. So we can't talk about an eye world with that unicellular organism. Some multicellular organisms, they don't have eyes. They have some other sensory functions. To limited number of animal species, they have eyes. But the variety of their eye function is also different. We see white light because the frequencies are different. This human eye, the vibrations are in the frequency is in kind of in one area, one limit is there. So the eye can telepathize or synchronize to only that vibration. So when they synchronize, we call it as a vision or seeing or light. But due to the variations of the light, you see kind of things in that, because there are so many variations in that. But the pure white light is possible because of the vibration of the cells in the eye. If someone is interested, there are 2 types of cells. It doesn't really matter whether you know them or not. It's just cells in the eye. If the cells in the eye didn't work, no way that human can telepathize light or see. So if you synchronize to the frequency of that, there has to be some vibration in your eye cells, the rods and cones. That if they are not there, you're not going to telepathize light. That means you're not going to see anything. So when you see, so why can't we remember about it, seeing anything in the first 1 or 2 years of life? That's because it didn't have that mind component. You know, when I said, when I walk in the morning to the living room, I can see the living room. No. Child, the small 6-week baby didn't have that idea. So what do they have? They just feel. They feel the light. So if the torch is shown into the eyes to check for the red reflex, it's difficult for them. It's just, they feel it. That's all. If you make a sound by hitting the table to check their reflexes, they just feel the vibration. They don't actually understand what is happening. There's no kind of perception there. It's just feel. If you touch them, you think mother is touching child. But actually what happens is there's a perception, but there's no mental formation. There's no mental perception, but there is a perception of touch. So which one is true? The speed of the light, if it was not there, actual vision is not there. And if the function of the eye wasn't there, if the person is born without the rod cells or the cone cells or with the defect of them, no synchronicity with the light. So you can't talk about a world of light. So can you imagine that well, you can imagine that now because you have seen it, and now you can imagine a world without light? Yes, because if you go blind, now you still have the idea of the light, but the person who has no any ability to synchronize to the light perception, you can't, you don't know. But the rats, not the rats, bats actually have the ability, like they have like a radar system. They don't really see. They don't really use the eyes as such, but they use a radar system where they emit that and catch the vibration, the vibration. They kind of maneuver themselves by that. We don't have that ability. But can you imagine, even bat has a world. Bat has their own world. They don't have the world of light. They don't have that story, but they have another story. But humans, because of the ability for these every 5 sensory organs, they have the ability to synchronize to any levels of this mind. Mind has so many levels. Mind has, actually not mind, sorry, I apologize, the stimulus, one stimulus, if you take the chair, the thought actually has all these possibility of all these vibrations at one point. So that's the beauty of human thought. So the human thought, actually, if all the five sensory organs are properly functioning, the ability to synchronize to the sounds, ability to synchronize to the light, ability to synchronize to the touch, and there is a world formed in that. And on top of that, because of the speed of the sensory organs, you feel that the light is actually existing. That's the problem with the consciousness. If you feel the light, feel that is because that you have taken it for granted. The speed of this eye, how the rod cells and cone cells work, the speed of that is the speed of light. Imagine, you never thought that the speed of light, your matching speed of light. So the speed of light, if that matching is there, you call it seeing, and seeing has happened. But you only see that because now it's not only that you see something. How do you do that? That's because of the fast vibration happening at the same time. It becomes like a picture, outline. If you can understand this through anything, it doesn't matter what, any example, lightning, the light, bulb, anything. It's really important to feel this. So actually, why we are even able to entertain light is because of the speed. If the speed is taken out, just imagine if the earth stops going around, you know how fast the earth is going, we don't even feel that. We don't even feel that. We don't even feel the earth going around the sun. No, we don't. So, if this speed is not there, the living, we can't actually talk about a living. That's how it is. So this speed has brought all the sensory functions to have the feel of consciousness. That's the reason for the consciousness, or the life feel. So on top of that, because they all come together and you all feel it as the one thing, then the chair, you feel the chair as real. It's really beautiful if you can feel this truth. Because that day we were talking about piercing through one stimulus. That's the vidarshana. So you just have to feel this. It's through wisdom that you do this. You can't, if you have heard this Dhamma and you feel it, that's all. Yeah, I would invite, yes, Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything to add? Or?
Yeah, actually, you sort of more or less completed all the aspects. As you very correctly said, the consciousness of each faculty, that means the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, or the consciousness means that feeling of existence of a light, feeling of existence of a sound, feeling of existence of a smell. So this is common to all five senses. And
actually, the misunderstanding here is that it is misunderstood as self-existence. That's a complete disaster. That's what we are addressing. So the actual feelings will never go away, because the eye, as far as eye is functioning, the body is functioning, the respiration is ongoing, seeing will happen, hearing will happen, body functions will happen, mind will continue to work, but this misunderstanding or the ignorance will not be there. That's all. Yeah.
yeah, so that is the combination of this is called the mind consciousness or the thought, in other words. Now, you gave some examples. Every item in the living room is a separate thought. So when we do not realize that speed is the decisive factor in all these things, we feel that all are existing or continuing the same, same feel is being continued as permanent or existing. So this is the pitfall actually, because we do not realize that this is the result of a speed. There is a world, materialistic world, and then in relation to the materialistic world, I am there, I am experiencing the world. So this is what is seen in the mundane world, what is understood in the mundane world. But when we realize that this is the result of the speed, everything, and also the fact that depending on the ability of the senses of different living beings, something is created, and what is created is taken as true. So we have no way of finding out exactly what is there outside. We have to assume and we have to accept whatever is created by the sense faculties, and we act according to what we perceive. So this is basically, I think, what we have to say. I mean, why we say that it is not true. Why we say that what is experienced is not true or cannot be true, or we don't know. There's no way of confirming. Maybe the Surangika also can add something. There was Saranai. Surangika, are you free to talk?
Yes, Sarvanchana, Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Kokila. Just that point where I think Dr. Kokila has explained this, maybe in the midnight Zoom. I remember one person asked her about, maybe you brought it up in an example about how come, when you're traveling fast on a train or in a car, there are so many things that pass by, but none of those can be remembered. None of those can be experienced because it's you're traveling fast. But then suddenly there's something that can catch your attention. So it is at that point, isn't it, that entire process works, where it is either a sound, or mostly at that time it would be something that is seen. So something catches the eye, and so that whole process that was explained works. And the mind consciousness then identifies what was seen, but then it doesn't stop there. The sense of that existing and the sense of, therefore, that I am seeing it, that entire process arises from there. So actually, the registering of it is, when we say, if there's a vibration, then that's there. What is meant there is that entire process is complete, isn't it there? So it is that self-vibration, the self-view, that once that whole process works, only one actually recognizes that, I saw something. Until then, if you go on a train and everything is whizzing past you, then none of those register. So the registration, the mind consciousness arising, the feeling of existence, and the self-perception, that entire process arises, and the value attached to the stimuli, whether that was, and then all those things arise in that whole process only when that process works. But what do we think? Out of ignorance, we think that how come we saw a lot of things, but then only one thing was, I can remember only one thing, isn't it? Or I seem to have noticed only one thing. There is a bit of confusion sometimes there as well, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, this topic is endless, actually. So it goes here and there. So, we can take any example and it will go to the same thing if we understand the truth behind this. Actually, that's why the burning goes down. You know, when you understand the system, what is left there, you just calm down, isn't it? Just calming down is the beginning, but then you will see how the burning to persist in this dream will go down. But you will be there with so much tranquility and kind of super happiness, where we can't compare that happiness to normal happiness, because normal happiness, you are there. Normal happiness, if someone has never heard this Dhamma and has not understood this Dhamma, you feel happiness, it's you feeling happiness. But here, there is a happiness and there is tranquility, but yeah, that's it. Just like that. Yeah, anything else? Yeah. Any other lines we can talk about?
What happens is there is no merging with the experience, isn't it? The day-to-day activities go on as it is. And conversations are being held.
Yeah, the only way to understand this is to actually if there is a calamity, you can really feel this. The most nice way of really getting this out is there's a whole big calamity that you feel that you are awakened from that calamity. You are in the calamity, but you're not there, kind of thing. So you're doing everything, but you're still not there. You're talking
It's
also,
like
you're not still there.
Yeah, it's like a film unfolding in front of.
Yeah. But if you
something
think
like
about it also, it comes in a mind picture also, so we kind of discourage that. But what happens is has to experience, yeah. Because when we try to say something, it comes to the mind picture, like when Narayan says there's a sadness without sadness, everyone starts saying, yeah, that I have a sadness without sadness. I mean, we can't even blame them, because it's how this mind works. If someone, imagine someone says, there's a holmana. What is holmana? A ghost.
Ghost.
There's a ghost. And sometimes the other person, if the other person is also in that mindset, other person might say, oh yeah, I saw the ghost. Oh my God, I saw the ghost. But another person who is not in that mindset might say, what nonsense, it's just a part of the tree, so that's the thing. It's all, whenever we say something, it comes through like kind of a visualization of the mind too. This mind is so beautiful to understand. Actually, it's so tricky to understand, beautiful to understand, really difficult to understand also sometimes, because it's a miraculous production, and it works in different ways. Whatever you say, it will come as a, when you say nisatto nijivo sunyo, if you take the sunyo is empty. Everyone starts saying, yeah, it's empty. And this emptiness is actually the Lord Buddha is talking about the emptiness of the self vibration. Not the room is empty. So that's the thing. The room is there, like living room is still there, like before. But actually, because it's not feeling as real, the burning is not there. So the self vibration is not there. So that's a kind of a different aspect. So it's very important to get the aspect or the way to look at it. And the more you polish the way to look at it by these discussions, it really works. I mean, we are not the experts in telling this. I tell this all the time. We have flaws. We may have flaws everywhere, but still we try to give the message as much as possible. As much as we feel, because we are all in path. Whether it's different levels of the path, it doesn't matter. It's still the path. Yeah. Yes, Rang.
There was one experience, was it last week? Dr. Kokila actually was quite strange because it was the same day that Aryan Vahansa explained the burning without burning thing. So every quarter, as part of as part of my job, I have to review papers, and every quarter, like a prayer, if the papers don't meet the standard, there is an agitation. So that happens, of course. The agitation over time has reduced considerably, because if it is not, it I think comes from a point where even from childhood days where there was this thing of everything has to be done right or correctly. So that kind of thing has always been there as probably a trait. So and that day as well, there were a few things that had not been done right, and so I had spoken to the manager, and then she was far too busy to come back and gave me a time, like somewhere way in the evening, that she will call me back on that. So and so true to the trait, personality trait, the fact that the thought arose that cannot wait till that long. Something needs to be done now itself. Time is ticking. And so made a few calls to various people to sort it out. So a couple of people acknowledged the problem and said they will address it. One person understood part of it and pushed back on another part of it, saying whatever that was done was adequate. At that point, generally there would be further agitation because there was a pushback. But there was no agitation. The communication was made. The person, whatever that was said, was accepted as just a thing. What we call it, an incident, and the matter was over. But later on in the night, another thought arose, saying, and in that thought, it struck that incident in the morning, that was actually an agitation, wasn't it? Like, after a long time, a burning sensation. But then that burning sensation wasn't like, and then it was just almost like acknowledged that it was, there was an agitation. Yeah, so what? And that was also not through like reflection, thinking, and that type of thinking. So I don't know whether you call it a burning without burning.
The second part.
Yeah.
The second part is thinking. Whatever happened, happened. So whatever happened, we can't unfold. All the experiences, we are not trying to unfold them. But the thinking part, we can't really take it as serious really, because it's just thinking. We can go back and think about it, but the jnana, or the feel that you are not there, is in the experience itself, not after. So in one thought you can get this burning, and in the second thought you can attribute that to burning without
Myself.
burning. That's not that valid. That's okay, because you're trying to understand Dhamma, but it's not validating the past experience. That should be understood. But actually,
Yes,
if you felt the burning at the same time, if you felt the non-existence, that's a different story. But if just felt the agitation, you can't really correct it now, but you can understand what your parameters are. So the parameters here that you should understand about yourself is that you don't like failures. You have to actually dig into this. You don't like failures. So if you don't like failures, where is that going?
yeah,
Who
so
is going to address that? Because if you keep thinking that this is burning without burning, then you're not addressing the main issue. The main issue is you don't like the failure because you thought it might fail, and you wanted to correct it immediately, and you didn't have any like, you had that urge. But this is very, very difficult to say. So it's only Samditika, or the only intimate to you how that burning happened. But what I'm saying is, according to the story, only I can say something. Second thought, which happened at night, we can't say anything by that. It's just a recollection of your incident and recollection of the Dhamma. That's fine. That's okay. But we can't really rectify the problem of the burning there, which happened. But the actual thing is, some factors we have gained through life, some experiences that we have gained through life, some patterns, I would say, attitudes, some patterns. So how do I give an example? So imagine mistake in medical field. That's really dangerous, isn't it? But can it happen? It can happen. So you can keep a meticulous eye on them, but still a mistake can happen. So what if a mistake happens is a different story. And when you feel that the mistake is happening, rectifying the mistake is different as well. So the rectifying the mistake, and the mistake is happening, rectifying the mistake, trying to rectify the mistake, and acknowledging the mistake. The 3 stages, I would say. I don't know, you can add something more. I'm just taking an example from my work. So you felt it, you try to rectify it, but it's kind of happened, and you acknowledge it. And so you kind of acknowledge, you don't put blame to others, you just take the blame. Or if it was totally unrelated, you might say you could have done this. So because we do like a post incident discussion where we try to understand what went wrong, because that's for learning. But all this, if the self is there, it's completely different. If the self is not there, it is completely different. So we are talking as people in the path, but if like a complete an arahant who has completed the path, that who doesn't feel alive, or the alive feel is not prominent, then he will cruise through every stage that we were talking about without any burning at all. So identifying the mistake, trying to rectify the mistake, acknowledging the mistake, trying to learn from the mistake, apologizing for the mistake. For the whole team, you might apologize. So it's really really difficult to say, because it changes from work to work, it changes from the scenario to scenario, it changes from the people around you as well. You know, when Lord Buddha came back, after realizing Dhamma or feeling Dhamma, he came back to the 5 teachers. They thought that the teacher is, the Lord Buddha is coming, or Siddhartha is coming, because he lost the path. But then Lord Buddha said, have I told any lies before to you? Have I said anything untrue to you before? So then they were like, no, then can you listen? And they listened. So there are so many things that the surroundings matter, the way you handle things matter, your attitude matters. And when your burning is not there, everyone can feel the ease around you. They can't get agitated, but they might get agitated, it's fine. But what I'm saying is, you're not putting more agitation to them. So everything calms down automatically, but the problem can be rectified if it can be. If it is not, yeah, it's not. So the understanding, the urge to maintain this dream is very tricky, because you might not actually feel about any of these things really badly. Like the burning will be like, if it was 75%, maybe now 25%. Still, if the dream is kind of true, it might leave an imprint. So you have to be careful. You have to be careful.
It's actually very, very tricky, Dr. Kunkila, because the what did I say? The agitation, slight agitation. You know, the thing is, now everything is like that spider in the cobweb. The slightest tremor is felt, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like 25%. You feel it like 100%.
Yeah. So even that slight agitation was felt, but it's almost as if I don't know. You can't say ignored. Felt, and still another thought came.
As a person who has listened to Dhamma for about 4 years now, is it?
3.5 years. Almost.
Yeah, kind of 3.5 years. If Aran Wahanse came to this Zoom, he would say, Surangika,
stop thinking.
Don't stop thinking. Yeah, that's all he will say. He will not say what I said, because I'm really junior to him. I'm like explaining the whole thing, but he would just say, Surangika, can you stop thinking? What are you doing?
Meaning about that incident, is it?
Yeah, whatever, yeah. Whatever. Yeah. If it was not leaving an imprint. What are you thinking? Coming home and thinking, was there agitation or wasn't there agitation? Is there agitation? Is it agitation without agitation? What's that business?
No, that was also just one single thought in the night. I mean, I thought I'd just,
You can say that.
yeah, I mean, it just popped up in the mind because out of the blue, sir, I had forgotten about that whole incident. And that is the other beautiful thing about this Dhamma, isn't it? Everything doesn't
Yeah,
linger on.
true.
And I had moved on to other things and done, and suddenly I think before going to bed or something, this thing popped up as another thought, and I thought, that thing, really, okay, and then even that went off,
Yeah,
and then off I went to bed.
my important point I had to bring up is, if you have a feature that you would not like dying.
I didn't
Just
understand
simple.
that, Dr. Kokila. Can you explain that?
Yeah, like if you don't like failures, who would like to die?
Yes,
Dying is a simple giveaway thing, isn't it? You like completely surrender. And who surrenders with happiness? If you can actually surrender to anything in normal life, you surrender to life, death as well, because every thought, every task becomes the part of the dream. Even dying is just part of the dream, because it's just another thought. Even the task is similar. So if you are actually awakened from the dream, it doesn't necessarily matter, does it? But if you have an urge which is underneath, as I said, it can be 25% of the urge before, but still it's not zero. If it's not zero, you need to just dig out and see. But there's a point that Aranansi says, yes, there's a burning without burning. But then if it is just coming out as a thought secondary to the incident, I don't think that is good enough. I think it has to be felt at the point of burning. It has to be felt. It's the felt word is very important. It has to be felt at the moment of incidence. So you feel the burden, you feel that the burden is not a burden. You feel the burning, you feel that the burning is not a burning. You feel the urge to rectify, but you feel that there's no underlying burning. This is very subtle. You have to feel it then and there. That's what I'm trying to say, but I don't know whether my message is really clear.
Yeah, that was the point I wanted to raise, Dr. Kokta. So by that time, I had not even heard this. As I mentioned, it was the same day that Taran very late in the night, explained that, and that particular Andonatmaka Desana, I listened only the following day.
Now, next time you might actually feel it. You know what I mean? Because that Aranwansi has brought it up.
Now he has brought it up, but then coincidentally, another friend who listens to Buddothpado sent me 2 days later a talk between Aranwansi and Swarnamali about Deyak Navana Dukak, kind of, sadness without sadness type of explanation that he had given, I think, a couple of months ago, which I had forgotten about. And in that, Swarnamali says very clearly that burning is coming clearly from the mind. So in that talk, Aryanvans didn't go to the extent that he went to in the recent talk. And he stopped at the explanation Swarnamali gave, and to a certain extent he explained a little bit more, but not to this extent. And there she said that clearly the anguish or the whatever is coming from the mind. So what the ultimate thing is, what I'm trying to say is, obviously, as people on the path, and Aranwansi explained yesterday and today also, I think that clearly don't try to, become overconfident. This is a very tricky point he mentioned, particularly for those who are explaining the Dhamma to others and so on and so forth, that the burning without burning is clearly the state of the Arahat. So no one is trying to, kind of compare against that. But these are also things that as as there is progression in the path, in subtle levels, they are felt, isn't it? That's the thing that I wanted to kind of bring up in this forum,
Yeah.
isn't it? So,
Yeah,
whilst it
yeah.
is not to that point 100%, as you say, that is
Yeah.
felt. The
Yeah,
degree of
if
it
the
becoming lesser and lesser, isn't it?
yeah, if the problem is the happiness and the sadness is kind of different to anguish or the fear. So the fear, anguish,
The burning is a
the
bit different because that's a bit more intense, isn't it? Slightly.
yeah, it is a bit more intense because it's not the kind of the. So imagine small baby. Small baby is not angry. Can you see that?
Mm.
Even the baby is crying so hard. Baby is not angry. I don't know if you can feel this. 6-week-old baby is crying hard because the tummy is hurting. But baby is not angry because my tummy hurts. Oh my God, why my tummy is hurting? That's not like that. The crying is due to the actual the feelings. So this is something that we can all kind of
It's actually something like
feel.
happening in two layers, isn't it? Superficial
Yeah,
layer and deep-seated layer. The deep
yeah.
layer is calm all the time, and the things are everything is happening at
Yes,
the superficial layer.
yes, yes, yes. So the underneath vibration is 0 in an arham, but it can
Yeah.
be low. But the top part, there is functioning, there is calamity, there is things. But if you felt as ice, that is beauty. That is the thing. There's fire, but you feel as an ice. Yes, that's
Yeah.
exactly what
So,
Paramahansa is saying. Yeah, I think we are running out of time.
yeah. Yes.
Thank you so much for coming for the discussion. Thank you for coming and listening, Joel and Shani, for reading the book and coming for all the other Dhamma friends. We worship Paramahansa for his noble guidance, noble friendship, and we worship him every day. May Triple Gem bless you all. May you all understand Dhamma. Thank you.
There was some
A deep awareness, watching your thoughts that come and go. It is an awareness where you always see the thought that arises in your mind, and then you let it go as you know it is a lie. This letting go of thoughts is called Animitta Samadhiya. There are no thoughts here. It is only an awareness. This Animitta Samadhiya does not wear off. This is a Samadhiya that belongs to the supramundane plane or Lokottara Bhumiya, where There is no person or a thing. What they are of, or the samadhi that is only temporary, is the samadhi that you feel when you practice samatha bhavana or the concentration meditation. The samatha bhavana samadhi belongs to the laukika bhumi, mundane plane, where there is you and where the outside is true. Please try to follow the path to nirvana using this practical advice. Put some effort to search for the pure truth. Try to follow our advice and go on the path, because now you have found the correct path to nirvana. We hope that all our advice would help you spiritually develop yourself. May you all be blessed with the blessing of the Noble Triple Gem. Everyone, son, everybody.
Therun Sarnai Shani, thank you for reading the book for us. The last 2 pages of the True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. The contents of the 2 pages you read briefs about the concentration meditation and the samadhi or the calm state that you achieve with the concentration meditation, and how it is different from the insight meditation. So actually the concentration meditation, you achieve some calmness in your mind, but it's not lasting forever. It's as long as you concentrate on the stimulus or a particular topic, you will be able to maintain that samadhi status. But the moment your attention moves away to some other topic, that tranquil state will disappear. But with insight meditation, or what is recommended for true Dhamma path, what has been shown by our noble friend R.N. Mahanse, is actually something lasting in all 4 positions, whether you are reclining, whether you are sitting, standing, walking, whatever. In any posture, this status of this tranquility will continue. So therefore, it's important to identify the what is taught in True Dhamma by Lord Buddha, because the concentration meditation and those statuses, those samadhi statuses that were experienced by the people those days were there even before the Lord Buddha was born. So that was they thought that that is the ultimate goal to reach, and that is the end of the pathway. And most of them different. Most of them actually reached different levels, different planes, and they were there for years, many millions of years maybe. But they will. It will not be lasting. It is not the permanent solution. So what Lord Buddha found was that actually the insight meditation, where you will pierce into the thoughts, or you will sort of deeply analyze how the thoughts are formed, how this feeling of self-existence occurs. So it is a kind of self research, and then finally when you realize this this is actually a creation of the sensor functions, and also how the thoughts are formed, and how this self feeling occurs, and then when you know the magic, actually there is no magic in it. So this tranquility, or this samadhi that is achieved through this insight meditation, is the ultimate end of the path. So those were the those were the things, facts that was briefed in these 2 pages that we listened to just now. Therwan Saranai, all our Dhamma friends, we can start our discussion. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Saranai. We'll worship Aran Wahanse for his noble guidance, and so we welcome all the Dhamma friends for the English Zoom discussion. Anyone can bring up a question at any time. You're more like these discussions are for discussing Dhamma, so rather than someone talking about one topic, it's really good if someone can join and bring up something which will help everyone. So we can talk about anything, whether it's the Satyajnana or the truth side, or we can talk a little bit about practical applications as well. We have been discussing about Dhamma for some time. So, yeah, anyone can join, and you're most welcome to bring up a question. Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything?
Yeah, Therwan Saranai, I think we can discuss about how to do this vidarshana, or how to analyze a thought, and then because that is a part of the basic Dhamma teaching, true Dhamma, isn't it? How to do a vidarshana meditation. Will that be a practical point to discuss?
Yeah, we can do that. So how to actually...
How, in the sense, how to, do a practical side. We can,
Yes. Yeah, okay, we'll try.
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about how to, actually this kind of goes back to Satyajnana again, because Satyajnana is the truth, like the actual basics of this Dhamma, what we are talking about. We have talked about it multiple times, but we can't really talk about the how to practice it without that. So I will touch about them as well when we try to say how to. So I will reiterate them again. So it is really important that we understand that actually what happens here is stimulus. That's all what happens. So the sensory organs functioning. So, but because these sensory organs when they function due to the speed, all sensory organs actually gives you kind of a manifestation which becomes really like appear true, very, very true. So the mirage, the example mirage is there because of that. So it appears true. It appears sometimes beautiful, sometimes ugly, sometimes really bad, sometimes good, sometimes painful, sometimes really, good in sensations. So the manifestation can really vary. It varies all the time. But the main important thing is to understand how it is manifested, how this manifestation is ongoing, and in that manifestation, how that feeling of self has happened. So when we come to the question of Dr. Sakuntala, how we can do this, it's mainly specifically through understanding through Dhamma. So when we try to understand Dhamma, if we don't get the understanding properly, there's no program. There's no way that you will do the looking at one stimulus or in any stimulus at that point. So if we talk about that, okay, if we take an example, again, we have to go back as well. Sorry, I had to stop a little bit. So when we talk about something like, okay, we will take a simple example. We take like what, pineapple. So the how thought like pineapple has happened to us. So we kind of go back. We have to. It's kind of a thing that even Lord Buddha has explained a lot. So we go back and try and find out how did this thought has happen. Like thought has come to in this system. It's a data, yes, but how has it happened? So when we try to understand, when we go further down, only we can understand that it is again sensory function. So the sensory function of the eye, the ear, the nose, and the tongue, and the skin. When you say skin, it's really you have to understand the sensory function of the skin is really spread everywhere. The biggest sensory function of the body is the skin, and it has internal applications too. So when you understand that, you kind of get it first that actually the baby didn't have a big mind at all. Then slowly the baby start to get this form world. What is the form world? Is the perceptions. The perceptions start to form. Why? Not because there is someone. It is a system. So how does the system work? When the systems, the eye, the ear, all these systems, when they vibrate at the same time, they just co-vibrate. This is even explained in physics. If you know a little bit about physics, you know that any vibration, any two vibrations, when they vibrate together, there is a kind of a new result, but it's not, you can't really separate it from the first two vibrations, but it acts as a new vibration. So then that's how the mind is formed. The mind itself is actually a vibration. So this new vibration has all the all the features of the 5 sensory function. So when we understand this clearly, then we get the point, the pineapple has all the features of the sensory functions. And if someone cut a pineapple and you are not even within the house, you just enter in the garden and you know that someone inside the house is cutting a pineapple. How did that happen? Just a smell happened, and then the word pineapple comes, the you know that it is what pineapple is, if whatever the picture you have. So if you're a Chinese person, the word pineapple will not come. It may come as something else in Chinese language. So you really get this in the whatever the way that you have the hearing. Hearing is the main way that you get this the input, as whether it is the pineapple or any other language when it says that. So when you enter the garden, you get the smell and it comes, oh wow, someone is cutting a pineapple. So that's how it works. So how does that work? How does a smell brought everything else? That's the beauty of this mind, how mind works. So that's the mind sensor. How does the mind sensor work? Even though it's a new vibration, it has all the features of the other vibration. So it's really important for you to feel this. You have to understand this and also feel this. It's really beautiful. You can feel this at any time. If you kind of go to a supermarket, and you can look at the shelves, and when you look at the shelves, you just looked at all the the features are coming. If you see a fruit like durian, then you know that it is what it is going to be, how it is going to be. Or even if you see, imagine you see someone wearing a mask. Just imagine someone is wearing mask. Everyone is not. Then kind of now you know that person may be sick. How did that come? That came after COVID. Like we usually didn't wear masks before COVID. So now if someone is wearing mask, we kind of know that's maybe that person may be having some kind of thing that is going to the others. So that person is trying to prevent it going to the others. Or that person may be scared that he might get something from the supermarket. But see, the just the visual aspect of it brings the whole thing. Can you feel that? The feeling is the most important thing here, not the actual, just the understanding. So when you feel that, you can understand that how this mind works. Mind is a perception. But when we say perception is actually like a vibration, but that vibration has the qualities, all the qualities. So when you say, if you say that friend, okay, I'm just saying that friend because no word came to my head. So that friend, if you see that, because you may not remember the name, but that friend, and will only that thing come? No, even all the features of that friend will come. All the features, whatever the data that was there forever of that friend. So imagine you meet someone you haven't met for 30 years. You suddenly meet this person who was in your classes, maybe high school. Just if you just see in the supermarket, what would it bring to you? It would bring the whole thing. How does that happen? That's the effect. That's the effect we are talking about. That's the mind sensor, how it works. It's beautiful to feel these things, how everything comes. If it is your enemy, yeah, everything comes. and you might feel the shaking, either with anxiety or either with anger. So that's how it is. So that's actually the understanding of the thought process, or this thinking is the main thing. So when you understand that mind, the perception or the actual thought. So if we take it as my friend, if you take that and there's a little bit more, what? So we know now that my friend is a perception. We kind of know. You have to feel it, but you kind of know that. But then we understand that that perception is like a vibration actually. But how do we feel that it is like kind of true? That's because of ignorance. So far in your life, how old you are, like if you're 30 or 40, 50, 60, 70, it doesn't matter. All this time, you were trained to believe that you are in a world and you exist. The dinosaur happened in the past. Who happened actually? We feel that the dinosaur was in the past, but that's a fact which came to your mind just now. So we are thinking in the future, we predict in the future AI might take over the world. It's okay, but it's a thought. So we kind of keep understanding, okay, we have thoughts, we have millions of thoughts. We have not only thoughts, we have attitudes too. How do we get the attitudes? Okay, we get the attitudes from the thoughts. How? Okay, imagine your mother kept telling you, share. And mother kept telling you to share. And then you go with your packet of lunch. Every day you open the packet of lunch, it's gone because everyone is sharing. But because everyone is sharing, we have like 10 packet of lunches, which will vanish immediately. But that's the attitude, that's habit which is going to cultivate. So you kind of have it. But what do you think we get it? We get it as my habit. That's the problem. We kind of just imagine there's a barrier for the habit. Someone brings a rule, there's some illness going on, no one can share the food. Everyone will be very sad. Why? Because it has become my pattern now. I don't want to change my pattern. So that's how we get attitudes, patterns, habits, whatever. So the way that we think is, they are my habits, they are my way of thinking. Everything is explained in that way. Not only explained, it's actually felt that way as well. It's felt that it is here, that everything is here. So in the childhood, whatever you experience, they are taken as your experiences. And your experiences actually brought up some attitude, some way of living. The way of living is actually environmentally, socially, and there's a manifestation genetically. It's all guided. So, but the thing is, the Dhamma says that there's no self. There's only a thinking that there is a self. Okay, now we get it now. We understand, okay, there's a thinking that there is self. Okay, that's fine. Then then we try to correct this misunderstanding. How do we correct that misunderstanding? We need to understand what we feel here. What do we feel here then? Okay, we'll sort it out. What do we feel here? Okay, then we come to the feel. Because we know that the thoughts are perceptions, kind of. And then we understand the perceptions are even not true. They're like vibrations. So when we talk about the pineapple, we kind of know there's nothing called pineapple actually, but we have a perception called pineapple. In Sinhala, it is annasi. If there's a mother who doesn't know English, and if you go and tell, can I have pineapple? She would know that you're asking for her annasi. But you know, the good thing is if you draw it, because it's a foreigner may draw it and show it. The mother knows exactly what to sell now. Oh, okay. Mahathirone annasida. Then give it. So the foreigner wants a pineapple. Mother understand how, looking at the picture. Or foreigner can Google and show it in the phone. Very easy these days. So mother knows exactly what to sell. So see how perceptions work. But is the perception, it's like a mirage. So when you say that there is a manifestation, it's only a manifestation. So when we understand the manifestation, it's like actually like a vibration, because that's how you can see a pineapple in your dreams. How can you see a pineapple in your dreams? Otherwise, you can't. So this vibration, we understand all that. Then what do we feel now here? Then the feel comes. What do we feel here? Okay, if you're feeling something, it is a sensory function only. That's a speed only. That's the main thing to understand. So when you understand that how you felt so with a, like a weight, you felt pineapple. You felt it's as actually there. But now you know that it's just when that foreigner showed that mother in the phone, because foreigner tried to tell, can you give me a pineapple? But that mother didn't understand why. There was no that perception there. But as soon as you show the phone with the pineapple picture, she knows what to sell, how. Then what actually happened in that mother's system was just the vibration of the eye. So if you're feeling something, it's just the vibration of the sensory function, sensory organ. But you felt it as true because you didn't know that it was only a sensory function. So that's basically in a nutshell. But there's another bit more where when we come to the mind sensor, it is a bit more complicated. Why? Because the mind sensor works on its own. That's the beauty of these humans. Mind sensor works on its own. It's the beauty as well as the demise, because it works everywhere. Like it works in the good side, also the bad side. So how a scientist is bringing up the computer, how a scientist is bringing up a computer to the world, or even a nuclear bomb to the world, is through the mind. They work it out. But at the same time, the suffering is also in the same side, because you keep thinking and thinking and thinking. So the thinking, the mind sensor works on its own. So thinking happens. So when the thinking happens, it acts as another separate organ. It's not an organ, but it acts as a separate organ. Even that is felt as heavy, like it feels as a thing, but you keep understanding it is just because it is the the fast happening of these thoughts that you feel it as a thing. So yeah, then one fine day when your mind is calm and quiet, you might actually feel this. What are you going to feel? You're going to feel that the 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 feel side without the actual the because when you understand Dharma, the power of the thought is going to go down. So when the power of the thought is going down, you directly feel it. Then what do you feel? As I told, what do you feel? It's just the speed of the sensory organ. That's all. Whatever you're feeling, if it's even happiness or sadness, whatever, it is the speed of the sensory organ. But this has to be felt. That is the challenge. This has to be felt. To feel that, the actual mind should be very, very like very not soft. It's a word for that. Like it can't be powerful. Can't be powerful because if it is powerful, the feel is not going to come up. So that's the challenge we have. But still, I think everyone can feel your vibration and actually turning it around to understand as the speed of your sensory functions. It's only that. But in the feel, you have no perceptions as such, just a feel. So I don't know actually whether I actually explained the answer to the question, but this understanding can pop up at any time. But the main problem is a lot of our listeners will stop in between, like the depth of the contemplation will not go deeper to the level of the feel and the non-feel, because it should go to the feel and the non-feel as well. What do you non-feel? The feel is your kind of the vibration which was the reason for your whole samsaric journey, or but the non-feel is that contemplation which happened before, that it is only the speed of the sensory function. That's the turning point. And that point, definitely it is the no self feeling. But the thing is, you have to understand here, it's not a new vibration, it's the absence of vibration that is felt like that. So because we have to tell it to someone, we tell this, but this can't be expressed in the sense explain in deeply, because it is as we tell every day, like Aranahan says, example is salt. Even though we talk about salt, actual feel we never will be able to. Even though the both children, if you have kind of 3 children, all 3 children might say, oh wow, the salt is too much today. This food is so bad. But then the feel that particular tongue had, no one can actually compare that. Even though the words will come out as it's very salty, mom, still feel is different. Feel is unexplainable. Feel has no no comparisons, kind of. Yes, Surangika, can you add something? Devansan, right? or anyone can actually join. Did I answer the question, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, I think you covered most of the areas in relation to this Vidarshana. Now, when we talk about the Vidarshana, the term Vipassana also more or less is discussed around that, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because in
Vipassana is the kind of the fruit.
fruit, yes, yes.
Yeah,
So it is the Sinhalese term as well as Pali, I think, in both languages. So I'm sure most of these, even our listeners who
it
are
is the
not
final
familiar
kind
with
of
it,
outcome.
yeah, outcome, yes.
That's the tranquility or that would be the complete the meditative state that you would get. That's the
Yeah.
outcome.
Actually, when you analyze and sort of very clearly understand how these thoughts are happening, what is this, what is meant by thought, and how it is happening, automatically you realize that all thoughts are happening in that same way. So that is the ultimate result of the meditative process, isn't it? That is what's
Yeah,
called the vipassana, what you
yeah,
experience.
yeah. Even when you say vibration, we need to understand even the words we talk here, they are the same. That's why we always try and say not to get too confused about the wordings or whatever the meanings or anything, because you just have to get the essence of this message, and someone will actually take it very quickly, someone will take ages to take it. If you can feel it, that's the most important thing. Whether you understand the words or not, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. So to feel it, the feeler, the people who feel would be more kind of more have the more potential to actually feel the no self perception as well, because the feel is very important. Like we kind of concentrate about this internal radio. We believe everything that radio says. What is internal radio? Well, you can just sit somewhere and see what the internal radio would do. It would keep doing something, isn't it? Keep telling something. That's the mind. That is the mind that works as a different organ. It it uh, it can actually act as another different organ. So you feel like thoughts as something as well. But in the same time, even when you look at something, the same thinking process comes. So it's everywhere the same thing, but you have to understand there's nothing called mind. It's actually, so Lord Buddha said there's nothing called river, because river is the flow of the water. And there's nothing called rain, because it's the flow of the water. So only the side of the flow of the water is different. When it is perpendicular, it's one thing. It's horizontal, it's something else. But it's always kind of a metaphor trying to explain that mind is actually the fast occurrence of millions of stimuli or the thoughts. That's why we feel as we are inside the dream. This dream is really a good dream. Even if it's ugly, all the beings, whether it's humans or any other being, loves to get trapped in these things. Why? Because that's where you get the life feel. So there is a fight every day to maintain the life feel. This is very tricky, and it's very important to understand. This urge to like something outside. Imagine you like your car. Just imagine if you like your car, how sad it will be when it is damaged. And if you really like it and you have never heard this Dhamma. But when you hear this Dhamma, you know, like it's a perception, and that perception is actually not true. Then the car is there, you clean it, you can do whatever, you can drive it, yeah, you use it, yes, but you know, it's just another thought. And what happens actually here is when you understand the stimuli, the main thing you understand is the when the stimuli is not taken as a thing, your burning is also disappearing. That's the main rationale here. Understanding that there was no self at all, then what you felt was the feel was actually the stimuli. But that goes away when you understand the stimuli is just the vibration of the sensory organ. So this has to be combined in somewhere, that when the stimuli is not a thing, or the value is not there, and the feel, you definitely, if you feel it as only the sensory function, the alive feel is not there. That's the most important thing. That's that Aranahanse reiterates every day. It's good to feel this rather than just knowing. Surangika, do you have the chance to talk?
Therwan Sanai, Dr. Popida. It's just the ownership that is not there, isn't it? The thought can still arise as a perception, but because, as you said, it no longer is real or becomes a thing, the attribution to the self is non-existent, because that whole thing has been seen through and through, type of thing. The thought can still arise, but that's where the vipassana kanika samadhi comes in, isn't it? That meditative state, because the vidarshana has been
Yes,
done
100%.
already.
Yeah. Yeah, you can continue. Yeah, it's actually very important, because if we don't add it, listeners can get confused, because you just realize that there's no self, and then you keep realizing that in day-to-day life, and that's all what happens. Because when you keep realizing that I, me, mine was just a thought, which was based on misunderstanding or ignorance. Who would like to be in ignorant feeling? No. Then when the ignorance is not there, no way that you will be feeling the burning, because the burning or the self-perception or the self vibration was just this only there when the ignorance is there. So it's really beautiful to understand this, and when you understand this, you clearly get that there was never a self. What was there was just a misunderstanding, and then thoughts come. The eyes will work, the ears will work, the sensory function of the tongue and the nose and the skin will be there. So you will feel the pain, you will feel the temperature, you will feel the, the good or bad. You know that good or bad. It's not like the, when people go through, there's a pattern in the society. The arahant is not going to like act as They don't know the patterns of the society. It's going to be like the similar way, because that's the way that is happening at this moment. So, the normal, even Lord Buddha said so much things about, how to handle this, the specific things. But the main message is not that. Main message is non-vibration. But good things, bad things, yes, you know that it is good or bad or whatever. But without the vibration, it doesn't necessarily matter. Without the vibration, you will do the best. There would be a best outcome if you're making, like Tikara made pots, and you're going to do a good job in that. You can't sell if you're not doing a good job. No one will buy it. He actually kept it outside, and people used to put money there. He didn't even put a cost for that. I know that is not heard these days, but at that time it was like that. So the times are different, but at the same time, the main thing to understand is the sensory functions would continue to function as normal, and the patterns would be there without the ownership, and the habits will be maybe there without the ownership. But some habits are going to disappear. What are the habits that are going to disappear? Well, the hatred, the lot of mainly if you think about jealousy, there's so many words in there that they will not even occur, because there's no way that it is going to occur. So they are going to disappear, because usually if you feel the other vibration, because you are not there, your judgment is going to become the other person's judgment, kind of. That how suffering the other person is, and there's no harm is going to come to that person, if at all. The effort will be to get the other vibration around vibration. If you can't, it's fine. If you can help, that's all. Yeah, thank you, Suranka, for adding that. Yeah, you can continue.
I think we are running out of time now, Dr. Govinda. Thank you for that beautiful explanation.
Have we run out of time?
No, just closing in on that time now, 2 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Aranasa is also here. I don't know. They can talk anyway. We can, we are almost coming to the 4 o'clock Zoom meeting. Thank you very much for coming to the Zoom discussion. And we try to give this Dhamma in English language as much as possible, and try to help any human being who is tuned into this Zoom discussion at any point, even in future, it doesn't matter. And we will try to do that. And thank you so much, and we worship Paranasa for his noble guidance. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Terun Sarnai, Dr. Govinda. Terun Sarnai, Aran Mahansa. Namaskar. Terun Sarnai,
Terun Sarnai, all Dhamma friends.
Terun Sarnai, Aran Mahansa. Namaskar.
to Nirvana is a miraculous journey. No matter how many problems you have or how many people are gathered around you or whatever you do, you will always be mindful in your home. When you say that you are in your home, it means you are progressing on your path to Nirvana. Once you develop a very good mindfulness, you will not wander about in this samsara, in this cycle of rebirth and death. Mindfulness will be your home. Even if you die tomorrow, you will maintain your mindfulness until your end. At the end, it is only your mindfulness that will remain with you. Mindfulness is our home. You receive thoughts when you stray away with your thoughts and think of your past and your future. Your thoughts give rise to even more thoughts. When you realize that your mind is getting carried away with your thoughts, you should quickly bring your mind back to your home. Yoniso Manasikara means the moment a thought arises, you should become mindful about it. You should immediately see that thought with wisdom, which means that there is nothing in that thought and that it is a lie. Seeing that in your thought will quickly take your mind back to your home. When your mind is at home, you can feel the peace and the light-heartedness. Again, as soon as another thought arises, you should immediately look at it using the wisdom of the Yathabhuta Jnana. This wisdom is that you look at the thought and see that the outside does not exist, that it is only a thought. Then you also see that even the thought does not exist. The thought too is a lie. Then after seeing the thought with awareness and wisdom, you must bring back your mind back to your home and stay home. You should always be mindful. Be at home. When you are always mindful, it can be described as a samadhi. Then sun everybody.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We worship our Heavenly and thank you very much, Shani, for reading the book. We will start the discussion. So we have been talking around this topic a lot, but I think it's a simple. It's very good, very important to kind of understand this in a simple way. rather than making it very confusing. If a person's mind is simple, then it's better to take it as simple. But if the mind is complicated, maybe you have to take it in that aspect. But not necessarily that it should be complicated. So we can talk about any topic if someone has a topic. You can bring up a question if you like to. This whole path is something that you should feel. When we say even, this whole thing, something, the production of the system or the sensory organs. That's very simple sometimes. That's the only thing that will be told to someone, and someone might be able to actually understand that with that simple sentence. But it's difficult for us because we have so much data in our system, and we put it here and there and try and compare and see which one is correct. The one I knew before is the correct, or the one I know now is the correct, or what I am going to know in future is the correct thing. Actually, none of these things are correct, but they're all thoughts. Whatever you feel is also actually not correct, because that's the speed of the sensory organ. And that's all. And in that way, it becomes simpler. And in that way, the Dhamma won't stress you, because Dhamma actually shouldn't be stressing you, because Dhamma is no self-Dhamma. Dhamma is explaining how the thoughts are not actually real, and how they are manifestations, and how the feel is just a manifestation of sensory function. It can be the 5 sensory function, or even the mind. Mind has very different outcomes, emotions, happiness, sadness, So we need to understand that this whole system has different outcomes according to their system variability. So it doesn't necessarily matter which system or which sensory organ. It's just understanding, it's just a manifestation. So if you're feeling something, it's actually the manifestation which has become a thing to you. Anyone can ask a question if you want to, and or anyone can join in. Is there a specific thing that we can talk over? Surangika, can you add something? Whatever you heard something today, or you can add anything. So Dharma is also here. Whoever who can unmute the mic can talk.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ડોක්ටර්. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ධම්ම friends. ආරම්භ නමස්කාර වේවා. Doctor, yesterday in the groundbreaking revelations, I don't know whether you were able to listen to that, doctor, that somebody asked a beautiful question regarding the sadness, suffering, and Aryan Hanse explained, okay, that sadness or suffering, actually sadness, it is that level, even in a very advanced level also, what happens is, it is not the sadness that diminishes or disappears, but it
Oh,
is
yeah.
the self. Yeah, doctor. So can we discuss that?
Yeah, I
Maybe,
think that
yeah,
was pretty obvious that
yeah,
the center is which will go away. The self perception is the one which will diminish. Self vibration would be the one which is going to diminish. That's what the whole scenario about, whether you have the poison or whether you don't have the poison, and those how these concepts or arguments can, oh, actually they are not even true arguments here, because we are not talking about outside. We are talking mainly about this inside vibration, the self vibration, and we are talking about the inside burning. We are talking about the self. So the self perception or self view, how all these happen, and that's all that is. And actually, Lord Buddha answered this question nicely. Someone asked that question. Not someone, actually. I think it's the same mind question, because it's a Mara, but it was asked that, Lord Buddha, are you feeling sad now? But then Lord Buddha answered, what for? When no, I think that he asked first, are you happy now? And he answered, but to have what for? Like, by having what? And then I think next question was, are you sad then? And then again the answer was, why? Because only thing that was lost is the idea that everything is existing and the self is here. So it's a beautiful example, actually, that gives us idea about this, how this system works. So if that's the whole thing. What actually finally dissolves is the vibration here, not anywhere, any other vibration. So you will see things as normal, you will hear things as normal, you will feel things as normal, but there won't be any burning. So what has dissolved is only this self vibration or the self burning. So yeah, I think it's very beautiful, and the main specifically this mind sense is difficult because we can even relate to we when we started discussing when Joel joined us, Joel asked actually I so we can say I'm not happy. So how does that happen? So whether the happiness has an owner, whether the sadness has an owner. Is it I am sad, or is this mind sense? So that is very difficult, even though we tell it. We can tell it by another thought. You can keep telling, yeah, the sadness is not yours, sadness is the mind sensor, sadness is not yours, sadness is the mind sensor. You can keep telling. So the keep telling part is okay, but actually this is going to be varied if you actually understand this Dhamma properly. Then you don't have to actually keep thinking about that, because originally whatever you feel, you don't actually put into the idea of self. There's some burning happening, but it's not you burning. So when center dissolves, you still have these sensor functions of the mind sensor, the happiness, sadness, but there's a specific feel that it's not actually it's not felt here. So yeah, that's the basic thing. I could say, can you add something, Suranka?
Dr. Pokida. Yeah, I think that was there were some clear distinctions drawn, wasn't it, Sudharma, last night when Aranvanse explained that. I think he put it into like 3 categories: the mundane person, how they see and how they experience something, and then the person on the path, and then finally the Arahat. I think taking the example of, I think it was a coconut tree or
Yes.
something. Yeah, so
The
mundane person, sorry?
Yes, Ms. Rangika, vitakka, vichara, savitakka and avitakka. Please
Yes,
explain.
that's right. So the mundane person, when they encounter a coconut tree, would immediately either there'll be an aversion to the coconut tree, or there'll be some kind of value attached, and therefore an attachment to the coconut tree. For example, if the coconut tree is really bearing a lot of fruit, and then there's a lot of benefit from the tree, then there would be, this coconut tree is good, it gives us shade, it gives us all these things. We make, catch and stuff as well, from the branches, so on and so forth, or it has been there for a long time, and so on and so forth. But for example, supposing the coconut tree somewhere, at the edge of the fence, and the coconuts are falling onto the road, and people are, each time a coconut falls and there is a near miss of somebody, they blackguard the people in the house and yell and use filthy language and scold, and then but the owners don't want to cut the coconut tree down. So then it's a mixture of feelings, isn't it? They want the coconut tree for the benefits of it and the coconuts and so on, but at the same time they have this stress and anxiety about the coconuts falling onto somebody else, and the worry that one day it can lead to a bigger issue. So there can be aversion, clinging, all these kind of things, all because of what? In either way, there is a value and attachment to that stimuli for the coconut tree, because for them it is real, isn't it? For them it's there in the external world, and because it's there is an I that has been created on this side. And so as a result, the entire duality and the experience, the sensations, the emotions, everything arises, including the burning, the heaviness, and so on. So that was the vitakka, the active thinking and ruminating about it with an external object becoming a reality. But then the person on the path, or the follower of the truth, would still experience or encounter the coconut tree, but understanding the true Dhamma, would know that there is no such thing as a coconut tree. It's all a perception through the sensory perceptions, a manifestation due to the vibration, as Dr. Pokita said. And therefore, but still, at that point, there is an active reflection, isn't it? What you said, as Savitakka is the active reflection point. Even if you put it into the first stage and the second stage of points of stages of contemplation, the follower can think there's no such thing. What is coming across is just a shape, and this is only arising in the eye, and that there is no such thing as a coconut tree. It is the mind that says that it is a coconut tree. And then even if in the second stage, they can still be in the process of still understanding that this is a thought, and what is in the thought, just perceptions only, because that itself can be quite challenging. So So there are quite a few. It's a protracted process even in that second stage of the ones on the path, because it can be different at different stages where the understanding is. But finally, with the case of the Arahat, with the fully awakened ones, the perceptions are still perceptions. The coconut tree will still be a coconut tree in terms of encountering it. I mean, it doesn't turn into a shape, just what should I say, an abstract shape or anything like that. For the Arahat, it's also still a coconut tree, because everything is seen in the same way as before. The perceptions arise in the same way as before. But there is no burning, because the self-view is gone, because the stimuli doesn't become real. But I think that the complex point that R.N. Vansi was trying to say in terms of sadness was that there can be traits in each system. We call these systems, different systems, right? From the various experiences that have been perceived from childhood days, even from the zygote level, isn't it? That first vibration, that first underlying power, and then to that there will be added from the genes of the parents various traits, and then to that there can be further things added by the background in which that person grew up in, then their own social experiences, education, and so on. But particularly, I think R.N. Vansi was referring to the genes and the traits that can even come, that have been there since childhood, some things that, characteristics that have come from our parents. Like if a mother is a little, snappy and irritating, or a person who is quick-witted or something like that, those traits can come to this particular vibration, this particular self. So those, even at the point of arahathood, would not necessarily dissipate. So in the case of the sadness that is that has been long entrenched in that individual from childhood days, can still be there as a trait in that person. Like, for example, a very compassionate person, a kind person who feels always very sympathetic towards children, sympathetic towards dogs, and all, will still have that very sympathetic, empathetic manner. So those were the traits that he was referring to when he said that even at the point of Arhat, when everything is fully realized and the self-vibration is completely gone, those traits can still remain, but without that burning, because the underlying rationale for making that a thing, making that sadness a thing, has now been completely dissipated. So the sadness can come as an emotion, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, as an emotion of and a feature of the mind consciousness, the mind sensor, because just like the other sensors have its innate features, the eye has the light and the ear has the sound, and so on, the mind consciousness or the mind sensor, the features of it is emotions like sadness, happiness, various types of those kind of emotions can still arise. So I think tagged on to those is that sadness element as well, which would still then arise without that ability, without the burning and the heaviness, which is that part is actually it's a bit complicated, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, because R.N. Vansi was saying about that the previous day, about the recognition that it is there as a burn, as a thing that pops up at that moment, but it's still, there is an underlying layer of calmness where it doesn't penetrate to that point, but it is still recognized as a burning that arises by just automatic reaction of the system, isn't it? Maybe Dr. Kokla can elaborate on that a bit more. Then what's her name? Can you hear me, Sudhamma?
Yes, Miss Surangika, but Dr. Kokila
Oh
is
yeah, she's
also
got, Dr. Kokla, your mic is on mute.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
sorry.
busy. Sorry.
Sorry, actually. So yeah, it was so beautiful. I think it is getting very clear to everyone how mind sensor work, how other sensory organs work. Yeah, if we can take it in simple way, it is much easier to understand. And mind sensor has so many emotional aspects and hormonal aspects also are joined to that. Responses which are habits, and I was talking about how the genetic aspects. So we know in anyone, genetic aspects, environmental aspects, the cultural aspects, everything molds this dream. This dream is kind of that, because Tarzan knew only what Tarzan knew. We can't really compare what Tarzan knew to someone else. So it's just the product of that everything that the sparks or the stimuli. So stimuli are actually molded by my everything. Surrounding means himself. It's the him. So it is very beautiful to understand, and this is kind of Dhamma that he was trying to say to people who have listened to Dhamma for a long time, who are still struggling, thinking that this sense of functions are me, kind of when there is bit of emotions that it is me. That is the thing that is very, very nice, because we are used to think that I felt sad, or I felt this, that, I felt happy, or I felt elated, or I felt depressed in that sense. So it's everything is linked with I. Everything happens to I. So when the I is not there, actually the features are there, but without any power. That is the most important thing. Was there anything specific? Because I missed that last bit actually. My concentration.
So with that, Dr. Kokila, it is obvious that it is the angle of a person that changes finally, no? Now, first it's the self angle, or finally it's the non-self.
But the person has to feel it too.
Yes.
Because this self-perception is a feel.
Yes.
There's a duality, you feel it. You feel that it's happening here. And this no self-perception, or it's not an imperception, but absence of self-perception is also new normal. It's a feel too. So it's very important to take it from the feel side, not the thinking side. Yeah. When we think about it, it comes as another factor, another even the no self angle will come as a factor, like a data, like something we study, like a medical jargon we study like that. So it will come as a factor, but the factor is not the important thing. The change of this feel to the non-burning. Burning is something you feel, and non-burning also. It's not a new vibration, it's just absence of burning. Isn't it? Yeah, that's an important thing.
Connected to that, Dr. Popula, I was listening to a related talk today. In that, I think there were two mothers who had given some of their experiences. So there, and once I was explaining that even if one gets that burning through like pure habit, and that doesn't become a thing, the burning itself doesn't become a thing, but in that instance or later on, if that person then realizes that, oh, that burning, it was amazing that burning didn't become a thing, and tries to get some satisfaction out of it, then that is where the self-perception is.
Yeah, it
It
becomes
is
so
so
tricky.
complicated, isn't it?
Yeah, but the thing is, feel is not complicated. It's the thoughts which complicates you. It's the thoughts
true.
that, I think thoughts can traumatize you. Thoughts can make you confused. Thoughts can make you elated. Thoughts can do a lot of things. But the actual, the always what is Aranansa says is you can't feel. You can't really explain how you feel salt, but we can say examples. Like chips are very salty, but we can't really explain what the salt feel is, because we do, even when two people are talking, one would say red color and other one also would say red color, but if the other one is a colorblind person, that red one is he's just telling red to some other color. It doesn't necessarily matter. Whatever the perception, if the perception is felt as true, you feel that you are existent. So when you keep understanding this, so this is kind of the last bit actually, the 3 and 4. So the 3 is kind of the everything is the sensory organ vibrations. So whatever the vibration, this is the turning point though. So that's what he's trying to do, actually tip it off, like get people to feel this more, so that because it's very easy for someone who has listened to Dhamma for a long time to keep thinking about that, oh, I got some burning, oh, that's me, oh, I got some burning, that's me. But it is easy for us to correct them. But if someone comes directly and say, I'm so happy I don't feel me anymore, then that becomes a tricky part now, because a lot of the time they will listen to only RMRC, and then they have to be told very sternly by RMRC who is then boasting now, who is so entertaining this idea. So the thing is, entertainment of the thought is not there, or entertainment of the burning is also not there. That is very tricky. So you can really understand simple stuff, I'm not entertaining the taste, but then when you think about something like
entertaining the burning.
entertaining the burning, actually it happens,
Yeah.
people entertain the burning, and their life become centered around the
Centered
burning.
around the burning, exactly.
Yeah, that's a habit. Again, that's a habit. So we see this trend a lot. And then they kind of live in that pattern and their life becomes that.
Dr. Kokila, Aryan Mahansi always mentions people entertain suffering.
Yeah, 100%. That's
Yeah,
because of the
yeah.
ignorance pattern. It's a habit. Because so imagine a person is put in a cage for some reason, put in a cage, and there's no light at all. That person might start even entertaining that darkness. That's how this self-vibration is going to survive. Because the self-vibration is for survival, like it is surviving, the next one. So it will be dark, complete darkness now. But even that darkness, it becomes okay now because its system knows that it will be dark forever. But even that, the darkness, it becomes the center now because that's how it is. That's how tricky it is also, what our advance is telling sometimes, someone who is actually going in the path also can get trapped here and there. It is very true because you feel so light and you start liking the light feeling. So it's trapping again. So if that's the importance of noble friend, how we get trapped to everything, like wherever there's entertainment or because that's how subtle it is. It's entertainment of burning, entertainment of suffering, entertainment of anything in that sense is the self vibration. When we keep understand that it's the other way around, there was no self vibration. It was only what it is. There is only sensory organ vibrations. This changes. It completely changes because imagine someone is in the cage and when someone understands it's only the function of the eye that you see the darkness. What's the big deal? It's dark for the light. Then it becomes, you're not trying to see. You're not looking forward to even the vision because it is black or blue or red or white. There's even a feel, entertaining of seeing because that's how subtle it becomes. So the self vibration hides everywhere. Kind of, it's easily hiding, easily lost, I would say. So that the wisdom and the super awareness will not be able to catch. That's how it is. It is fine though. Because with the help of the noble friend, you will definitely understand that whatever the entertainment, it is a self vibration. In the other way around, when you are trying to turn it over completely, it is the point actually where you will actually feel the non-vibration. This is the trickiest part, no, feeling the non-vibration. To feel the non-vibration, this has to turn, complete turnover. It's only the sensor function. So it can be the mind sensor, it can be the, whatever the system, what do you have other than the system? Nothing. Is there anything else? That was the belief. That was the view that there's me hidden somewhere. That was really nicely explained by Lord Buddha, Try and, even Narayan once tells it very nicely, try and find out who you are. if I take Surangika as an example, is Surangika the name Surangika, or is Surangika's body, or is Surangika's mind system, or is Surangika in the eye? Is Surangika in the eye socket, or the function of the seeing? Or is Surangika inside the actual organ of the ear, or actually the function of seeing? Or is anywhere this Surangika is? At the end, there's no Surangika. That's the thing. But to keep understanding that the mental formations are really tricky, and the sense of function of the mind is also very tricky. And also, there are responses that is not even attached to the sense of function. We have discussed this. The little baby also has, crying to level of the, if there is a vibratory level in the ear, and if there's a loud sound, and you make it near the baby will, baby will be startled and will start to cry. Not because there's a self there, but that system can't handle it. So there are responses of the system. So even the mind sensor has that. So understanding that there was never a self here, never a self. Not that we are trying to, get rid of self which was there before. No, there was never a self. To keep understand that, we have to actually feel this, feel the sensory function of any sensory organ, and understand that it is the only sensory function, only, not there's nothing else. Yeah, it's beautiful. Anything else to add? Joel also can join. Yeah.
I
Yes,
think we have
Ranika.
some new Dhamma friends on the Zoom. Maybe they can contribute or ask questions.
Yeah, I think Shriyana is, from, can't remember she joins from, I think, Middle Eastern country, isn't it? I can't remember now. Oh, yeah. I don't know whether she's here to talk or just listen. I have seen she come into every Zoom meeting most of the time if she can. Yeah, if Shriyani would like to talk, she can talk. And is there any question, Joe?
They're kind of easy to discuss, but certain times it's difficult to feel it.
Yeah.
That's the issue that we all have. When we discuss it, it's very easy and it's very smooth, soothing, and it gets into your mind and you feel like, oh my God, wow. But after the discussion is over, feeling it is a bit, this self-perception comes here and there.
Yeah, that's normal. That's normal. That's very normal. It doesn't happen overnight. It can happen. It may not happen. It doesn't matter. The more you feel, the more you will understand the sensory function. The more you will understand that if you can actually hand over all these vibrations to the sensory functions, done. Really done. That's the beauty. But it can take time. It doesn't matter, because if we try to do something by force, it becomes that, when we try to do something, how much effort we put there, how much burning we have. But actually speaking, we can do that without that burning, but we didn't know that. we never knew that. That's the thing. I mean, you still feel tired. You know, I physically feel tired now. Actually, today was like a long day. So, but well, it's not a big deal. But the body is tired. So that's like that. You know, like there can be problems, but it's okay, kind of thing. You know. Yeah, but the no self angle is very important, because even to normal people, if we say it's okay to be sad, they also keep staring at you and they feel it. Even just those few words. If we say to her, they have never heard Dhamma, nothing. You just say it's okay to be sad. They kind of feel it, and they kind of look at you with disbelief sometimes. But then the real message is behind this eternal happiness, or kind of which will be there forever, is coming from the no self angle, because temporarily you can feel happy, temporarily you can be sad, whatever, it's keep changing. But understanding that there is no doer here, or there is no person who feels it or entertains it, is the beauty. So it releases everything. So there will be sensation, there will be happiness or sadness, there will be tiredness, there will be, of course, problems. Life is never problemless. If every day there is a problem. So yeah, problems are there. So what? Are you trying to do something about them? Yeah, if you can do something, it's fine. But this self angle is the killer, the actual problematic thing. Even understanding this is beautiful, Cheryl. So don't worry. Even understanding, because you could feel it initially. Definitely you felt it before. So kind of you felt it, when you initially listened to that. So it is going to be there in the back of your system. This thing is going to be there. So it's easy to feel it. Hand over all the suffering to the sensory organs. Actually, it is. When we say this becomes artificial. But actually, if it happens, that's the experience. It's beautiful. So that's what Aranwanse is trying to actually get everyone to feel. So, yeah, anything else? And yeah, yes, sir.
And as Aryan Mahansa says, tuning into these discussions means that there is more, or there's less vibration and more non-vibration, isn't it? Because you're tuning into a place where vibration is not there's nothing here that propagates vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, even listening, just by listening, even listening is difficult now. I have heard so many people coming and going because they can't understand, or either they are not bothered, or they are not interested. If someone says, if randomly we say something like that to a person, they might get offended also. Especially these countries, you can get really offended if you say you are not there. It's such a intimate discussion that these things. But Sri Lankan, I think, society has that tinge of, feel, I think, more feel kind of thing. And there's, the openness. So if someone has the openness to explore, I think that is the beauty, because someone may not explore. And if someone here, there's no self, there's no self, they'll be like, oh really? Okay, bye. That's something like that. But that's what happened to Lord Buddha. Met someone after becoming the truth. He met someone, and that I can't remember the name now. Upaka, I think.
Yes, I think it was Upaka. Yeah.
Yeah, and Upaka listened to all that, and he said okay, and he went. He didn't ask what, and he didn't have that kind of
curiosity or anything like that, isn't
anything.
it?
But he later came, I think, after some time. So actually, Lord Buddha had to go and try and find the teachers. So Lord Buddha went on to find the teachers, thinking that at least his 5 teachers might understand. Because this is a bit difficult to start the conversation. But because at that time, there were a lot of people trying to find the eternal happiness, I think. Or some how do you say that? Medina, some kind of relief. And so it's
relief and release, no? Because even if they can't explain it, there is that there is that feel of discontent, isn't it? I think Alan Vance touched on it yesterday, isn't it, Sudharma? When he was talking about Sevandhi's experience, that initial discontent comes because there is a discontent with the vibration, and without and unconsciously there is a longing for non-vibration.
Some unexplainable sadness, isn't it? It's something, it is actually a feel, cannot explain, but it is some sort of sadness. That's what they said. And so we all had the need for some liberation, no? As you said, I mean, despite the religion or cultural background, all want look for not, I mean, they may not have spoken about it, but there was underneath, there was certain need for liberation.
And even, the whole world, there are people doing concentration meditation. They are also looking for that. They are also actually looking for that, and they are getting it temporarily because they don't feel them. But it is temporary. That is the issue. That is the issue, because the self-view is still there. As long as you have the self-view or the self-vibration or the self-perception, there's always chance that whatever the trance you're going to can vanish at any time. Even after 80 kalpa, you can't even explain how much 80 kalpa is. That's like long duration that we can't even explain. So then it says that even if you go to like a realm where you can't feel even you, and there's no sensory input as well, whatever, still after that long time also, still there is a chance that the self vibration can pop up. It's like a pop-up. So this, that's what Lord Buddha is saying. Temporary things will not work. Temporarily you can feel happy and then again you are unhappy. But this understanding, that's wisdom, understanding that there is no self and how this vibration occurred and how only sensory organs have created this mirage of self-vibration, mirage of self-perception, mirage of self-wave. That is the most important mirage that we have to understand, not the other stuff, but we have to understand the other stuff because it's always the stimulus which is masquerading, or I don't know whether it is correct, the stimulus which is actually kind of giving you that self-perception. So we have to understand every perception because of that, but it doesn't matter. It's just trying to understand that there is no self-perception. But whatever the vibration was, only the function of the sensory organ. That's how you are going to actually turn. So it can take time. It doesn't matter because the more you try to do something, it will disappear. If you're trying to look for happiness, happiness is very hidden. But actually, this super happiness will only come when the self vibration is getting weaker and weaker. Yeah, anything else? Are we running into the other zone?
We have 3 minutes, Doctor. And
Okay.
actually, I was wondering now, having discussed Dhamma this much, having listened to sermons for so many years, ultimately we found through Dhamma. But still, as Joel said, it's discussing, listening, everything. I mean, at that point, we understand it fully, like we feel it also then and there. But after a while, we again fall back into that mundane. I don't say fully kind of ignorant people, but still this field is so much challenging, Doctor. Now, when you all talk also, now we know this is a system, but still that knowing that I am listening is there, and some knowing that I am listening. It's, I don't know how to explain. So
That's another thought,
it's
though. That's another thought. So that's what Raghavansa is attacking every time. It's just another thought. So this just another thought is the problem. That if that thought also doesn't have power, it doesn't matter. But if it does have a power, that is the self vibration hidden there. So that's how it works. So don't worry. But it's kind of if you're walking and if you're listening, if you are touching, if you are thinking, it doesn't matter. Whatever you feel, if you know that it is a sensory function of the sensory organs, whether it is the hearing, vision, feeling of the taste, smell, and the body. Body is difficult because body feels like real. We get this question every kind of often. Yeah, body is a bit difficult and the mind is more difficult than the body. Body is difficult, but mind is more difficult because mind is so real to us. So you keep thinking, when am I going to do something? When am I going to feel something? And you're trying to watch for a new feel. That's the problem. This is different. This is actually an absence of the feel that you have now. So that's not a new feel. That's the thing. So keep looking is not the thing. Just feel whatever you're feeling now. That is the function of the sensory organ. That's all. That's the third and fourth. That's the third and fourth. Well, I think we might have to hand over the Zoom discussion to 4 o'clock soon, so we worship Paranwanse for his noble guidance and noble friendship. Thank you all Dhamma friends for joining us today, and may Triple Gem bless you all.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ඩොක්ටර්. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ධම්ම friends.
Even though you need to put some effort while being on the path to become an anagami, you need not do anything while being on the path to become an arahant. You only need to quietly observe your thoughts while on the path to become an arahant. Once you attain the stages of Sotapanna and Anagami, you will realize that the outside world is only an illusion and that it is lie. You will also realize that the thought is also a lie. You would let go of both the outside world and the belief in thoughts. You will always see the shunyatavaya, the nothingness, in all what you receive through your 6 senses. The above explanations are of a very advanced nature. Now, let us talk about your progress on your path and your practice as of today. The message we always give you is to keep your mindfulness focused on your base, which is your home. Remember, mindfulness is our home. You have to learn to be in your home. Mindfulness is your base, your home. You always have to come back to your home. Whenever your mind goes away behind other thoughts, you always have to take your mind back to your home. You have to take it back to your point of concentration, which could be either your breath or your posture. You should always see the truth in the thought that arises in your mind and then let it go and go back to your home. When you do this, your practice in mindfulness becomes stronger. When you improve in your mindfulness, it leads to a samadhi. When you have a samadhi, an awareness of your mind, it is like always being at home. Once you have developed a samadhi or this awareness of your mind, you will always feel very calm and very light-hearted. You will always be mindful, or you will always be in your home. Thank everybody.
Therun Sanai. We worship Paranwanse for his noble friendship. Welcome everyone to the English Zoom discussion. We have this every day, this same time, and it's with so much pleasure that we try to explain Dhamma. Not actually, we can't use the word pleasure, but with so much keenness that we try to discuss Dhamma, because it's really good. The discussion is good to understand the important things around Dhamma, and also discussion makes us to discuss about our doubts about Dhamma too. And the path, even though there are stages talked about, is actually you don't have to actually try to concentrate on the on these things. Main thing is for you to understand Dhamma and feel Dhamma, that's all. So we can talk about any questions today if we have questions, or otherwise Suranka is also here. I think Dr. Sakuntala is busy today, so maybe Sudharma is busy today as well. So we can have a discussion though. We were discussing some basic things yesterday, and we can continue on that, or anyone can ask a question, or Suranka can also join. Is there anything to discuss today, Suranka? Or if Joel has a question, Joel can ask. Yes. Your mic is on, but I can't hear you. I don't know whether it's my internet issue.
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Yes. The thing I want to ask is, like, sometimes we get confused with certain things, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we talk about and discuss about those things. So when you're confused, how to come out of that confusion?
It depends on the topic though, because it can be, what do you mean by confusion? Can you give like an example, some whatever example?
Yeah, like, for example, yesterday's example is something that I would like to ask. We all were confused. We were not able to understand it properly. So
Mm-hmm.
in that situation, how are we to, like, make it clear to ourselves?
Were you talking about the discussion we had about Dhamma yesterday?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah, it is. I think it is a bit tricky because we have been listening to Dhamma for a long time. So I think their questions are also coming from different angles. So that's why I told you from the beginning just to take it easy and try and take whatever you can. Basic thing here is, Joel, to understand how do we feel this suffering. That is the basic understanding what we are trying to get. So sometimes too much questions can actually make it so difficult to understand, but we try to keep it simple, and specifically we try to. Sometimes we can get dragged on because of the question, the way they ask it, the so many reasons. You're true. It is very simple, like when Narayananse joins, it's simple ways he will tell. So it's very important to understand it in a simple way as possible as we could. And the main thing to understand here is how this burning, or how this alive feel, or how this suffering has arisen. So when we try to understand that, there's so many factors which is important. One is, yes, there is no self, but we feel something. So if you are feeling something, how does that happen? That is because of the stimulus. Stimulus means, in Sinhala it is aramana. I don't know when we can say thought, because each and every fraction of a second, it's just one stimulus which is happening. But because it is happening so fast, we feel like we are driving and listening to music, so, and so driving is a complex one too. We keep looking at the front, our bodily movements are there, and as soon as we see red lights, we stop, or policeman makes a sign for us to stop, we stop. Or if we feel like we are getting late, we might accelerate. So we feel like we are doing everything at the same time, but that is because our human mind is actually very fast. If you read about it, even scientists, they agree about that. The speed of the mind is really fast. So because of that, actually, we can't even differentiate between one stimuli to the other. But what happens here is the life wheel is also like that, because life wheel comes when the stimulus is felt as a thing. So from the beginning, we have felt this, and we have suffering. So then that is the point. That is the first point, I would say. So there's no self, but we feel there as a self always. There's a duality there. We feel like we are existing, and that fluctuates also. So when you're angry, you feel it more. When you are sad, you might feel it more. When you're irritated, you might feel it more. So there are various frequencies of that, various levels of that existence or the life wheel. So that happens due to the level of the power that vibration has. So that's the basic understanding. And then with that understanding, that we understand that the stimulus is bringing this life wheel. So then we try to understand why do we get that? Then we understand that the stimulus itself is a mirage. So that part has to be contemplated a lot and see, is the chair real? Is any stimulus in that sense? It's a production of the mind sensor. So how does the mind sensor occur? Mind sensor occurs because of the other 5 sensory organs. Humans have 5 sensory organs. You know the names: ear, eye, skin. Skin has a vast area. So it has a lot of aspects into that. And the nose and the tongue. So those are the 5 sensory organs. So then when we understand that the actual things outside are projections of the mind, it's easy to understand with examples that everything we took for granted in outside are projections of a mind. And when we understand that the projections of the mind, are they true? So the projections of the mind is like a current. We now know that because it's a current originated from overlapping of all the 5 sensory organ vibrations. So it's acting as a new vibration. Even in physics, you can understand this phenomena. So this mind vibration, and the mind vibration is a chair. But yesterday, what the confusion was about wordings used, because it's all about the wording. So don't worry about that, because you don't have to worry about that. When a person has a problem, that is because their data system is full of things. So the data, it's actually trying to understand how the value has come to this data. There are so many datas in Pali, and mainly Pali. They use so many words. Some words actually have different connotations. So different meanings. So that's where the confusion was. So don't worry about that. There's something to understand in that. Mainly, there is a in each level there is a perception kind of thing where you have an idea. So even light, it has a level of perception. But the 5 sensory organs mainly cause the consciousness. Consciousness is a word used all over the world. Consciousness. Sometimes you say I'm conscious. So the consciousness is actually the life field. So the consciousness arises from rapid vibration of sensory organs. That's the basic understanding. So the rapid vibration of sensory organs led to mind consciousness. Sorry, not the mind consciousness. The eye consciousness, ear consciousness, tongue consciousness, the skin consciousness, or the nose consciousness. I'm just saying that in that way so that it is easy to understand. But because when they are all vibrating at the same time, it acts as another new vibration, and that is the mind. But there's no specific organ out there to name. It's like iCloud, I told you yesterday. So when we understand that this phenomenon, that's all actually you have to understand. I actually used my whole, tried to use my whole night Zoom discussion, try and discuss about this use of different words. Try not to depend on the words and to get the feeling, because that is the important thing. The words are not important, but the feel is important. And I think you have the sense of it, because main thing is to understand, yes, there is a projection. We see, so I can see the windows are open, I can see the door, I can see the fan, I can see the room, yes, the walls. So that's the projection of the mind. So if you understand that, that's enough. All the other words are actually not really necessary. But then the next step is trying and understand, okay, they are like perceptions, but are they true? No, it acts like a vibration. So that's where you actually kind of feel that the whole dream is not true. Whatever the dream, the thinking dream we have. Now, I saw like a beautiful saying recently. It's nothing to do with Buddhism, but that saying was, Are you aware about your internal talking? So the internal talk is like fast thinking. So this fast thinking is any of this thinking. That's a vibration. That's why the mind is acting like a vibration. So if you understand that how mind is formed and how this whole perceptions are formed, well, they are forming, that's fine. But the burning is coming down because you understand, okay, yeah, this is it. But you living in that without any suffering. But then there's another level where the feel level, you can feel due to the speed of this sensory organs. I told you, even the mind has that speed, and why we see light is because of the speed of the eye cells. There's very specific cells in the eyes, the vibration of those cells. There's specific cells in the ear, not only the drum, because behind the drum there is specific cells that are responsive to the vibration. So it's a vibration of the ear. So the vibration of the skin, there's so many different types of receptors, and there's the vibration of the tongue, and there's vibration of the nose. It's all different kind of things, and this is linked with the hormone system too. So it's all kind of a machine which works itself. It's like a system with a solar power. It gives power, it generates power by itself. If you actually read about the power system of the body, you can understand that. It's forming its own ATP. So the main understanding, how you understand this system is, yes, it's working. It's working nicely. Yes, you can see, you can do everything, you can think, you can taste. So what's the difference when you start knowing this truth is the burning, the urge to maintain this system, urge to gain stuff, urge to but the most beautiful part of this Dhamma is the person, whatever that system is actually not sad just by understanding this Dhamma. It becomes so lighter by day, the system becomes lighter. So it becomes like, it's not the usual happiness. It just, as I said before, I think Joel had an understanding about that, like someone had 100 kilograms and someone had put it down. So even with Dhamma, if you hear a lot of words, just put it down, don't worry. So don't get confused. If you have the basic understanding, that is enough. So all these some different discussions come from areas where the people have so much data, so they just can't get rid of that. If the value is there, you just have to understand that and drop it, maybe, I don't know. But whatsoever, none of these thoughts are true. None of this internal radio is true. But it will continue with less power. It will in an arahant only, it has no power in every thought. But whoever in the path, there is a mixture. Some thoughts, they don't have any power at all. Some thoughts, there may be some power. It doesn't matter. Only the important thing is whether you understand this or not. If you fully understand that you can't really do anything here, you just let the system absorb this and just live as normal as possible. And you will start to feel that. The end point is you may start to actually get craving for the lightness or the freeness that you get. But that has to be tackled. I mean, that not has to be tackled, that should be identified with the help of the noble friend. That is kind of late in the journey, but we don't talk much about the latter parts, because that's actually kind of too much, because we kind of talk about I usually talk about the beginning, because I kind of like to give everyone the basics so that everyone can feel it themselves. That's what we can do. That's the maximum we can do. Are you okay, Joel, with that? Do you have any questions?
No, no, thank you.
Yeah, it's just sometimes confusing, so don't worry. Just drop it. So, Suranka, do you have anything to talk, or you can add something?
Dr. Popula and other friends. I think you're right in terms of the way the conversation went yesterday, and that just reflects, it's like really no fault of anybody, it just reflects the experience each person on the Zoom have had and the number of years really, or the understanding, the stage of understanding of each person, isn't it? And because of that and their own questioning earlier, the responses that have been given to them in multiple Zooms, then their own experiences in undertaking walking meditation at monasteries or they are in the home, all these things then kind of combine into where they are at a given point in time, which is from where the question arises. I mean, it's probably the same where we are concerned as well. So each one reflects in the question where they are at or what is their point of understanding. So, yeah, I mean, well, there have been many an instance where, there have been deeper conversations, deeper discussions in these, particularly the Sinhala Zoom sessions over the last so many years where, from personal experience, I've thought, okay, that sounds like really deep, but I think it just went completely over my head. So it's just, or you might think that you actually understood it. And I think, oh, yeah, okay, interesting point. Never thought of it that way. And oh, wow, and all that kind of thing. And then 1 or 2 years later, you happen to, pick up that same talk from an old YouTube clipping and you listen to it. And then the realization of those same points come in a totally different way or in a very deep way that had not been even touched in that first instance. So these are things that you will gradually learn to appreciate as you keep on gaining first the knowledge, but then along with the knowledge, the deeper realization and understanding of how this whole thing is understood in relation to the mind and the construct and the senses. So I think you tuned into the correct thing a couple of days ago when you said it all boils down to the senses. And it does. If you understand the senses, our advances says this repeatedly. If one understands the senses and the functioning of the senses, like I don't know whether we can say 100%, but at least 95%, I don't know, to a great extent, the mystery is solved, because the whole issue here around suffering and this whole self-view is that there is an attribution of these experiences to a self which has not been there. And that has been the fundamental problem that has kept this so-called vibration going on from one cycle of birth to the other. Ultimately, I don't want to confuse you, but ultimately Aranvan, I don't know whether he said it in the English so as well, that it is just one vibration, right? So we think that we have lived in past births and so on, but ultimately all these things come down to one single thought. You have heard Aranvan mentioning that this is all in one thought. There is an experience only in this moment. There is only one thought at any given point. Even if one thinks about the past, we can sit here and think about, say, Joel, your childhood days, but then at what point is that thought coming up? In the now, isn't it? And then if you want to think about what you're going to do next month, or say you have to put some application somewhere, again, that's relating to the future, but then when does that thought arise? In the now, in this moment. So according to this, the pure truth, the only vibration occurs in this moment. So it's this thought. But then we drill down, as Dr. Kokula says, we pierce through that thought itself and look at that mind object and then realize what is that thought made up of. From these sensory perceptions, which she said, the eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, the taste, the touch, the smell, all those are different vibrations, yes, but then they all combine to one vibration, i.e. the thought. And that is why we've talked several times about the apple. The thought of the apple gives you the flash of the touch sensation, the smell, so on and so forth. If you think about your mother, all the memories that you have had of your mother, how she speaks to you, how she took you to school, what lovely meals she has prepared for you, all these things are entrenched, embedded in that one flash of thought. Everything is there. It's like that 33,000 watt hitting you in one shot. It's all stamped there. So ultimately, and how does that come about? Through those sensory perceptions, that each of those experiences through vibrations have been taken in like data. I think yesterday we talked about raw data and the program, and that all this is just a program. If we just understand it that way, we keep going back to where did all this come from? From perceptions. And was there anything in these perceptions? Nothing. So what we equated the perceptions to the input, the stimuli that has been put since our childhood, through learning, through our background, through your education. All these aspects have been an accumulated set of perceptions which now occur, telepathized, synchronized in this very moment when some trigger occurs, either through something that you see, either through something that you hear on the TV. So through those different senses, or if you're just sitting on a couch and you're not really doing anything, it can pop up in the mind itself. So that is the sixth sense, that arbitrarily, without any other stimuli from other senses, it can pop up in the mind as a past perception arising in this moment. But even in that case, if we consider the perception, it is still made up of those perceptions that have arisen at some point through those sense faculties, and those sense faculties only. There is no experience, there is no perception that can ever arise in a thought that didn't come about through any one of those other sense faculties at any other point. So I hope that was not too complicated. I didn't mean to make it complicated, but was just trying to add a bit more to what Dr. Kokila said.
Yeah, actually, so it's if you actually feel this, that's the important thing. So even outside is just a perceptions part, you can feel it. And as soon as you start to feel that, you feel much lighter. And then if you actually understand even the second part, the perceptions are also not really true. That's kind of the whole dream, or the whole this story, whole film will go on, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything, and you will be acting on it, you will be talking, you will be doing stuff, you will be thinking, but it just with much less suffering. And the feel level also, your feel level is the important aspect, because if you're feeling that the chair is actually there, that is the feel that you have, that you are alive. So if we keep understanding this, and how are we going to actually the ignorance to the science? Because ignorance, if we put, like we say, avidya, if you're turning into vidya, so that's the main thing, that this speed of these sensory organs is what the reason for the fail. So yeah, it's if you start feeling this Dhamma rather than having a, so I have to add, I didn't have much, I don't have knowledge about Pali at all. Like, I have some understanding, but not a lot. And we don't have much about, but if I get carried away, I told that day also, if I get carried away would be the scientific part of it. So the a lot of people, it would be different aspects. So if you are prone to think in a one particular way, and if this is different to that way that you have been thinking, this will pose it as a threat, or kind of pose it as something interesting, or pose it as something boring. It doesn't matter. Actually, it doesn't matter. So what matters is if you can feel this, whether you can feel this, and if you can feel it, how lighter you would feel, how better it would be, and the less the suffering, it would be much better. And again, one point we were trying to add yesterday was, once your vibration is actually dwindling or reducing, or cessation of that vibration, the stimulus, or the whatever the thought, whatever the person who was in front of you will feel them completely, and there's no harm to the world. So you can't, this Dhamma can't produce a selfish kind of person. If that is happening, actually it is because the Dhamma is taken in a wrong aspect. So that's what we are usually, why we are repeating some things which makes this talks boring, is to try and lessen that those mistakes that can happen in the past, because the first step in our program is try and understand that the outside is a perception in the mind. As soon as you put that out, someone can take it from the other side and start arguing. Okay, if that is the case, you can do anything. What about someone slaps you? Is that just a thing, but you felt it? Yes, because you have to take it as a whole, the whole four steps are actually in one particular experience, one particular stimulus. That is what we have to understand. So that's why the risk is, if you take one part out of it and try to understand Nama, that doesn't help you. It has to be taken as a whole. Try and understand that how Lord Buddha said there is no me, my, or mine. How did he say that? How is it true? If you do this research, you don't have to be a Buddhist to do that, because even it doesn't matter. If you're a researcher, if you are a person who is trying to do a research about the humanity, or even can get into this understanding. There's someone who has joined. They can they can also unmute and join the discussion if they want to. If they have joined to ask a question, you're welcome. So yes, it's very important and not to just take one part of it. So that's why when Aranansi also starts to talk, he starts from scratch to the end, because if you take just a little bit of that, the whole thing can actually bite you more than maybe I would say, actually, if you are knowing this, better know it fully rather than knowing a little bit of it. A little bit can bite you worse. So yeah, I think Joel has the kind of the understanding now, because he was wondering why there was a whole big issue yesterday. Why we were talking about that intensely. I think that was the question also. I could feel it in his tone also. So but the thing is, that's where if you have a burning somewhere that is where your mindfulness is. Like, if you feel a burning, okay, there's a discussion that you don't like, that's the mindfulness. That's the picking up of your what is the stimulus that is being true at the moment. What is the stimulus which is being taken for granted now? That's how you feel alive. Because to have a little bit of irritation, to have a little bit of kind of rejection, it's all good to understand this. Really interesting to really tune into your own vibration. It's very interesting, and to see how it fluctuates, how it play havoc, how it goes around and around and around to the same stimulus. You initially join the Zoom discussion also about that, why one single thought would bother me. So that's the same thing. It's just the pattern of human mind. So it's beautiful to understand, and once you tune into the self vibration, you can see how it is slowly dying, slowly, in the sense not dying, slowly reducing. These words, actually, words don't support this term at all, because all the words in this world gives a feel of existence. Like it has a weight. It has a kind of gross idea, Yeah, if you can understand that. So it's really interesting, and yeah, it's nothing to make life more miserable or more confusing. This is actually to help you to reduce the suffering and to come to the no suffering stage. Yeah, anything else?
I would think, Doctor, but I think the new person is there, so I would like to give a chance to him.
I'm not sure whether he is going to talk. There's someone called Tashan. If you are here to talk, you can actually join. You can unmute the mic and you can join us. But I don't know whether he's just listening. It's fine if you just want to listen. But if you want to talk, you can unmute the mic and you can talk. Yeah. So the Dhamma itself is a science, and that's kind of something which made me so inquisitive to know this, because my data system was very heavy. I usually like to go through a lot of things, but yeah, it helps. It's fine. Yes, sir.
Just another question. I mean, I was just thinking about these vibrations and these sensors. Is this connected to the neurotransmitters?
Yeah, 100%. So the hormonal system and the neurotransmitters, they are all linked. So that's the machine, though. That's the machine. So that's the thing that we have to understand. So that day Aramanse was talking about, if you tickle someone, you can laugh. And sometimes if you I don't know, there are so many examples. Mother hearing the baby crying, they secrete different kind of hormones. It's already arranged in that way. The whole body is like a beautiful system if you really understand that. Not to get attached to that, but to understand this whole system. Even if you try and understand, even the tree, it has this system, but we never talk that tree has a suffering part. We don't talk like that, because the tree, we have learned also, if I don't know, you must have done the science things. So we have learned how the flower becomes so beautiful, and how flower can have the beautiful, the scent, so that will attract the bees. So the bees come and lay there. That will help the, I can't even remember the word for that, but help the reproduction. So, and like, even if you take a coconut tree or any tree, how all this system is so beautifully done, that for the spread of how the coconut husk is built in such a way that the coconut can float even in water and go somewhere and give rise to another plant. So this, even though we don't talk about life there, we never talk about life in the trees, but this is a similar system. Only thing is, due to the vibration, the speed of the vibrations of the sensory organs, we feel alive. That's the conscious and the being conscious part is. We don't talk about the GV. GV is, I think, alive feel. We don't talk about that to a chair. We don't. And we don't say, if the chair starts to walk, definitely people will be like, oh, I saw a ghost. That's how they will tell. So, but the actual, this consciousness or being alive is just a part of this human system. And the human system, not every system actually, any system which has a sensory organ which has a speed with the vibration. There's always the ability of these any self vibration to co-vibrate there, or synchronize there, or telepathize there. So that's how the cycle of birth is. So each and every the human system, if you understand, the human system has its own system for the reproduction, they are social. Humans are social animals, so they have like a pattern of living. So they are babies. They take a longer time to grow up. So the mother should have the motherly feelings for a bit longer, not like a bird who will throw away the little bird out from the the bird cage, because the by own their feel, bird mother knows that this bird son, or not bird son, bird the little bird can now, it is time for them to fly, and they just tip them off from the cage. So, but humans take a bit more longer time. Human babies needs a bit long time to get accustomed to the sensory system, to get accustomed to the area. So that's how it is. That's why those hormones are secreted until the lactation period, and then when they are bigger, there's a different kind of hormones, and then the hormones, when children become like kind of 16, 18, there's hormonal system getting activated. Yeah, same thing. It's just for the system. So the system is for the Pavatma. What is Pavatma, Surangika? The system is for
Just existence, isn't it? Just
yeah,
maintenance
existence, maintenance of existence. It's just how it is. So it is actually really interesting to understand, how any sensory organ function. Even if you talk about the taste, if you talk about the smell, if you talk about the touch, how quickly, you touch. Just imagine you touch just imagine you are standing somewhere near the railway station. You touch the railing. It's very cold initially. After some time, you can't even remember that you are touching it, because your whole mind is hovering around somewhere else. So just imagine how this mind works, or how system works. But this keeps changing. The momentum, the focus keep changing. So the touch system, sometimes you are not aware that you are standing until you come to the understanding that my legs are aching or something. Then you realize you have been standing for hours or something like that. So if you're asking about the dopamine and this neurotransmitter side, yes, but that's the system. That's the system. So if there is a vibration, there is always this system working. Until respiration is ongoing, the system will work. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's a self. That is what we are trying to understand. Whether you are having neurotransmitters or not, whether you are having the hormones or not, the function of them would be there, but
May the Noble Triple J bless you, and welcome to the Buddothpado English Dhamma discussion, which happens daily from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time on Buddothpado PeoTV channel. So, as usual, let's all worship our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, at his feet for his selfless service towards the mankind. So, he has always proven that this truth transcends all normal boundaries, such as language, territory, caste, creed, or the class, or whatever the social status of a human. So, if you are a member of the human realm, you have the basic and all qualifications, actually, all potential to realize the truth and to understand the true nature of your existence. Are you really existing in this so-called universe, or let's say the globe, or are you the body, mind, or is your identity just your name, family, education? Is that you really? So it is worth investigating into this reality. So this comes from Gautama Buddhacharya Wahanse's uh, revelation of dependent origination Dhamma, or cause and effect Dhamma, having fulfilled perfections over an incalculable number of eons. Gautama Buddhacharya Wahanse disclosed this truth of non-self Dhamma, non-self nature of beings to the world, to the humans. So, although he had the opportunity to liberate from the samsaric cycle in previous occasions, even in the Pankara Buddha's period, or even before that, he, due to his strong need to help desperate creatures uh, in all the realms, he underwent lot of hardships, obstacles, made lot of unbelievable sacrifices to attain Buddhahood and reveal this truth to the entire creatures. I mean, with this Dhamma, not just the humans have the ability to fully liberate, but all uh, living beings get some compassion, and they also uh, uh, get rid of their suffering to some level through this Dhamma. So, as usual, our Dhamma friends, Dr. Kokila and Dr. Sakuntala, have already joined the discussion. Thiruvan Saranai, Doctor, until other friends, Surangika and others join. May I invite you to start the discussion? Thiruvan Saranai.
Therwan Sannai Sudharma, Therwan Sannai Dr.
I think, again, I mean, we can discuss anything, but I think there is yesterday discussion and today morning discussion. Anything to highlight, Dr. Sakuntala? Do you?
Trying to think of the points that, yeah, I listened to both of them. Sudharma, do you remember any points to bring up from those?
In the
was there in the morning. I can't
yeah,
remember.
Dr. Morning one I can remember. Evening one I listened to that. What exactly what some people were asking questions, isn't it? So morning one
Yeah, last
basically.
week I can't remember anything quite sort of obvious.
Yeah,
Morning. Yes.
in the morning, doctor, it was about how Aryan Nanse was trying to explain that Dhamma cannot be found externally. Uh, Most of the time was given to that mother's question, that mother who was continuously asking from Aryan Nanse about four sacred places that one should worship um, to start the path, like four great places like Satarasthana of Lord Buddha, the place where Lord Prince Siddhartha was born, and then where he attained Buddhahood, and where he uh, conducted the first sermon, and the where he faced his demise. So she was asking, and then Aryan Vase was trying his best to explain to her what the truth is and how you should start the journey. Before that, Aryan Vase was explaining how come that self and the power, because somebody was telling there was a bit of a confusion there, and he was explaining how this power is the self. They are not two different things. Burning is the self, and how this is resulted from Sastrava. And that was the discussion, basically the main points, doctor. But in the evening one, I can't remember who were the participants. Did anybody pose a question last evening, Dr. Sakuntala?
No, I also can't remember anything significant like to take it up as a point to discuss today.
Yeah,
But
he was basically explaining about the programs, right? Is that so?
that's what, yes.
Ah,
Something that we missed actually on a previous day. I think it was not, it was yesterday morning. Was it the yesterday morning that Aranohasi was saying about the Pasanava,
mm, yeah,
Vipassana?
yeah.
He said there's an important point that we should be able to explain that, isn't it? More.
Yeah, please, doctor. I actually missed that part, and I previously even I didn't listen to that sermon nor read about it. Please explain. He said four things: anicca, nupassana, some kind of
Aniccanupassana, Viraganupassana,
virag.
Nirodhanupassana,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Patinissanupassana. Dr. Kokila, if you can explain, you will be able to do it better. Did you listen to that?
Yeah, I listen. Exactly, I can't remember the way he said it, but I think it is something with the Sutame Jnana that what we have heard. Mm, Uh, this seeing is not a thing, not a self, and hearing is not a self, and body consciousness is not a self, and the thinking is not a self, or the consciousness is not a self, and how these things come together to understand this, there is nothing. So the anicca thing is actually like about this self vibration, self perception. So it's all about Dhamma. Actually, the Aniccanupassana is not available for anyone, even if they get any specific uh, uh, like experience. If the Dhamma is not there in the right angle, that Aniccanupassana part will not be there. So Aniccanupassana to happen, that means that what Aniccanupassana is, දෙයක් නොවන කෙනෙක් නොවන. That means there's no thing or the existence. There's no kind of existence, and there's no a person here. that understanding in every angle. It should be the one which should be coming for the aniccanupassana, and it goes to the level that that it will be viraganupassana, means actually the excitation slows down, and these are everything that happens. You can't do the aniccanupassana. Actually, it happens with the proper dhamma working at that point. It's like a system working at that point. And nirodhanupassana means actually where the understanding happens that there had never been a self or never been a thing. And Patinissakanupassa is actually this completes, this whole thing completes where the release happens. That's actually the where the time is gone. Like, Aranwansi always says, නිවන මොහොතකට දකිනවා and නිවනට පත් වෙනවා. නිවනට we can take it from every angle in one moment also. You can explain this same thing, but in the end also the tying, the Patinissagganupassana means actually it is tied. That means it is all entangled, but this finally the when the power becomes zero, it's like Etelihena, like it's completely released. That's actually the final outcome, that how they would know that what is, how the Arahant would say what is to happen has happened, that kind of thing. So all the passes, the aniccanupassana, nirodhanupassana, viraganupassana, patinikkanupassana, that those words are all which happens automatically with the proper dhamma, with the correct angle at the correct time. There's a point there to highlight. Actually, Aranwansi said this in the, can't remember whether it's the Dombagoda one. He said that proper practice should be there for this to happen. You can practice it, but in such a way, but when that happens, it just happens. That's the thing. Anything to add to that? I mean, there are so many aspects he talks in the Aniccanupassana, but that is the Anitya Sanya Vadima. That is the non-existence perception. There's existence perception completely embedded in us, that getting erased, basically.
Yeah, I think you mentioned, I mean, from what I knew, you mentioned everything like that the aniccanupassana means, as you said, the no self angle is becoming prominent. The self angle is dissolving, or in other words,
Aniccanupassana includes both, like the non-existence or the දෙයක් වෙන්නේ කෙනෙක් වෙන්නේ දෙකම තියෙනවා.
Yeah, in other words, the bhava sanya is dissolving. Bhava and the itta both are dissolving, and the anitya sanya is becoming prominent. And when it's happening, automatically that excitation becomes less and less. So that is where the viraganupassana is, that the all kinds of kama raga patigha all are getting less and less. So in other words, it is Sakrodagami marga, like, isn't it? The defilements are dissolving, and with that, the the bhavaya or the existence is becoming less and less. So that means the bhavaya nirodhayakata, nirodha veනවා. That is the nirodhanupassi. So when the nirodha, when it goes to the nirodha, there is no tying up. යත ගැසීමක් නැහැ කියලා. That is how he said. The system feels that there is no tying up with the worldly things, the values of the
Not
worldly.
even worldly things. Actually, that word can be tricky because worldly things are in the form level. Actually the self, what do you call it? Complete release kind of thing.
Yeah, so finally, the end of the Patinissagganupassi means the Sukhayo, or the Nibbana. Is what I also remember. And for this, in the Aniccanupassanavi, what is mainly is that I'm using most of the singular words. Yathabhuta Jnana is
Yeah, that means the correct truth, like correct view.
To have to see the analysis that has to be there. Yathabhuta Jnana should be there. That is,
Seeing how the thought arises. Yeah.
Yes.
Then and there.
It is like algorithm is already put into the system, and as soon as the proper time arises, algorithm works and the thing happens. That's how.
Algorithm, what is that, doctor? I don't
like in a mathematician, usually like a
formula. Yeah.
Yeah, already it is in, and then
you mean that?
Yeah, kind of. It is fed to the system. And like imagine it's a computer. It is fed to the system, and then proper moment arises, it works.
Yeah. And that redemption happens then and there.
Yeah.
And doctor, didn't he tell about Sutra, Anapanasati Sutra at that point? Did he mention?
He was telling that Lord Buddha didn't attain Nibbana through Anapanasati. He said he just explained it afterwards.
But he said this is not the same, very same. People have mistakenly, I heard that part. Some monks take it as it is not the Anapanasati.
No, because without knowing the truth, how this light happens, how this sound happens, how this body consciousness happens, how this itta sanyava happens, everything. If you don't know, whatever happens, the interpretation is useless. Insight is not good enough because the self-view is not broken. So that's what I'm saying. There can be experience which can be useless if the proper angle is not there.
Doctor, that is when we discuss with people, actually, it's, I mean, even though people are kind of veterans in speaking about Dhamma, this transformation is a very different thing, no, doctor? That telling.
Yes, what Aranwansi is saying.
It's
Game, Amma, Nivan Dakinama, kind of thing. That mother may not be able to tell that properly also.
Yeah, true.
So telling Dhamma is a different thing. Experience is a different thing. Both happening together is a good thing. I mean, for others.
Yeah.
If it is happening. So Lord Buddha was a master of everything. Not every Ratan Hansa is able to tell Dhamma to everyone. But yeah. So, but some Ratan Hanses are very good in explaining also, isn't it?
Yes. And Arya said there will be another English Zoom in the morning.
Yeah, actually he said that.
the people in USA and that part of the world seem to be actually they can't join this Zoom. No? That must be.
Yeah.
And today morning, I think, Sudharma, you and Asanti also was discussing for a while about this, how this
And
self-weave onwards you were discussing. That part was very nice, I thought. I mean,
That was a question. Today, two ladies had joined, it seems.
yes.
Yeah, so they presented something, and this
Mm.
now wanted some thoughts about that, and that is how it came. There was a beautiful thing, Dr. Kokila, that Ukusa, the eagle, has the hawk, a hawk has eaten. Not actually eaten, grabbed a birdling, and halfway it has dropped it. And this lady picked it up and treated it and looked after. So another neighbor said, I want to find the hawk and kill it. So it's quite funny. That's quite normal. People say so. So she was telling it was not burning at that level, so on. But from the way she presented, it was quite evident that the whole story is true for her. So that was what we were talking about. Yeah. And
when Narayan Hanse joined, what was
yeah,
the point there? He was trying to highlight something. Do you remember that? He joined and he then started.
to talk to Ashanti, because she was telling me and the power were two different entities. So while explaining, I think they are and also joined and yeah, started the discussion. He was trying to say that there are not two, three things. It's power is the burning or the self, or that way he explained. He went on explaining. I think that is how he started talking about selfie, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? I actually was not there when Aryan has joined actually.
No, I think the latter part of your discussion kind of merged with Taran Mahase's explanation.
Yeah.
What you were saying was that, I
Mm.
mean, at the beginning, how we stepped down, how we stepwise came forward. These explanations. Now, very first thing was, myself is a thought simply.
That's right. Yeah.
Full self view.
Mm.
I am here, I am listening, I am enjoying, blah, blah, all
Yeah,
kinds of.
yeah, yeah. True.
Next step we were explained was that the current which is felt, the power
Mm.
which is felt is myself.
Yeah.
So it was the next level of explanation. And then with Narayan Mahase's explanation that there is no myself now, we
Mm.
were analyzing the body is not me, mind is not me, name is
Mm.
not me, all that steps.
Mm.
Give the impression finally there is no self here, but only a power is there.
Mm.
Only a current or power is there, and that is produced as a part of the that system, the natural process. And then Narayan Mahasya came up and said that the word power means it is a defilement simply. It is
That's right. Yeah, yeah.
it
It's
is
the
a
same. Mm.
and fire is felt. Uh, and also he said that fire starts coming down because fire will continue to feel as long as the drushti is there, as long as that
Mm.
thought is felt as real, the fire will there. But
Mm.
the moment when the drushti is no more there, then the fire will start coming down. So what he said was even the sotapanna status, that is the level where this drushti about the thought is completely gone. even beyond that, the Kamaraga Patika is there. So therefore, whatever the uh, uh, stimuli which led to some form of current or the power will continue. If you had current towards your husband or children, those will continue. But the moment you realize that this is purely a wrong concept or the drushtiya, then only that fire also will start coming down. So that is, I think, what he was saying. And also, I remember he said even the formless level or the arupaya, uh, s- if a system likes to maintain that arupaya, that is a state of these some of these irshis, and also I think that Swamin Wahanse, Potila Swamin Wahanse, so they all have that self feel, which was indicated by that uh, willingness to enjoy, I mean, experience that. Uh, I think that
Yeah,
is
that
what.
was nicely explained.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and
what?
doctor, now people find it very difficult to come to terms with the words. They take fire as a different thing, power as a different thing,
Yeah.
self, sense of self as a different thing. I don't know why this big picture is not there, because that is always there. No,
Tell
when
me about it. What about the last mom who was yapping about um
Akkaidu, something, yeah.
four
Those,
places?
yeah. Four
Yeah.
places, four sacred places. Yeah. And then other mother was telling Sakkaya Drishtiya Duru Venne Arahatta Bhavi.
she
So
has been listening to Dhamma for ages, I think
yeah,
90.
yeah, Gunarathamma. Yeah. She attended sessions in Goal also. She always argues. That's it.
Mm.
She always argues.
And also, what she says that she is very now no more fire is coming, and that sort of. I remember at 9:31 she used to frequently talk, and she says ගිනි ගන්නෑ හොඳට ඉන්නවා ළමයි එක්ක ගිනි ගන්නෑ, that sort of comment she's making. But she
But
has missed some of the
doctor,
important point.
the thing is, they are nowhere near the self view. They actually don't know what the self view is. They are
Yes.
talking about extreme anger, extreme jealousy, those stuff they used to have. So don't know. That is why. But some even aged mothers, they catch this. And there was a lady called Madhuramma in Goal program.
Mm.
In the first day itself, she got it. And very recently, she was talking to Aryan Hanse in the morning Zoom, and Aryan Hanse also had a good conversation with her. There are people like that. Sometimes we assume that they can't get it, but they actually have felt it. But some people for years and years, this Gunaratnamma, she has listened to Gunaratma Amma has lot of egoism. She doesn't talk much. She definitely would not listen to people like me because she knows I'm new. She was telling I used to call Aryan Hanse those days, and so that kind of, I mean, impression is also there in some mothers. Mm.
Actually a waste, isn't it? Because she has been listening to so much of. I mean, she has been with Zooms, and I
Mm.
feel sort of uh, it's a kind of a waste.
Mm.
Probably they are having their own frames. That is the thing. They have their own limitations, own frames, and they try to focus while maintaining that frame. They don't like to break free and come out and
No,
have
no.
open mind and discuss.
Mm.
That is, yeah.
Mm. today to my sister also, I said, she was telling, now I'm listening to sermons. Then I said, you have to talk to Aranwaze in the Zoom and that is untie your bag of defilements in front of him. Then I can believe that you are there.
It's not that easy to get this, the mohotata thing. It's difficult. And if you take it too much also, it is difficult. Such a balance, because ඒක තියෙනවා ගත්තත් මොකක් හරි තියෙනවනේ, මොකක්වත් තියෙනවා කියලා ගන්න බෑනේ.
That's it, doctor. Actually, thanks to you all. Uh, you have like reminded us so much. Now, whenever I talk to others, even in single Zooms, then and there they occur. මොකක්වත් ගන්න බෑ නෑ කියලත් නෙමේ තියෙනවා කියලත් නෙමේ අර naturally they come and naturally we can talk about the points. And yeah, it happened because of constant reminders and explanations made by you all. And yeah,
Today, Naranahasi beautifully explained about that four Siddhasthana, no? That the way that he analyzes.
yeah, he hammered that lady tokkanam වදින්න නැති තරු පේන්නේ නැති ඒ කියන්නේ, but that lady was not in a position to get it. I
Mm.
I
don't know
don't think
what.
it's a genuine question even.
No, it's not a genuine question. It comes from me, Palan, honestly, because I know uh, they highlight that the beginning of the path happens with the visit to these four places. Mm.
So the places in Sri Lanka, no? Some four places
Yeah,
in
they
this.
say so.
Mm. No, the way that R.N. Mahasi was explaining, that was beautiful actually.
Yeah, very beautiful.
Uh,
In the single stimulus, he can show that also. No,
yeah,
doctor. Yeah.
birth means a jati, birth of
Mm.
the up means a jati, and then when you realize it, that is where there is no value, and that is the Buddha, and uh,
First
at that,
sermon.
yeah, first sermon, the understanding occurs then and there,
Mm.
and then nivima occurs, parinirvana.
Mm.
Yeah, it can be told multiple ways.
Yeah.
Because as Prasanna said, ekeva, dekeva, tuneva, the Lord Buddha has classified, no? So usually four is usually this what is it called?
Four Noble Truths.
Four noble truths usually. But you can attach this to everywhere.
Mm.
You should know when someone says you should know this before attaining Nibbana or seeing Dhamma for a moment. Yes, 100%.
Mm. That Prasanna talked about Kinchanama, King, some phrase, no? Beautiful thing is said in one sutra. King,
Yeah, it is in one
yeah.
sutra.
Mm. What is it, doctor?
Just I remember Kinchanama Vadeti. Is that what?
Yeah. Then four, three, like that. There's a
Ah,
verse.
Yeah, එකක් නම් කොමක්ද දෙකක් නම් කොමක්ද.
Kaknam,
There was,
yes.
yeah.
those are questions asked from a little Samanera. I think that Sopaka, monk Sopaka, novice monk. From him only, Lord Buddha asked those questions, and he could answer them very clearly.
Mm.
And I think that that point he became Arhat or something like that. I just
Mm.
vaguely remember.
Yeah.
Masih balang easy.
Yeah, and the Dombagoda one is beautiful. And the Dombagoda one last few minutes was so beautiful as well. I think everyone should listen to that. Yeah,
Dr.
Dombagoda.
Pukila, I want to ask this from you. Now, in our forums, we talk a lot about hormone system, intimate relationships, physical relationships, so on and so forth. Are they found in sutras, and are they there as well, or is it to be applicable to current context that those things are being discussed?
I am not sure. Actually, I haven't put that into that angle. But in Lord Buddha's time, the written thing is now, no, like 500 years. So some years later only, people are writing something. So the context is gone, practical aspect is gone. So, but practical aspect, when we look at from the practical aspect, we can understand. Sotapanna Shravakya must kapala gene sutta kala, like there was a person who helped the
Hunter.
hunter. So the was cleaning the things and helping the person to kill animals, right? But it was done. But still, this self anger has been
Transcended.
transcended. Actually, this whole thing, it is a experience.
Mm.
And doesn't necessarily mean that it will move to the next level. So there are so many aspects to this. Aranwanse talks about these things, like why someone will not go to the next level. If you like kind of have too much in this situation, then even in a book it says Vishaka had so much bhava ragi, bhava kamyo, something like that. Then it's already documented. So even though she had the she is fully aware that there is no self, but this Pavasanyava is very strong. Means it's very powerful, right? So like that, there are so many different people. So it's not like Patachara who lost everything and the Bhavasanyava became shattered. Not because of Dhamma. Before that, it shattered. So Dhamma was very easy to flow. But when you have everything, you become the Sotapanna Arya Stravakya, but that means a stream enterer. But it depends. Everyone's the way they the system changes is very, very different. So we can't pinpoint. Really. It's
Maybe just young people there is a common belief in the society now, if someone starts listening to Dhamma, it will affect the family life and they will not.
That's what Aranasi is trying to break.
Yeah.
Actually, we are very people to prove it otherwise, right? Like the to a certain level, there's no problem at all.
Even Vishaka and even Anepidu Situma, they had normal lives. They continued with their family life as well as the business work. And both of them were in the Sotapanna state, but no records about them going beyond that in that life, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Mm.
But Nanda Mata and
Nakula Pita, Nakula Mata.
yeah, there was another Anagami lady who they talk about. Katikari is a man, but there was a lady also. Not, I don't know. No, Mata. There was another lady. So the actual examples are not needed, but people need some reassurance to drop the ideas, like to attend to enter the stream. You need to go and worship 4 places. Like, people have ideas like that. This is another idea. If you come to a Dhamma forum, or you will lose your husband, or you will lose your wife, or you will lose your mother, or you might lose myself, kind of the attitude to say ළමයි ටිකත් එක්කම නිවන් දකින්න වගේ කතා කියන්නේ.
Yes.
That will never happen. No. If you really fully realize that this vibratory nature of this whole universe, what can you do? You can't do anything. But we feel like we can do something. That's in the mind. We can think anything in the mind. It's okay.
But we feel that actually everything can be balanced, isn't it?
No, that's a thought. That's a thought. This, whether it is balanced or whether it will imbalance or whether it will ruin the thing, these are all thoughts. Now, that nothing actually matters. Reassurance can be given that it doesn't necessarily matter. Nothing. No problem will happen to your kid. No problem will happen to your family. Just one vibration losing the power. Nothing is happening other than that. So if someone is, specifically young person, is worried about listening to Dhamma because I might not do my duty to the kids, or duty to the family, or duty to the parents, we can reassure them, no, you will never harm anyone. You will never harm anyone. You will just lose your self-view and self-vibration or self-perception. That's all. එක සිතුවිල්ලක් එක තියෙන කතන්දරයනේ මෙතන තියෙන්නේ. වෙන මොනවත් කතන්දරයක් නැහැ. මොකද්ද නැති වෙන්නේ? මේ එක සිතුවිල්ලයි නැති වෙන්නේ. One thing. Isn't it? What do you think?
Yeah. And that misconception of not being able to lead a life and then going on this Dhamma path is mostly put to the heads of the people by actually the monks they themselves. So that is the concept that is being carried forward, saying that if you go too much for this Dhamma path, you will be skipping all your responsibilities and commitments and duties, and you will be just going only that path, so the family will be completely ignored. So those concepts have come from the monks themselves. because of their lack of understanding. I know there was a disaster situation here, very close to us. One of doctor's wives here, that Walasmule Abe monkey came and did some form of sermon in a temple close by, and that lady decided to enrobe herself just within few days. Her children were very small, and they had a tremendous sort of problems. The husband had to deal with the two little children, and she just left home. And then after a long time, we heard that she was kind of stranded. She didn't have any place to stay. She didn't have any income. She was going from place to place, and that monk also disappeared from the country. So things happened like that because of that completely wrong guidance.
And the foolishness of some women, doctor.
Yes.
Some women, they try to stay in the temple, no, looking after the monks. I mean, they don't know there are limits even when they go to a temple. That they are responsible for neglecting the family, not the amma or the monks. Most of the time, there are some women in temples who like try to get the ownership of the monks in the temple, like they. So in your example, my God, it's a terrible thing, no, to happen. I mean, such a um, kind of instant decision to leave the family behind. And
And that is a kind
yeah,
of, I don't know, some form of brainwashing that happened.
yeah,
Siyalu drushti bhava. This is a very big thing.
Mm,
Siyalla drushti bhava.
yeah.
I also listen to his sermons on YouTube. A couple of I mean long time back, and he was like getting people and talking about seeing lights during meditation. And then and there somehow I felt that it is not the proper path. Then I just didn't continue actually.
Those things like Aloka Sanya and all, they are completely Hindu type of things with the meditation. It must
But
be some form of visual hallucination. I don't know. They say that they see sort of various lights, and then uh, whole area is illuminated. That sort of experiences are explained. Probably some deeper meditative states of the concentration meditation.
It can be explained with the perceptions.
Mm, mm.
It's very easy to explain with Dhamma. It's all perceptions.
Aloka Sanya, isn't it?
The same perception,
Mm.
light perception.
Yeah, light perception.
So what the big deal is light perception. Like the touch perception and the sound perception, same thing. Like, but the thing is, as I said, knowing every perception is useless is very important. Oh
Yeah.
God. The I think the more you generalize this Dhamma and more you feel this Dhamma, whatever perception doesn't become a thing. That is the actual important. Because of these perceptions, only the life story is there, right? Light perception, sound perception, touch perception, and Thinking. Now, ability to think, imagine. Ability to think is like a magic. And becomes my magic after some time.
Yes.
The baby doesn't know, but baby has a magic of seeing. Baby doesn't actually put into my basket, but already it is having the perception level. So that's the beauty of Paramahansa's Dhamma, the way you can explain it through the science, or the way you can explain it through Lord Buddha's Dhamma, or and no one should be in trouble because there's no one single drushti or one single view highlighted here. Even there also, if those two words become too powerful, again useless. None of these things, none of the sensor system driven things are true. They are there, it's okay. You're not going to get blind. You still think, you still see, you still hear, you still touch. Touch sensation is there. Nothing is going to happen with just the idea that the existence is, one idea is existence is there. Other idea is existence is mine.
I think today morning that boy from Korea, was it today morning? I think he remember. I don't know whether Sudharma remember.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dilshan. Last evening, what?
No,
You,
Dilshan is
yeah, so,
different. There are two Dilshans, right?
yeah,
This
Dilshan,
is from Korea.
Korea.
yeah, he called. It's last evening or
I think today
today
I think
morning.
today morning.
Morning. Mm.
He asked a question. I don't know whether Sudharma remembers. How does this different senses arise? I mean, what is the kind of, I think he wanted to know what is this pattern of arising of the senses. Now, at one point, it is the eye sensor, and then it might move to the ear sensor. So, like that, senses are sort of changing. How does it happen? But I think Aranvasi did miss that point. He asked several things. He didn't answer that point. Now, that is not something planned or sort of decided by anything. No, it is just a random happening, isn't it? It's random
Yeah,
synchronization of the thoughts, isn't it?
I actually missed that part, Doctor. I was not following it right throughout. I mean, especially when Aryan Vasi joined, of course. Anyway, sensor system is a natural mechanism, no? Dr.
What is that
Kokla will
question? Sorry,
explain.
I actually missed that. What is that question?
He asked, how does it now this the in the I mean, naturally what happens is senses are changing from one focus to another to another, like that. Senses
Yeah.
are changing. How does it happen? What is the mechanism there? That is what he wanted to know.
Oh. Mm.
That
I
is
mean,
some,
if he becomes a worm, he doesn't
Mm,
have to worry about that. But because we have five senses,
yeah.
it becomes intermingled. So and it's a very fast occurrence.
And it is not something that is, I mean, you can't explain it such a way, no, that it is happening in this pattern. It is something randomly happening, isn't it? series of telepathization of different uh, data is occurring. Data, or, yeah.
Yeah, if the five senses are working.
Yeah, series of telepathization is occurring randomly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very. I don't know why the confusion is. I don't know what the point is. Maybe he had a point in his mind because every question, underlying question is different.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like,
because if you actually think there is someone here, questions are like actually questions are different. If you understand, it's uh, like a system with multiple um, stuff working, like the associated eye and the ear and the touch system, and there's another ability of thinking, and why the eye is working at one point and why the touch is not working at one point. And when the eye is working, actually in that fraction of a second, the touch is not working. It's not
Okay.
focused. It's not
Yeah.
focused. So that is how it is.
it,
But
it
because of
act-
the fast occurrence, you can't really pinpoint any of these things.
and doctor, the shortest answer would be because it's not used, since the system is not used, so you can't like have the eye first, then the ear, then the skin. It's a natural system. It's like we don't know why the butterflies are moving that
If
way.
he's
This
asking from karma sense, so like why I'm seeing a tree now and next time I'm seeing an accident.
is that
That's a
so?
different question. That's a different question.
He didn't mention anything like that.
Yeah,
He didn't.
that's what I'm saying. So the underlying any question, underlying reason why the question came is slightly different from person to person.
Yeah.
Because I remember when I started listening to Aran system, I used to wonder how this happens. Why the difference? Why a set of people will see one set of experiences and other set will see whoa, kind of that kind of attitude. I have had questions, but the thing is, questions drop when you understand that the questions are useless
Yeah.
because it's the mind, right? But actually, there is if you go into the system and find out, every vibration has a pre-existing vibratory combination. So there is a reason. But if you try to say that, everything becomes unnecessary. In the sense, for the Nibbana, it is not necessary. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, understanding this moment doesn't necessarily need know why this happened, why this happened, why this happened. That question is in the mind. මේකේ මුල මොකද්ද අග මොකද්ද?
Yeah.
Yeah. True.
That's
Yeah.
in the mind.
There was some
Yeah.
night, both of you. I am getting some relatives, so tomorrow hopefully I'll be occupied. Today and tomorrow. There was some night.
And doctor, what's most important is to know that only one stimulus arises in one split second. That was the best thing. I mean, we got from this Dhamma.
Yeah. Always any
Yeah.
thought, it actually starts with 5 senses. I say in Dombagoda sermon, I think I can't remember, he said if your eyes are closed and the hearing is also closed and the full body is anesthetized, whatever happens, you don't know. then that's the thing. It's like again in the space story. Yeah. What can you say? Nothing. So these are experiences that you can actually understand with some clarity how these senses have given us such a big thing. Now that question, even from moment to moment, how does this change? Uh, it is changing because of this human system. Then why a human system has come? Yeah, again, there is a story behind that. If you got a worm system, you don't have much problems, do you? No. Why? Only touch system and temperature. And no much difference, but still the existence is there. Existence perception is there. But because of the complexity, the complexity is needed actually, because these five senses are the only senses that will give you this world. And that's how the 30 realms have come also. And understanding all the five senses is important, including the mind sensor, which is a magic of this human system.
And the other thing, doctor, it is because of the sense system we can identify the sasrava, the taints. Otherwise, they will be static there and will remain the same, and I mean, will telepathize into the next system.
Yeah, this mind system is very important. That's why becoming a human is important. Even though this is happening very fast, human mind is good enough to actually catch this in this mind sensor. So if you actually capture this sasava in the mind sensor, in one, not one, actually you can't catch it in one, as Aranwansi always says. With the wisdom, if you can get it, can understand it, that this whole thing is a creation. That's it.
And doctor, some people also, it is not criticism. Now, for those who haven't fully realized the mind and the feel level, whatever, they just take feel as an excuse, and they act as if mind is a big kind of, let's say, monster. Now I'm talking from the feel. So this is what, but we feel that it is a big not a big lie, but they are not talking with full complete realization. Actually, what happens is, when you fully realize the mechanism of the mind sensor, then the feel naturally arises. And when somebody fully realizes the mind, only one become awakened to the feel and confidently talk about that. Otherwise, it is just a word, isn't it, doctor? When some people talk, we feel that. But actually, feel is mind losing that unnecessary power, no? Isn't it, doctor? Yeah. Otherwise, mind is not the monster. Mind is there. Anyway, they are, in the sense we have to use the mind.
Once you fully realize the system, mind is functioning as
exactly.
Mellower is actually the.
Yeah, Haranasi beautifully said that, doctor. thought of yours. Melava is the Sanya Rupaloke, Elava is the Arupaloke. Yeah.
Now, kind of everything is clear for you as well, right?
Thanks to you all, doctors. Kind of now I see the big picture. At least Dhamma is there in the sense that Galapim then and there it arises. So that thing is there, doctor. Yeah, but, those days I actually didn't know. When you say about this non-self, arupa, they were actually uh, so confusing for me. Now they are kind of in place, kind of feeling is there, doctor. Yeah.
Yeah, that is all right.
Mm.
That is all needed. You have to have a very full, clear idea that whatever the sensation you get, whether it's a mind sensor working, whether it's a body sensor working, these two areas should be cleared though. Whatever the sensor is working, there's no self. And whatever the chitta means whatever the thought, there is no self. Whatever the skandha, there's no self. Skandha means haramana, stimuli. And vijnana is any consciousness, whatever the consciousness, there's no self. So if you can get that slowly, that is what you get anyway. No one understood this straight away, no.
That gets stabilized in the system gradually, isn't it, doctor? The no self thing, even over the time, it gradually the view shifts from self view to non-self view.
Yeah.
It's anyway a very gradual process. Only thing is trying to realize the truth, trying to understand the truth. And yeah, that is why, doctor, these forums are very important. Single thing cannot be ignored. No. Now we are kind of doubly advantaged to sometimes, doctor, I feel in the English forum, certain things are, easy to get.
Yeah, people who
All
handle
the
English language a lot may find it a bit easier to feel it through the English forum. Because if you're not thorough with the English language, your attention goes to the language, and then attention to actual fact
is gone, no?
is gone.
We miss it.
Yeah. Because you are trying to actually get the word, then you automatically become padaparam. Because you're not getting the essence of the message. So getting the essence of message is the important thing, not the words. It is like the underlying idea when a mother says something to the child, there's a top layer and a bottom layer, right? Like always, advice is don't do that, but don't do that is simple 3 words, right?
Yeah.
But there can be massive amount of things, wisdom that is not about Dhamma wisdom. I'm just talking about some word problem here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we say don't do that. So the don't do that 3 words, if you just take the 3 words out of that context, that's just 3 simple words, but actually the message can be very, very intimate and
strong
very,
and
yeah. So it personalized to that system. So as well as the Dhamma also when you say get this Dhamma without looking at who is telling that, without trying to see whether there is robe there, whether that person is
In the
is that
monastery.
person
Yeah.
or going home, or whether that person is doing something for his or her kids or whatever, right?
Mhm.
And if you so the message is no self anger and nothing anger, where you have to feel it.
Actually, doctor, how does this inquisitiveness go away? Like now we never actually we are not interested to know. I forget about Arana, even someone else's whereabouts, know what their children are doing. But there was a time we were like happily talking about all those and asking more and more. There are actually this system. I remember if my mother had a chat with some other lady, I was pushing her. What did she say? What did she say? What was the so we these systems are like that. We were so impatient to know what they talked about. But what has happened to that? So that is the power of this truth, isn't it, doctor? When the
Yeah.
system, yeah. So
Mm.
the that is how the way to the external law, internal whatever this existence, feel, existence, perception, or self perception gradually diminishes. So that power diminishing is reflected through the behavior also of
Yeah.
the
You
system.
just
Yeah.
have to understand this Dhamma
Mm.
and then continue to practice the no self anger whenever you can. I mean, not actively, but you should let it happen to the system.
Mm. And that silent meditation kind of thing that you said in the garden, that is very good, doctor. That
Anything is
yeah.
okay because you are not living in a situation where there are a lot of people.
Mm.
You can actually practice it everywhere, whether you are walking from room to the kitchen to the room, or cooking, or yeah, you can practice it anywhere. Any action, you can see that there's no self, but
No.
you don't have to do it actively. That's the thing. Because you have
Actively.
listened to them for a long time. But if someone hasn't done it, then they have to do it.
Now, doctor.
Specifically with the time that you spend with the nature.
Mm. And that underneath that everything is happening to me thing is not there, no, doctor. It happens. I mean, it is not that we did it, but naturally that wrong belief, wrong view has gone like because we don't know at which point with which I mean we didn't deliberately contemplated that there is no self, but through that Pratipada and especially constant reminders, doctor, that help.
Mm.
That's what, and even that is where the English forum is very important because everybody would agree that you always highlight non-self thing, nothing but non-self. So it is a constant reminder. Even very recently, Aryan Mahanse always, you don't have to do anything. Even when you talk about Dhamma, talk without the self. So that was also there. That so self view. Since it is a drushti, since it is the manifest. I mean, very obvious level. Uh, the reminder also helps for
Yeah,
someone to, yeah.
yeah. It
Mm.
actually helps. So that's where the what is it, foundation is.
Yeah.
If the foundation is good, you don't have to worry.
Mm.
That's the thing. Because if you're worrying, so the system is under stress. So actually, Dhamma can't be felt. So as soon as you settle down and you feel like Dhamma is now kind of you kind of feel like, wow, this seeing is actually there is no self.
Mm.
You kind of come to that understanding, not even feeling it, but understanding that settles down the system so that the power goes down. So the
Yeah,
every
doctor.
system aspect is the questions. If you have questions, you can ask. This focus thing I have asked long time ago from Aranansi. That's how I know.
Mm. Mm.
When someone asked about it last night or night before.
Mm.
Last night or night before, I can't remember. Focus question was asked.
Yeah, it is a constant question, no, doctor. How, like,
Yeah, I focus this. The
yeah.
focus
Mm.
is okay.
Mm.
Focus is okay, but the thing is, Dhamma should be
Well,
fully understood.
yeah. And doctor, there was a time, no, people said, at the end of the day, oh, how come this happened to me only? We said so, no. මටම මෙහෙම වෙන්නේ මටම now that resting place is there is no self. That itself is a
Yeah,
big relief, no, doctor? Yeah.
actually, 2012,
Mm-hmm.
there was a accident. The all the family got injured. I was in the front and I didn't wear the seat belt, so my head got stuck in the front glass. So as soon as I recovered from the concussion or whatever,
Mm.
the first question came to my mind was "Mattamani venni."
That's it, doctor. Yeah, we are.
That
Mm-hmm.
was the question. The thing it came to. I clearly remember that.
Mm-hmm.
When I felt the blood, I was like, I don't know why it came to me. "මොකද්ද මේ මටමනේ වෙන්නේ?"
Yeah.
Something like that came to my mind.
Same thing happened. I told you my husband passed away. No, my father died on January 29th. Husband died on February 20th. I had to undergo a surgery in the month of May the same year. So everybody was telling, oh, මෙහෙමත් වෙනවද? So I was thinking, මටමයි වෙන්නේ. So yeah, everybody in the path, I mean, we felt it, doctor. Now to know that there is no self to undergo anything. Yeah, that is, I mean, people, I don't know, doctor, still people are not, I mean, they never have courage to have courage then, have are not fortunate enough to listen to Dhamma without asking who the monk is. That most people, if by chance they come across Dhamma and they happen to listen to it like we all did, we didn't have any idea whatsoever about the name of the monk.
No,
Actually,
yeah,
doctor, we didn't want to find those, I don't think
yeah.
we didn't want to find know who the monk.
No, I just listened, and then
Yeah.
finally, when Aranhansi put the phone number, I thought,
Mm,
why not? Because I was
mm,
mesmerized by the idea that there's no self.
mm, mm,
So why not? I will just ask. And actually, first day I remember I was shaken because I have never called someone I don't know. Usually I don't. I don't even answer calls if
mm,
I don't know the number, I don't usually answer the calls yet. So it was a shocking experience to me, and that I still remember how I felt. But then, yeah, it was so. He was so kind. He doesn't know me. I don't know him. Yeah, he was so kind. So I just continue to listen.
And doctor, in on phone calls, he has delivered for 30 minutes, 40 minutes, like long sermons, no? Those days, I
Yeah,
actually,
yeah, yeah.
they are on the main channel, this
Long time ago.
website. Mm.
Yeah, I remember. I begged him to not put my name, and straight after,
Yeah.
he put the sermon into the system, and I'm like, my God, my. And he
Mm.
has put that system, that part that I'm asking to
Not to put
not
mine.
to put. And
So
I called Aaron and
that
said,
way he attacks
no,
the
I was
selfie.
terrified
Yeah.
at that time because I had so many restrictions. So I called him and told him, Aaron answer, my name is there. Then actually he deleted that part.
Mhm. He shows immense understanding in some situations, in most of the situations. Yeah. He never reminded me to do a program in goal. And in the morning, he said, I didn't want to push you to do so. Like, I felt it. He I couldn't do for some time. When I said I would do again, he said, I didn't want to remind you to do it, even I knew there must have been some problems.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
everyone should try to feel this summer. That's the
Mm,
main important thing.
mm,
And the mind power has to be very minimal for you to
mm,
feel summer. That's the tricks of being near the nature and all that.
mm,
So that the mind power, when you go to a big tree or big rock,
mm.
actually mind power can't rise.
Oh,
Mind power.
it has some negative force. Maybe, no, doctor, we are talking about vibrations.
Yeah,
Mm,
it's not a negative force. It's just that the mind power becomes irrelevant there. So when you
some
walk,
telepathy system
uh,
must be.
yeah, even stupa, it's the same thing. Why they are
Ah,
so
yeah,
big?
yeah. Mm,
If it is just one kanua, one small one thing, nothing will, no effect will be there.
mm,
So there are so many aspects of these things where the mind power comes down. You have to use that to feel this dharma, because the
mm,
confirmation to the system that the seeing is not, there is no seeing, has no doer,
mm,
uh, is very important. Hearing has no doer, or touch system, or the body consciousness doesn't have a doer, and thinking has no doer, or consciousness has no doer. It's very important. That's where the whole trick is.
mm,
And then, because this whole death thing is mostly related to these system cessation.
mm.
So why are we worried about system cessation?
Because, doctor, exactly, we believe that system existed every single fraction of second. We believe the system existed. So
System existed, and that
yeah,
is me, kind of thing.
that is me. That's what I asked from Aryan Hasil yesterday, doctor. That actually, even now, we don't feel our kind of existence. No, now the sound occur. We are fully engaged in this interaction, but actually, we don't feel that the body exists even. But underneath ignorant belief comes, oh, it it existed. Actually, it didn't exist, no, doctor. Only that rising and ceasing happen. So when we
No,
think,
but the thing is, if you actually imagine this word focus, if there's a focus on the imagine focus is there for the seeing that bird story or the accident story, it's the same thing.
yeah,
There's a focus, right? Then at that moment you can catch this.
yeah,
The self perception
yeah,
and the self vibration also, if you are vigilant enough. Because this has to happen for you to actually catch it too. Do you get it?
yeah, doctor. Must that යෝනිසෝ මනසිකාර
ඒ කියන්නේ
යථාභූත
මේ කෙලෙස් භූමියම තමයි නිවන තියෙන්නේ.
නිවන තියෙන්නේ. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some vibration has to be there for the non-vibration to arise. So, you know, that bird story or accident story, that is a very good moment for you to feel the non-vibration also. So, because when you come to a floating thing where you can't feel anything, you can't really talk about a nibbana there. That's why Aranwansi is saying the flustered moment, really in a troublesome moment, you can see the nibbana nicely. If it is there, you can see it nicely, because other times it's useless to actually say. Actually, even Asanti said that today, I think, in one point. She was also trying to say me ගැටිච්ච නැති තැනක ඒක කියලා වැඩක් නැහැ. ඒක කියනවා නම් කියන්නේ වෙන කතාවකට. She was nicely saying that. But if you are trying to catch the non-vibration, the moment is important. So the moment where your complete capture, that like thing, rupture capture.
And doctor, once I told Anyanasi about an accident that we faced on the highway. And there, actually, Anyanasi even didn't know my name or whereabouts at that time. Actually, we faced an accident. And there, it was a kind of fatal. The car was totally damaged. The front left hit on a container. Rear right hit on the defender. We couldn't believe that me and the daughter-in-law with the driver, we attended the funeral and we were coming on the highway from Colombo, passing Kahatoduwa. Then this driver was not really good. We didn't know that. I was sick, but I had to attend that cousin's funeral. So we were, and there, seeing the damage of the car, nobody could believe that we were safe. But not a single scratch for both of us. And uh, the then the thing is, doctor, I didn't feel any, knew there was a damage, no shock, no worry. But then next day I told Aryanase, something like that happened. Even my daughter-in-law was really screaming. And she was also stuck to see me so calm and talking to those guys and settling it and just coming home. We came home around 2 a.m. that day. So the I said Ariana's now if this it was like this, such a calm and kind of feeling. I knew it happened. It was a real big damage, and if one of us was injured, I don't think I would be that calm. Then actually he said, no, even if you would be the same. So I don't know why he said so at that point, doctor, but he said so, and he didn't continue. So I don't know whether that was a moment that I felt, but if I felt it, I should be aware, no, that as you say, it was a non-vibratory moment. But
Yeah.
that conversation didn't go beyond that. He said even
නිවන් දැකපුත් තැනක නිවන් දකින එකක් ගැන කොහොමද
yeah,
කියන්නේ? No vibration. Already there is no vibration. You can't really talk about that.
that, no? Yeah,
Yeah.
what you are telling is, doctor, when there is such a shock, then next split second you see the non-vibrate. Is that what, doctor?
No.
Mm.
In the shock you can see there is no self.
In the shock you can. Wow, got it now.
That
Yeah.
is what Aran is saying. Or that this
Right.
actually
Mm.
maybe even screaming, it doesn't matter.
Mm.
System is screaming, system is in
System.
pain, system is
100% realization that it is a system only. Yeah, that is very fancy. Yeah.
that is where දුකක් නොවන දුක, දුකක් නොවන සතුට, දුකක් නොවන.
Otherwise, as you say, in comfort zones, to see that it is a system is not any challenge. No, it's something's very easy. I mean, in a calm and quiet situation.
No, after actually fully realizing Dhamma, Aran Hanse would be like that. So, actually speaking, you know, kata karani කියලා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේට කියනවා නම් කවුරු හරි that part, if the system has fully enlightened, no word enlightenment, Aran Hanse doesn't use that, but if the fully realization has happened and there is no existence perception, or it's not powerful, even if it is there, it's not powerful. So then what happens is irrelevant. That's what Aran Hanse is trying to say a lot of last few days. It's irrelevant what happens is whether you are shouting or whether you are crying or whether you are in pain or whether you are dying or whatever. It doesn't necessarily mean anything, because the underlying this whole thing is නැවත ඉපදීමක් නැහැ.
Yeah. He talked a lot about that. Ownership is not there, no, doctor. It is fully, not just a word, it is fully
Because skandha dukkha, never, you can't stop the actual problems due to this system. Skandha dukkha will only stop after the second parinirvana.
But is that, doctor, second parinirvana? Some lady
Klesa
actually told me.
parinirvana and skandha parinirvana.
Yeah, she told me now they are listening to some.
Who is she?
She is not our forum. Somebody, one neighbor.
No. Aran Hanse says that nicely. Kelesa parinirvana, skandha parinirvana.
Skandha parinirvana is body.
That means
body
Rahatan Hanse කාලක්‍රියා කරාට පස්සේ.
Okay.
That means the system problem is not more anymore.
First thing is the cessation of defilements.
Cessation of defilements, cessation of power, cessation of burning, cessation of life.
That's very important. That's very important, using all the words, the equivalents. Otherwise, in Sinhala forums, people really mess. I mean, everything with the words. They take balaya as one thing, mama as one thing, another sanyawa, mama sanyawa, itta sanyawa as different things.
There are small differences in these things, because that's why the thing is when the existence perception is there, self-perception is there. but they are not one, but they are not two either.
Either more or less the same. More or
More or
less.
less the same. But when Lord Buddha have explained that Itta Sanya, Atma Sanya, there is a reason. So that's why Aranahanse is telling that day he was trying to tell me, not the last time, the time before. He was trying to tell me something about Anitya Sanya and Anatma Sanya.
Yeah,
So
I can't find
Itta
that.
Sanya.
It's a beautiful discussion. Actually, I need. Do you have it, doctor? I was in
No,
Australia.
I never listened to my my discussions second time.
It's a beautiful one. Anatma. It actually step by step he talked a lot about. Then
Yeah,
I
but
was not.
the Itta Sanya
Mm.
is the Anitya Sanya or Anicca, whatever the word, it doesn't matter. Whatever, it's that is the equivalent of the Itta Sanya. Atma Sanya is the Anatma Sanya. If you have any of these things, fear of death is not gone. That's what he was trying to say. So these are very fine tuning that will come to that. Fear of death is very fine tuning, no?
And
because fear of death can be due to fear of death also can be very minimal, right? Like
basically due to it is very high with the self view. Can be something with the self perception, but it goes down. But doctor, I felt the other day I told that sense level burning. I felt it in a unique way in the temple. It occurred to me that fear, not the fear of death, the pain, body pain will not be a thing now, even though we say it's not a big deal for Rahatan Wahanse. We actually know, I actually didn't have any idea about that, but there I felt, oh, it could be, it could be uh, not, it, our Rahatan Wahanse must not be feeling that much pain even with the body, kind of realization occurred, doctor. When somebody masters the sensor level experience, the pain and the uh, pain with the self, somebody real differentiates it and transcends that, it may not be a big deal. The burning becomes, it multiplies with the self perception.
everything becomes multiplied by the view also. One of my patients actually, they don't know any Dhamma, but I asked, what is your most fear? And he was actually very old and he's prepared to die and all that. But his most fear was pain. He doesn't want pain. So he wants a painless death.
They have that facility, no, doctor?
I mean, yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, it's in the view that someone is feeling, someone who is having the idea that death is a physical thing.
Yeah, true.
Death is
There is something called death, then I want to face a painless death. That is.
And this death story, it's actually Aranahanse talks about it in the past sermons also. Death is an idea. Death is an idea. So, but what happens is the stopping of the breathing.
Yeah. And doctor, that's beautiful. And can I share some experience with you? My son, who is in Australia, used to work in palliative care, Karapitiya. So palliative care, the consultant has told him that finally they do, I don't know, some certain, there's a procedure for someone to die, go for a painless death. No, they think it's the best thing that can happen to a person who is undergoing that much severe pain. So that consultant has told him that it has that treatment, that procedure has an effect on the person's chutisita. Can we accept that, doctor? Do you?
So if someone has the self view,
Mm.
and someone's pain is down, yeah, the pain agitation will not be there
Mm.
because everyone is fearful about pain. Or just imagine if you are feeling pain,
Mm.
you don't like the pain. There's an antagonism for the pain.
Mm. So, doctor, at least temporarily, the telepathization will happen for a lower kind,
No,
not
no. If
lower.
even
Yeah.
reassurance is enough for them
Mm.
to,
Ah,
we will handle the pain. You
ah,
will be completely pain free. Even that
ah,
is very, very good because
ah.
then they stop anticipating the pain. They give it to the daughter, not daughter, doctor's hand.
Mm.
So they believe the doctor's words. So
Yeah.
they like, okay, I'm going to have a painless death. So they
Ah,
are then after that very happy.
happy and calm, no, doctor. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and actually, doctors can titrate to not to feel the pain. So that is preventing some agony. In
Additional
the,
power, no? Additional.
yeah,
Yeah.
some
Mm.
agony will be reduced.
Mm. Mm.
Not the willingness to now. There are so many aspects to this. Why people die? Why people want to die before?
Mm.
Whatever the suffering is, they don't want to suffer, right?
Mm.
Yeah, so that's okay. That's kind of a human right, we can say,
Mm.
assisted death or something like that.
Mm.
But their idea is, uh, I
For
will
them
prevent,
to, yeah, for
I will
them,
prevent
painful
problematic
death.
death.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So they want to, in 1 minute, they are happy, kind
Mm.
of sad, happy and sad both, and they want a sudden passing.
Mm. Mm. And doctor, in Australia, what is that called?
Euthanasia,
And what is it?
euthanasia, right?
Euthanasia, yeah. So that is not, I mean, that is like committing suicide, no, willingly? When is
Yeah,
it
you have
consent?
to have like a very convincing medical condition for that.
Mm. Mm.
You can't just have it, and the
Mm.
team should say that they are happy for that.
Ah,
Something like that is there. Every state is different.
ah,
Every
mm,
country is also different. The laws are different.
ah,
But the self view is the problem.
mm. But anyway, doctor, if you, I mean, being in the medical field, you are kind of doubly advantaged, no, to, I mean, analyze and understand human behavior, the sense faculties, mind, that way. I mean, we are also very fortunate to have conversations with you people. I mean, easy for you to get the things, no,
But the
that
ego can be high. That's the thing. That's
that.
what Aranansa is
But
saying. So
when
the
you are aware of that, it goes down. No?
yeah, it goes
Yeah,
down.
it
100%.
and even that mana goes on up to anagami something. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So what happens is, if the after now baby doesn't have a self view,
Mm.
baby is very uniquely having the slight self perception and the self vibration, whatever's the starting power. But
Mm.
as soon as you start to gather all the data, with every data, kind of this confirmation is there. No, there is self.
Yeah.
So the more the data, the more the power, and it's 100%. You
Yeah.
can't really escape that.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, we all acknowledge that. We fully acknowledge that because the පදපරම් වෙන්න පුළුවන් හැකියාව වැඩි.
Mm-hmm.
Because all the things, if you really believe that the medical stuff is true, you are
Yeah.
in trouble. No?
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't necessarily mean you don't use that. We still update things. We still learn the new things. We still do that. But the it's not a well. It's a system. That's all.
And doctor, when I mean those days I didn't have this Dhamma, but I was practicing Kaya Anupassana, and we had the chart in the temple where they showed the stools, urine, blood, all pass everything and insert. Then my son was asking me, now my engineer friends are earning this much. They are going in this type of jeeps. Now see what damage you have done to me. Like, so that the boy is always, I mean, not very seriously, but telling, you have fed me with be a doctor, be a doctor, be a doctor. Now, see, in Sri Lanka, I'll have to spend ages to buy a vehicle of that nature, kind of thing. The complaint. May you always showed us Punchi and Bapa and said they take them as role models and so. Then actually, doctor, I said, not because of anything else, Putte. You are Buddhist. I didn't have this knowledge. You all are Buddhists, but doctors get the opportunity to see the bodies, I mean, inside of the bodies, and see the suffering, death. It itself is a kind of meditation, Putte. So that is, don't think about the money the other people have, but just think about the opportunity you have. So one day you will thank me when you get old, and I mean, when you face death, you will thank. I didn't have this knowledge, but actually that was I those from those days, doctor. I felt what is the use of having everything if we are dying? We should prepare for death, but as a person with the self view, definitely, but was kind of preparing for the death. So that was there. And it is not a very important thing, but that Kaya Anupassana thing. So you all get that opportunity to know when you were doing anatomy appointments, even in the faculty also, to see inside of human bodies and study.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, the I have never had a like a idea that I never
Mm.
had family member of a doctor or nothing. I
Mm.
used to even faint if someone is in pain.
All right.
As soon as someone is crying in pain, I usually decide I'm on the floor.
Mm. So in
Yeah,
that case, you
and I actually thought, maybe I can do something. You
uh,
know,
intrinsic motivation, no doctor, to relieve the pain of people. You felt something like that.
yeah. But
Ah.
even that, my family, they never pushed. They never,
Ah.
never, never pushed. That's what the same thing.
Mm.
I have that attitude for my
Mm.
kids also. So I never tell them nothing. I
Mm.
just tell them
Mm.
you should attend school, but I don't tell them
Mm.
anything.
In that culture, doctor, no difference, no, whether one is a doctor, engineer, or whatever, no, the system. I mean, everybody has the same privileges there.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. Actually, the that time I was even thinking I might not be able to become a doctor because I collapse each time the inpatient is in pain. But then slowly
You
I
got
became
over. Yeah. System, no? We can't say you got over. System gradually got adjusted. Yeah.
got immune to the problem. Yeah. Kids are shouting.
Ah, they are not very small, no, doctor? Your kids, youngest is 13, you say.
It's 13, yeah. Eldest is 20, I think, this year.
Ah, must be in the uni then.
Mm. Yeah, the thing is, this Dhamma is for everyone.
Yeah.
Someone who is researching about this definitely gets it.
Mm.
That's what I feel.
Yeah.
Randomly ගමේ අම්මටත් මේක හම්බ වෙනවා දැන්.
Yeah, they get.
That's so much.
They get.
so
Yeah,
much
doctor.
lucky.
And some mothers get it then and they are doctor. That is up to the system actually. Some
Yeah,
people.
because Aranhanse's way of delivery and the inspiring nature, because I really felt it even with the online sermon long time ago. I can really understand that, how
Yeah.
inspiring it would be to ask, who are you? And kind of get it. And that's what Aranhanse is saying. They can synchronize to that. If there is any prior inspiration has happened, they will get inspired.
Definitely get it, yeah. And doctor, the other thing is for honest people, now if someone can talk about their problems, problem behaviors and their negative attributes, negative qualities openly, such people also will get it. I mean, if you are like people are trying to hide, I mean, a lot and they are not open, uh, then it's very difficult, doctor. It is when we
No,
do.
the actually what happened is if they have a genuine question about who am I, they will actually get this
Yeah.
genuine question of what did Lord Buddha say about me? Who am I? Because that was a question. It's a genuine question, I think. But no, not everyone gets it. There are so many people abroad also who gets it, not only Asian culture. What is this liberation? Is there a liberation, or is there not a liberation, or what is happening here? You know,
Yeah.
is there a afterbirth? Is there a now afterbirth story is there because this birth is real? No?
Yeah, yeah. Even doctor, 18th century, 16th century poets also, now you also were into English teaching, those John Donne, people like that, they have questioned the life and death and suffering, aging, afterlife. Only thing they didn't find the truth. They philosophically they have made near Buddhist philosophy like statements and kind of understanding they have shown, but it is not the truth.
No,
No,
because the
no,
self
yeah.
view is ingrained, they have to think, no, it must be going somewhere.
True.
So they thought whatever they want to. Either I'm going to God, or either I'm going to heaven, kind of whatever good thing, they will just think like that. It's okay. You can think whatever. You have the right to think like that. We actually are not saying we're not saying the right to think is always there. Whatever you can think anything. But the thing is, whatever thought is not true is kind of fabulous. No single thought or no single
Yeah.
stimuli is actually there is fabulous.
Yeah, doctor.
because we are not taking away the ability to think. We are not taking away any ability to see or hear or touch or temperature or nothing. Everything will be there. But
And
to
doctor,
take it through.
Exactly. We people who ran after more and more and more, not fact-wise, knowledge-wise, wealth, I mean status, to talk about no stimulus, uh, no stimulus or no thought moment is such a beautiful thing, no, doctor?
It is created. You can't say
Yeah,
no, but
yeah,
it's a creation only.
yeah. No,
It's a weird thing, yeah. But it has happened.
Yeah, it has happened. The extreme opposite. No, that's actually the beauty of Dhamma. And
Yeah, my mother used to say මෙයත් එක්ක නම් කතා කරලා දෙන්න බෑ මේ I have had a like my mother says a long time ago when I was little I used to question everything why kind of thing.
Yeah, doctor, yeah. Then who is that bird's mother? That bird's mother. Like that you go to and then until they chase us away, no? Yeah. It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
why question because they
Yes.
even can't understand
Yeah.
why this happens this way, why that happens that way. Why can't it happen in another way?
Yeah.
But that was all karma based. I think. I mean, even when I didn't know karma, I think I was questioning why.
That is, yeah, from the Gatipurdu kind of thing, no, doctor. The influence of chains at that level. That
Yeah, but
kind of.
Aranwanse pattern, I can't remember having Aranwanse's pattern of liking the non form. I don't think I had that. But I had
Anyway, we were with
the
nature, no
inquisitive
chill.
mind.
Yeah, with
Yeah.
nature.
I think we have come to.
Yeah, five, almost five, doctor. Yeah, five.
Thank you so much, Dharma.
Hi,
Thank
doctor.
you,
Thank you for
Aranwanse.
it. Thank you, doctor. Thank you for everything. Thiruvan
Therwan
Saranaya.
Sanai.
topics that we were talking yesterday. We were discussing about an experience of a lady who talked in one of the other Zoom discussions. So we talked on that topic about how the sensor functions will create something as a thought, and then according to that thought, when the thought is not seen as a mental construct, and when the thought is taken as really existing, and that is what is called the ignorance, where we go along the wrong track. So that is how the world is created. Now we know that every living being has this problem where it's a sensor function which creates something depending on the type of the sensors formed, and depending on the number of sensors and the nature of the sensors, different worlds are created to different living beings. So the animals will have completely different creation, whereas the human beings will have another set of creations, and it can vary from human being to human being also. There could be some little differences. So all this time before we heard this Dhamma, we were projecting everything to the outside world. We thought that the light rays are coming from outside and the sound waves are coming from outside, and the other sensations also. We thought everything is from outside, and then with the help of the senses, we feel them, we experience them, and then for those stimuli which were experienced were taken as really existing, and then there was defilements which followed, where there was clinging or aversion, likes, dislikes, hatreds, or desires, all sorts of things followed. Now we know that the camera has to be turned inwards, because now we have realized with this Buddothpado teachings that everything is a creation of at the sensor level. This is actually what Lord Buddha mentioned 2600 years ago. And most of those facts, actually, though they were mentioned in Pali stanzas very clearly, the interpretation was a problem. Interpretation was not correct, or some of them actually were mixed with the teachings from the other religions, particularly from the Hinduism. So the pure Buddhism actually went underground, I would say. It was hiding, and only some parts were mentioned in most of the sermons that we hear nowadays. But there was a lot of confusions. Sometimes it was mentioned about something about the sensor function, and then again it was mentioned something as coming from the outside world. So it wasn't clear at all. Now, little by little, by listening to these with our noble friend R.N. Mahanse's sermons, now we know that the camera has to be turned inwards. Now it's very clear that these are creations of the mind, or they are all thoughts. And depending on the capacity of this sensor function, the hearing could be limited to a certain range for human beings, and it could be for a larger or a wider range for a dog. So the dog will hear those sounds, whereas we will not hear some of the sounds. Then the question comes, which one is correct? And then, of course, the insects, their eyes are completely different from the other bigger animals' eyes. The structure is so different. They get so many images from one eye. So it's not, I mean, not possible even to imagine what will be the picture that is created by those eyes. Then there are certain other animals who have special sensors which will pick up some vibrations, very slight vibrations, even and insects like cockroaches. And then the colors, with the human beings' eyes, we can see 7 colors, whereas some animals will see only 1 color. For some animals, it will be just black and white, the shades of black and white. So then you can imagine and also some senses like taste and smell are not there for some living beings. So you can see that the world is completely different from each other, and some worlds are very sort of restricted because they have only maybe one sensor. But the common thing to all of these is that feeling of being alive. So when that feel is there, trying to survive in some way is the next thing. That means the self-perception, the perception, feeling of existence and feeling of being alive. So those two actually go hand in hand. And the feeling of being alive and trying to be alive and trying to sort of save that life or that physical body is something that is common to all the living beings, including every insect. So these facts actually, now we know, we have that knowledge, and then it's up to the system or the person to go deep into these facts and then try to understand actually what is being explained in these sermons. So they are so valuable, and guidance we receive from our noble friend is immense. And it's up to us actually. Now we have heard the true Dharma. We know that the adequate guidance is there. It's up to us to do the research and experiment and then try to understand the truth behind all these teachings. So all our Dhamma friends have joined. Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and other Dhamma friends. I just gave a basic outline because Shani doesn't seem to be able to join today. So we didn't read the book. I just gave an outline on what we were talking yesterday. Theruvan Saranai.
Okay, Theruvan Saranai, I worship our Ananse. We worship our Ananse, and we try to understand this Dhamma from different perspectives. Yeah, anyone can ask a question. If Joy has a question, he can ask too. I think today morning, the topic we were talking about yesterday about a mother asking whether to buy the thought to buy the frock, then it all, I think today morning Aranwanse touched it, not through that topic but in a different way, how it's only decided by whether the person is actually understanding the truth and the feeling the truth. That is the main rationale actually, because thoughts can happen, the taste can happen, the smell can happen, seeing can happen, hearing can happen, and touch can happen. But entertainment of these sensory organs and the entertainment of the mind or the thoughts, these all due to the ignorance actually thinking that they are real. At the same time, it's the other way around also. How we feel alive, actually, how we feel alive is because of the perception that we get from the stimuli. So the main, like the main way to one way to understand this is how this happens. So with the ignorance, we have taken that there is a self. We have directly taken it. I mean, there's no, even before listening to Dhamma, we don't have even a problem of taking it hard. Yes, I am here. Then we have, so that is a self view, and that underneath that there is a self perception. So we feel that too, like I'm here, you are there. I am here, chair is there. Or I'm here, I'm listening to sound of or birds or whatever. So the self perception is also there, and the self vibration where you feel kind of alive. So how does this happen if there is no self? So then we understand it is the stimuli. This is very important not to miss this. If you feel the stimuli as a thing, you have this burning. That's what it is. So if there is no self, how do we feel this? That is because the stimuli is felt as a thing. But by trying to understand this, when the duality is broken, actually you feel the other side much more than before, because we are all judgmental, we are all having very opinionated notions about everything. But once this side is relaxed and no burning, you just become the other thing. So it's very, very easy. But in the long run, this can take a long time, but mainly understanding the truth is the most important thing, and actually let the feel to happen. So now, usually before we listen to Dhamma, the whole dream is centered. So the I am in the center, and the whole dream is around you. So you hear things, you are the one who would be having the perception, and but as we listen to Dhamma, the center is actually the center is the one which dissipates. Center is the one which dissolves. Center, without the center, the whole world is beautiful. I don't know whether you can feel this. The actual the dream is still there. The feeling that it is happening here is not there. That is how I think how we can put it into words. So I'll hand over to someone so you all can start discussing. Anyone able to?
Therwan Saranai, Doctor.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, answer. Yes, Doctor, it's very beautiful, the explanation that you gave right now, that how the cynosure was the self and how gradually it dissolves into, the everything. It becomes the everything. And your advice, let the feel arise, because it has been emphasized what one can do is only to listen to Dhamma and to contemplate, actively contemplate at the very beginning, and then naturally there will be certain instances where we see Dhamma through our day-to-day incidents, and then again there was advice, even Naryan Hanse mentions it, you can't do anything about it. Now I remember, couple of months ago, even when Dr. Kokila was constantly telling us about the field, there was a time that I was like looking for the field. Why it isn't there? What is this field? So actually, we couldn't. Uh, Although you were explaining that it would rise, you have to and it will come. At times, we were little impatient also. So even in the sermons, in this Lord Buddha has given a clear path. The wisdom of truth, then the wisdom of practice, natural arising of wisdom, that Krutak, I think it's automatically one would the self perception will diminish. So that stage, after listening to Dhamma, rest of it will happen naturally. So that advice you gave right now, let the feel come, because it is always mentioned the mind covers up the field, and mind covers up the yesterday. Also, in one of the chapters that I read, it was clearly mentioned that nothingness of the stimulus is masked by the mind. So this has been said in numerous ways. So Dr. Kokila today give the simplest, in a nutshell, you gave it beautifully. What would happen over the years? Something when Dr. Sakun practices of Buddhism, how we practiced, we knew certain Dhamma points. They introduce certain things as insight meditation, but which is not truly insight meditation. So certain words were there, certain meditation techniques were there, but until we listened to Buddothpado sermons, nothing, actually we couldn't see the big picture. We didn't have proper path to follow. Honestly, everybody will agree, we did not have a proper path to follow. We always had doubts wherever we go. We had the real need to find true Dhamma. We always knew, actually, whoever wanted to realize Dhamma had felt that this life, whatever the wealth, all the achievements they have made, the suffering is there. And they mostly, in my case personally, I was so scared of death from the childhood. Because my grandmother used to tell me about the death and the things that would happen after death, the hell and all. So at the age of 5, I was really scared of life after death. So I wanted to, and then she told there is something called nirvana. So if you attain that, you would end the suffering. So that message was there, and somehow, all of us at some point, fortunately, got this kind of vision or the goal that we should end the suffering in this life. So it itself is so rare. So, and Dr. Kokila, I need to ask this from you. When we talk about a life field, existence wheel, and the self-perception, are all of them more or less the same? life feel, existence feel, and the
No, the
self-perception.
existence feel. No,
That
Aranath said
feel.
that day, one day when he joined, he nicely explained it. Existence feel will be there until your respiration stops. Existence feel is
Right.
touch and all that. That will be there, but the life feel is not there. Life feel is different. The self-perception is different. Self-perception is in the form world. I mean, it has, but I mean, you can't really separate them. But
Yeah.
the feel is
Self
in the feel level, non-form.
and Dr. Self view will go away with the realization gradually, but self perception will continue to be there, isn't it?
There's no hard and fast
Past,
rule about that.
yeah,
Self-perception will dissolve anyway. And it will end only in an arahant. Self-perception. But it all tallies, so the self-vibration is also zero, self-perception is zero.
That's right, like an equation on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult if we try to like give something like that, because self vibration is something you have to feel, but the self perception is kind of all the perceptions basically are in the form world. It has a kind of, at least like when you say it's having a bad smell. It is a perception, but actual smell is a fear which you can't even talk about. But once we put a perception, we can talk about it all the time.
So, Doctor, original sensor level experience, we cannot call it a perception.
No. Okay, now you're making it more complex now for me also. So there are two perceptions in that. One is the basic five perception is used in the that also, because the light, you can have a perception, but light, you can have a mind perception too. So you have to be careful. So the mind sensor has a mind perception, that is a mental formation. Without the mind perception or the mind part, just the sensory organ per se can have a light perception or touch perception. Touch perception specifically, kaya vinyana, you don't really need the mental perception. So perception word can be used everywhere. So again,
it is, Doctor,
I don't know how you got
interchangeably.
even that question. How did you get that question, by the way?
No, just now when you said if it is bad smell, it's the perception, I think I got it wrong at that point on.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is
it was not what you were trying to say.
Yeah, the light itself. Yeah, how can I say? Okay, we'll try to say this. I don't know whether I would be good in telling this. So just imagine, without the mind consciousness, if you are feeling the light, with the fast vibration, it comes to the consciousness. When it comes to the consciousness, the light field is there. When it comes to the perception level in that, the feel of existence is there. So it's very difficult to tell these things. It's rather to feel, but because the main thing that what ignorance plays here is not knowing that it is the fast vibration of the sensory organ. That's the ignorance there. Once you pass that ignorance, if you're aware about the full science, that if you get into that fast vibration, and if you feel that, if you knew before, like it is the fast vibration of the sensory organ, definitely the value is going to go to zero and you can feel the non-vibration. But this is something you have to know. That's where the Dhamma comes. So you know if it is just light. But this in practical life, this can't be ascertained. This is from wisdom that you are ascertaining. But then when comes actual experience, it comes automatically, because it's all Satyajnana. Satyajnana, or the truth. So when you know the truth, the first round is, you can't separate first and second rounds. If you see it's the crow, you're seeing. If you see it is the bus, you are seeing. If you're seeing it's a chair, you are seeing. But if that mind has no power, only you might feel it. But it's very through wisdom. So what you have to know is the fast. So there's vijnana, or the perception. What is the word for that? Consciousness. Yeah. So the perception there and consciousness there, we rarely talk about it, but the same words are used. But the mental formations, that also is a perception. So chair is a perception. It's a mental perception though. So when we usually talk, we talk about the mental perceptions.
Right.
So Sudharma is a mental perception.
Yeah, Doctor, because
Dr.
these
Sakuntala
words
is a mental perception. But if I can hear Sudharma's voice, that is again a mental perception. But if the mental perception is fully dissolved, you might be able to appreciate the vibration. That is the tense. That is the tense. But then you understand, because of Dhamma only you can reverse this. Because you know that it is the vibration of the ear, not nothing other than that.
Doctor, we use all these words interchangeably, no? Perception, thought, stimulus, because
when usually we talk about perceptions, it's usually mental perceptions.
Mental perceptions.
But if you are talking about the other perception, we have to specifically say it is a sensory organ perception.
Clear, got it.
Because that is the direct perception. But in touch, you can actually directly feel it.
So in the perception,
doesn't necessarily need the mental formation. That's why actually it is easy to do it with the walking meditation. That is why walking meditation is the kind of the first foremost of all the meditative practices.
The base. Even in these 4 points of contemplation, it is the base. Like, yeah, we are not seated in certain posture.
Because Anyway, humans, this body consciousness can be used at any point, whether you are sleeping, whether you are lying down, whether you are, in the sense, sorry, not sleeping, when you are lying down, when you are sitting down, when you are walking, when you are doing any action, is because you have a body, you will have bodily sensations. So you can use the meditation at any posture. Do you understand?
Yeah, doctor.
Because Kaya Vinyana is there, bodily
Yeah.
sensations are there, body consciousness is there.
Right.
So it's easy to do any meditation for humans, but it's different for any other being where the body is not a feature. There can be beings where body is not a feature. If it's like a unicellular organism, still the life is there. How? Because the life field is there. It's very easy when you try to put into these other jivin, what is the word for jivin? Like
Creatures, living organisms.
living organisms, yeah, because they are living. Why are we calling they are living? Because they are living. Why? Because they have the life field. And why they have, when they have the life field in any means, there's life. And there is always
Doctor, can I
chance of
clarify something regarding the body sensation since you came to this now? Now, doctor, we say like temperature, then hardness, softness, they are felt by the body straight away. But if a child gets burned due to maybe some hot water is poured into his or her hand, and then the mother says, now see, you felt coldness, but it's actually the heat. So that feeling will be the a kind of high temperature or the heat for the child. And when the child is touching some cold thing, ice maybe, mother says it's the heat. Now see, you, it's the heat you felt. So that label will be assigned to that sensation. So in that way, can we say the child directly felt coldness, hotness? Aren't they the labels in some way?
Oh, Sudharma. So the perception. Now again, going back to perception.
Sorry if I am
Okay.
confusing
No,
you.
I'm not confused. I'm trying to understand how to say this because now I have to say something. So, perception. Now going back to perception. Now try and see whether you can understand the perception again because this is hovering around that perception question again. So, mental perception can be anything. It can be in Chinese words, it can be you are telling mother to the foster mother, and child will never know what's the big problem. But the mother is not the biological mother. You are telling mother to the foster mother because baby didn't know. Until 18, he didn't know. And at 18 years of age, he is given the letter saying, this is not your biological mother, this is the foster mother. So what? So feel has nothing to do with the perception. That's the main important thing you have to understand here. So the feel and the perception, specifically the mental perception, has no correlation. So you can tell a child, okay, so you are trying to cheat the child now, saying that this is hot when the cold water is put. Yeah, he will go to the school and he will pour hot water with another child and say, did you feel the cold? And they will slap him because you burned me and you're asking whether it's cold. Isn't this happening to people all the time? When a foreigner comes, you tell a bad word and that foreigner goes somewhere else and tell the bad word again.
Teruvan Saranai, doctor, it's not the point. I mean, if all of us got that perception that cold thing.
Same thing. Doesn't matter. Perception has no place in this film. It's a perception only. So that's the problem we are trying to understand anyway. So good thing to Sudharma is not the good thing to me. Good thing to us is not the good thing for Joel, and good thing to us will not be the good thing for Sakuntala. So what? So what is good? So what is bad? Okay, what is bad for someone in living like originated from European country? What is bad for him may be good for me. So what? So the mental perceptions are according to their dream. Whatever the dream, if it's matching everyone's dream, yeah, let it be. But if it's not, yeah, it's not. But the perceptions are perceptions. So imagine I'm going back to the Amazon forest. Someone is living in the Amazon forest. So imagine the tribe has about 50 people. So they believe something. They believe the sun is the god. So what? So their god is sun. That's fine. But whatever the dream is not true. Their dream is different to our dream. Our dream is different to the person living in America. The dreams can be different, or it can be similar. But the dream is not true. Basic message is that. So what you actually believed in doesn't matter, whether it's hot or cold. Doesn't matter. Feel is what it matters. Even if you call cold for the hot or whatever, if you change the whole word and maybe start living in now, if you start living in moon, you're floating all the time. Just read about the podcast that they did, the 3 people. So they are floating all the time. So the space, they are floating all the time. So what is the experience? So is that true or this true? Is the gravity true or the non-gravity true?
Actually, doctor, this came up when we were doing the practical program. So, what the instructions given was like when you walk, the body, the feet or the body would feel some hardness. So you might think that it is the hardness of the cement floor. So, and you would feel some coldness. The thought will come that it is the coldness of the wind. So actually, that lady was asking, no, that hardness itself, body feels something, gets a feeling or a sensation, that then I think it's the hardness. Body gets certain feel, so I think it's the coldness. That way, because she was asking that, I also had that doubt, in the sense I also was wondering before also they can be labels sort of, but strictly our senior people, 2 of them were there, they were telling no, you should the thought should be definitely the ground cement floor. The coldness is directly felt.
We'll stop there. We'll stop there. So we'll try and see what we can do about that. So even the hardness is a perception, or that is what you are asking from the beginning. It's not a mental one. It is a sensory organ perception. But when you feel it as a thing, that is the consciousness, as a feel side. But the idea, whatever the ideas, are in the mental side. So this is very maybe difficult, but just you can contemplate on that. Churangika, do you think you can add something bit better?
Dr. Kokida. So Dharma, I think what you're trying to find out is that initial thing that you said where it says that the body directly feels certain sensations, and that is solidity, liquidity, temperature, right? Because Dr. Kokila, I think when Aryan Vahansa explained those, what do you call those things? Rupa
Four
Kalapa.
great elements.
Yeah, those 4 great elements, and broke it down into, I don't know, 54 elements.
8. Yes. 8.
No, the Rupa Kalapa. I don't know what the English term is for that. And in that, the body sensor had less than the other sensors. For the reason, and the reason explanation was that it directly feels, or the sensations are directly ascertained or directly experienced, which is the heat, the solidity, and that kind of thing. So
But
I'm
we can
wondering
actually combine it with the mental formations.
Yes,
That's
definitely.
if you actually go to think about it.
If you go
you're
to
not
think
thinking
about it.
People are trying to think about it, then, but if the thinking part is not there, so this is the liberation of the mind we are talking about. So if the thinking part is not there, this is the complexity of this Dhamma, because the liberation of mind part is we can't really just explain it, because the liberation of the mind is something you feel, and the form world is not there, or the whole dream, you awaken from the whole dream, then it is the vibration you feel. It's not solidity, or how do I say it? It's not how do I say actually? You can't really say solidity and all that, but the solidity part is there in the sanya level.
Theruvan Saranai, Doctor, I can little clarify it further. It was a simple thing actually. She was asking, now I perceives certain image, so the mind sense identifies it as a tree. Ear perceives certain sound, mind sense identifies it as the cross sound, blah blah, and body sensor gets a certain feel. Mind sensor identifies it as hardness. Body sensor feels some certain
so hardness
feeling.
can be a mental formation as well as the
direct experience.
direct feeling. That's the thing that you are confusing.
Yeah, that's what I
because you can
to
think about the hardness.
Yeah,
you can think about the hardness, but you can have the perception too.
Yeah, true.
Kind of
that's what exactly I wanted to ask, Doctor.
Yeah, so the because if you say now it's very cold, that's a mental perception.
True.
Feel is completely different. Feel, you can't even talk about the feel.
It's like this, Sudama, and I understand that it can be quite confusing. I think I spent quite a bit of time trying to reflect on it as well. So when Aryan Vahansa says that these are directly experienced, for example, it's very, very tricky now. For example, if the child puts the hand onto the gas which is on a fire, the burning of the skin will happen, right? I think that goes to the same thing like when that person asked in the Australia Zoom, if I take poison, won't I die? And Dr. Kokila, you said yes. Now, then take another example. If you go in the winter outside, or you don't have to do that, just go in a cold wind, immediately, what do you call this, hirigadu pipeno thing happens now. The hair on your skin stands apart, right?
It's fresh,
And
na? Good fresh.
goosebumps.
Goose or goose fresh.
Yeah,
Yes.
goosebumps. So you get goosebumps sometimes. Yeah, and so that's an auto reaction of the body. So those are direct experiences, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? But if you
that's
actually
a good example that you went to the baby. I actually forgot that. See, that's a good thing about having a lot of heads here. So if you go to the actual baby before starting even the mind, it is the feel. And can we even talk about anything there? Whether it is smell, whether it is taste, whether it is the thickness or the solidity or the nothing. There's no idea about it, but they feel. That's really good example. So that's the feel level. But as soon as we understand that this is solid, because we get that idea slowly, that when we touch water, we have a like a idea that it is watery and the mountain is not watery. How can we have that? That's in the mental formation. It's with everything. We have that idea that the mountain is not watery, but the waterfall is watery. So
all of them are labels, aren't they, Doctor? That's a very
Doctor?
beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Jaya.
I was just listening to this conversation, and when you all were telling this walking meditation, all we walk, and hot or cold, we feel it. So what happens is you feel the hot or cold, and the body senses the feeling of cold and hot, but it goes to the mind sensor and gives a perception that it's hot and cold, or else we don't know it's hot and cold.
Yes.
So that's how it works. So just make it simple like that. The body senses hot and cold. It goes to the mind sensor, and then the mind perceives or gives a perception, it's hot.
Someone has to sell that it is the hotness, because that's what I think Sudharma was asking. What if someone says the hot to the cold one?
Cold.
So so that's what she was trying to say. But if someone says cold to the hot, but that's like in the someone trying to cheat the other person. But what we are trying to say here, yes, what you said is correct. So as soon as the perceptions are working in a child, when the baby, it's just a vibration. That level, it's very important to understand. That's the level that has no defilements at all. But but still the self vibration is still there. It is not manifesting as a self perception. But as soon as the consciousness is concerned, when the consciousness are working together, it comes the perception, mental formation, then mental formation. If there's a mental formation saying this is very cold, it works differently. It's not just the label, as Sudharma said, it's complicating the whole picture, because you feel it move, because as soon as the mental formations are formed, the vibration is multiplied, it is augmented. And then because that is the initial part of self-perception. As soon as you feel something, if you get the self-perception, if you kind of understand. So if you say, this is so cold, there's always the notion underneath that it's felt to me. That's how the self-perception arises. which is from nowhere. That's the misunderstanding here. That it's felt to me. That was the problem from the beginning that we had. So that's how the self-perception arises. That's our main target. We are not targeting the other stuff. We are not targeting the cold. We are not targeting the hotness. We are not targeting the fluidity or the liquidity or the hardness. We are actually targeting the self-perception. We are trying to understand how we got the perception that it's happening here to me. Me is a view, but actually it's happening here is the problem. So we felt it happening here in this system is because of the ignorance. But if we understand that the heavy, like a very fast vibration of the sensory organ only, then only this whole change happens. That is the third and fourth. It's all in the field side. Yes.
And even the example of a baby in the cot, they pee and they are happily swishing away the whole nappy is wet with pee, and they have no idea of liquidity, isn't it?
No,
they are
it's just a vibration.
They're in a puddle of urine and they're just there. No idea of it being pee or whether it is wet even, they don't know.
What about the smell of the poo?
Yeah, smell of the poo. And then if you think about Dr. Kokula, you must be familiar with this, elderly people, they get very distressed when they have incontinence, isn't it? And then, so at that stage, all the sensations, all the formless, all the things have formed because it's the mental formation and all the connotations arising out of the liquidity, that it is urine, that, accidentally they are urinating without their control because they are old now. The fact that it distresses them if they go out in a social setting, all these things, how they may attribute everything to the self, isn't it?
Yeah, and but what I wanted to highlight there, Sudharma, and what Joel said was correct, but what I wanted to highlight here is what we are trying to understand here is how did this self-perception occur? That's the whole scenario. Otherwise, we get sidetracked and try to attack everyone. You're not there, I can attack you. I mean, the story is so bizarre then. But here, what we are trying to understand is what is self-perception? If there is no self, how did we get this self-perception that it's happening here? It's a self-perception is a very strong thing. It's a very strong thing. How strong the self-perception is, how strong the self-vibration is. How strong the self-vibration is equal to how strong the self-perception is, and it is equal to how strong the self-view is. It's all kind of equal. And they subside together, kind of. It's very important to understand this.
But in order to break it down further, you have heard, I'm sure, Sudharma and Masi saying to all of us that I think yesterday or day before, so he said it, if not for the sensor, we don't even know there's a vibration. I think he said it yesterday.
Yeah.
That was so, it was really one of these are the things that unfortunately, it's his guidance that is so valuable because it gives a whole other way of vidarshana in reflecting on that point, isn't it? That if not for the function, if not for the sensors, how do we know there's vibration? And then that, the example of the general anesthetic, if the body is subjected to a general anesthetic, then there's no sensation at all. So then what happens there? These are the points of reflection.
Yeah, the self vibration is not in one place. It's not hidden in one cell or anything. It's just like, the good example I can take is the iCloud. Can we try and find out where it is? It's kind of like that. So it's very important to understand the self-perception is the same. It's not, so the understanding mind is the same. There's no mind, there's no body organ as such mind. It's just kind of the same way as, that's why people are still struggling. The scientists are still struggling because no way you can catch it. It's very difficult to catch it because one can only catch it through the mind. You can't really catch it outside. But they can now understand that even the quantum physics are now aligning with this stimuli and this co-vibration or the synchronization or the telepathization. They are talking about that. If something is vibrating here in the quantum physics, they talk about it. If there is a similar vibration, like in a different world, even they're the same. They are the same, and that's the same phenomena that how these things happen, and even how we see light is the same phenomena. If there's a vibration in the eye, it's a synchronicity of the vibration that you understand as light, but the actual real is the vibration. But after the perception arises, we have so much connotations, we have so much explanations, it's not the word per se though, it's much more deeper than that, because the words come later. Because if you just talk about the words, you are forgetting the even the worm can't talk, worm can't hear, worm can't see. Worm has only the bodily functions, but still they have the self-perception. How? So it's just that because of the body or the perception that it's happening here. So yeah, it's I think they are just by contemplation. I don't know whether you can. I think it is through experience you can actually get these things, because you can touch something very cold like ice and see it's just the function of the skin. That's all. That's how you can do the contemplation, not by thinking.
Yeah, doctor, it's a sensation as well as a label, isn't it? That's the answer we can give for that. If you think it's a label, feeling anyway is felt, no, by the body.
Yeah. Why are you using the label word?
Label word, that is the first point of contemplation, no, doctor. Now for the eye perceives billions of things. So the label comes tree, country, America, Sudharma, all those.
You have to be very careful in that. You have to be very careful. I don't know whether RNC uses the label word. You have to be very careful if someone is using that, because it's not limited to that. Because
label in the sense name assign, that identification part. Because at some point somebody introduced
identification part has a lot of things. So the mental formation of a tree has everything there. You just have to feel this. Tree is not only a name.
I do understand, but doctor, for the beginners we have to follow that, no? That Shabda Varna.
I don't use that. I don't use that. I say that there's a sound, but I don't say it's a label, because I don't know whether it's there's three kinds of vibrations coming together to form the tree. It can be the vision, it can be because teacher might show you the palm card of tree, then she might tell you that it is tree. Not only that, because the most difficult part people ask is, if I touch my mother, I feel that mother is alive. That's the most difficult aspect of this Dhamma. That was the question that Suranka asked a long time ago about the waterfall, how alive we feel when we stand near the waterfall. And that's the main question that was asked about the mother too. Like, so if we just talk about the label, that can go towards kind of this the life feel, and the mind is complicated. Mind, just imagine when I say love. Oh, is that just a name?
Doctor, in the first point of contemplation, please correct me. Actually, today, if there's no time, tomorrow you will be able to explain it for me. Now, the thing is, in the first point of contemplation, that we believe that if they practice it properly, they will liberate from the external world. And everything is the thought.
No. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You can say that, but you hear a sound and you say, mental formation says it's the cross sound. Simple as that. It's simple as that, no?
So here also same thing they applied. Now body gets the feeling, but the mental formation says it's the hardness. That she was actually continuously telling
that's
that.
If that person is
that
if that person is thinking. But the perception there can be there even without the mental formation of thinking this is hardness, this is hardness, this is hardness, this is hardness. We don't think like that now. But still, perception is there within the dream. It's in the dream. So this is becoming so there's form world and the form world. It's a dream. It's the whole dream. And when you talk about the whole dream, the perceptions are there. If you liberate from the dream, perceptions are not there. It's only the feel.
Dr. Gopila?
Yeah.
I was just thinking to ask this question. Now, we were talking about the self-perception and coming out of the dream, right? So we discussed about this no self kind of thing.
Yeah.
No self, right? This I component is not there. We have no self. And once we were discussing that the outer world is also not there, it's nothing there, but we perceive it as something is there. So if we have this no self-perception or no self-feeling, can we get
that
a clarity
something is
of
also
this?
not there.
Yeah, something is also not there.
Yeah, 100%.
So
That's the feel part. That's the feel part. That's where the difficulty is, because it's very difficult to explain. That's the feel part, because something is in the feel part. Something is definitely in the feel part. You feel something, kind of, it's happening here. The vibration is here. That's what the baby felt as well, because baby didn't know anything about that this is bad smell, or even this is a smell that baby didn't know. Because even to say it is a smell, you have to have some kind of perception. But then that's the feel level. In that feel level, yes, you feel as something. And even that's some, because that's why the baby can't understand nirvana at all, at any point. Because the baby has to become an adult and understand that this vibration happened only because there is sensory organs. The baby has sensory organs. That's why there is a feel. Definitely, that's the point. Baby can't understand that, but baby becomes an adult. Then the adult hears this Dhamma and understands, okay, you feel something, and that something is the vibratory nature of this sensory organ. That's all. And it's so simple. But we make it so complicated because our mind is complicated, I think. I think that basically our mind is so complicated, we complicate the thing. But if you really understand this whole story, what we are trying to say is, yes, the baby feels something. So the self-vibration is there. Baby can't do anything about it. Baby can't get rid of it. No. Worm can't get rid of it. Animals can't get rid of it because they don't have a beautiful, this mind for you to have this ability to contemplate. But the humans, only humans have this ability to contemplate. So when they become adults, there's mental formations, they have the ability to contemplate, and then through that, they pierce the stimuli and understand, okay, there's a feel. And that feel is only because there is a sensory function, speed, vibration of the sensory function. Am I clear? Or I think Joel asked in the last question was about that something. That is very correct. That is very correct. Because the baby feels something.
So it's like basically you go into this awareness of your sensory functions before it goes to the mind sensor, and then when you're aware of it, everything
mind sense,
decreases.
it's the other way around. So the mind becomes unimportant, or you know that the mind sensor is just there, you don't give any value to that. Then you pierce the mind sensor and then go to the feel, and then you pierce the feel because you know that the feel is only sensory function. That's, you go from outside to inside, not from inside to outside. Is that okay? So that's why we start the contemplation by
It's
outside is
like,
not true.
It's almost like you're removing the program. The program is the mind. The program is the mental formation. So you see the truth in that. The program falls away, and then how does the program work with raw data? So just think about raw data like the basic sensory perceptions. I don't know if that's a good example, but just trying to relate it a little bit more practically.
Did you get it, Joel? The one I was trying to say, because we never start from the core. You can't, because you haven't come to the core. You have to start from the where you are now, because we are now here in the as normal people feeling that chair is there. So we start from there. We understand that the chair is actually a perception. We are not doing anything to the chair, but we just understand. It's a wisdom. We understand that the chair is a perception. And then the next level is we understand the perceptions are actually vibrations. And then when we get into the vibratory level, we understand that the vibration is just the rapid vibration of sensory organ only. That's the 4 steps basically. Is it okay, Joel?
Thanks, Doctor.
Yeah, okay. Did you get it, Sudharma? I think you might have to contemplate this as well. Because if you make it...
Doctor, I got busy and I couldn't listen to the last bit of it. I will listen to it, Doctor, on YouTube.
Yes.
Doctor.
Yeah. The last bit is, I think, important, isn't it, Suramika? Just get it simply rather than making it more complicated with all the label and stuff. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Teruvan Saranai. Yes, Surangika, you can add something if you want.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන්.
That's fine, Doctor. I think we are running out of time now.
Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala was silent all this time. Can you add something, Dr. Sakuntala? I think he's taking some rest.
Because as Joel said that he said something like there's nothing outside, but it's just I wanted to tell was that you can't say there's nothing outside. There must be something, but we don't know. There's no way of exactly finding out also what is there outside. Whatever is created by the senses is taken as real. So we have to accept whatever is created by the senses, and then that is what is projected as outside world, isn't it? So
yeah, so that's where the misunderstanding is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we are running into the 4 o'clock Zoom. So we will hand over the Zoom to 4 o'clock Sinhala Ayurveda Zoom discussion. So we worship Aryan Wahanse with so much gratitude for his noble friendship and guidance to understand about the non-vibration. And thank you all Dhamma friends for joining today. It's having beautiful discussions about how and thank you for participation. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Friends.
Page number 88, paragraph 2. But if you live day to day with the realization that there is nothing outside, that they are only thoughts without moving forward on your path to reach the top, then you will remain stuck only with this part of the realization. and you will never move forward to realize the next three stages of the spiritual path. The path from one stage to the next stage is different. In order to attain the stage of an anagami, you have to maintain your awareness and use your wisdom to analyze and see if thoughts are true or not. When you see that the thought is also a lie, that is when your path to attain the stage of anagami starts to clear up. Unfortunately, a person who is a sotapanna can also fall into the trap of living in the Lokottara Samadhi. If he gets attached to the Samadhi, then he would not be able to proceed on the path to Nirvana. You can be a Sotapanna and yet be trapped in a false view, Drushtiya, which can hinder your progress in moving forward to attain other stages. Therefore, you should either learn to apply an effort to see the truth in the thought and proceed on the path to attain the stage of anagami, or you should get advice from a kalyana mitra, someone who has already realized the pure truth, so that you can proceed on your path to nirvana. You have to find a practical way to be on the path. Even when you are on the path to attain the fourth and the final stage of becoming an arahant, you have to quietly keep seeing the thoughts that come and go. At this stage, when you are on the path to become an arahant, you have nothing to do except to watch the thoughts that come and go. This path is well explained by the Buddha in the Oga Tarana Sutra. While you are on the path to become Sotapanna, you need to put some effort to become a Sotapanna. When you are on the path to become an Anagami, there is a bit of an effort you need to apply here. You need to observe how you let go of your thoughts. Seeing that there is nothing in a thought is also known as the Animitta Samadhi. Therewassan, everybody.
Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us, 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, and starting the session. We all worship R.N. Mahansa at his feet, Therwan Saranai R.N. Mahansa, and Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. We warmly welcome you to this English Zoom discussion, 2:45 to 4 p.m. from Sri Lankan time. So we have been slowly, little by little, we have been trying to understand what is this path, what is meant by path, and what is the nature of the thought, what is meant by mind. Actually speaking, we had different understanding on these words and the explanations we had were different previously from various sermons that we heard earlier. Little by little now, some form of light is shed to clear these matters. In these 2 pages, we heard about the 4 levels in the path of Arhant to reach the state of Arhant. If I clarify that in a different way, what Aryan Mahansi, our noble friend, says is that it's not something like passing an exam and moving from one grade to the other. It's actually a very gradual process where these things are happening automatically when the person or the system understands the basic truth of Dhamma, how the thoughts are made, how this feeling of self-perception comes up, and the fact that it is only a system. So when a person is on the path, it's described that the first level is what's called the Sotapanna, where in that level, the system understands that outside world is not true. Not that there is nothing outside in the world. What we understand with the help of this sense of formations, with the sense of faculties, is not exactly what is there outside. There's no way of finding out what is exactly there, what is the true world, because the different animals or the different living beings have their own worlds created by the senses. So Sotapanna, and then the other level described here is the Anagami. Anagami means you clearly understand, the system clearly understands that there's nothing solid called mind also. So it's a flow, continuous flow, and a very rapid flow. And the last state is the Arhat state, where there is some persisting tranquility, persisting lightness, and persisting, everything is persisting, and there are no defilements at that level. So as I said, even though the 4 different levels I explained, this is particularly in Theravada chapter, the 4 levels are described, and the last level is the Arhat state. But in Mahayana, there is a slightly different teaching, which our noble friend has explained in the Deshana, where the person, when the system understands that there is no truth in these thoughts, that means the thoughts are creations, so thoughts are just mental construct. When the system understands this as a very clear matter, the value which is automatically tagged to the stimuli or the thoughts disappear, or that gets dissolved. And as a result, every stimulus or every thought that occurs is taken and understood as something, an illusion or a creation. So the weight or the discomfort that occurs when the thoughts are true, when the thoughts are taken as true, is no more there. So maybe we can take the discussion forward. We can discuss something according to what we read, or something else if there are any questions from our Dhamma friends. Teruvan Sarnai Kokila. Teruvan Sarnai all Dhamma friends.
Teruvan Sarnai. We worship Aranwanse for his guidance and welcome everyone. So I would add something to that. The book thing that we were reading, the topic that we were reading about. The whole path starts actually with the feel. So the feel, what we feel first is how much defilements we have, how much power we have, and that power starts to dissipate or starts to gradually fade. And that would be the path from beginning to the end. There are certain kind of areas that are highlighted. That's all. The main thing to understand is you have to have a clear idea how much vibration is you, like how strong your self is, how strong or how much power you have in your tense. So after understanding that, it would be gradual reduction of that power, and it just those levels actually is explained in such a way that reducing of your power, the stages, and finally what happens is the life field is not there, but the every function will be there. So that power we are talking about, or the defilements, or the burning, or whatever the word we use, is not there, but the sensory functions would be there. So the mind will be working as normal, the eye will be working as normal, the ears will be working as normal, the sensory, the skin, the nose, the tongue will be working as normal. So this is the bit of a challenge to understand how much power you have in the tense, or what is the power behind this sensory organ. So that's the kind of challenge. So otherwise, this path, as some of the Lord Buddha's time also, most of them actually got that idea. This is just reduction of your mana, or reduction of your what is the English word for mana, by the way? Mana. What is the word used in our books?
That's Dr. Conceit.
Oh, is that conceit? Okay.
Yeah. But something, I don't know, in English, of course, we use conceit for that extreme pride, unnecessary pride. But here it's something, I don't know, combination of egoism and pride. The meanings are little different, Doctor. The
I
word
don't
mano.
think any of
Yeah.
those words are
Yeah,
matching,
we
because
want, yeah,
it's
we
a
are
kind of,
unable to capture the proper meaning with the English
yeah, but we
words.
can use both words, so ego or conceit kind of thing, because that gives some idea. So from the beginning, if we feel that that is what we are going to feel, and that is what is going to actually go to zero. So that's what the Mahayana was about. And Theravada kind of had this demarcations in this road. It's like there's one road. There's definitely only one road, and you have several kind of maybe huts. So why it is important to understand that there are several huts, I would say, kind of several stoppages, would say, like these are the stagnating areas, I would say, basically, because once a person feel much better in one stage, they can actually stagnate in one stage. This is very natural. Without the Nobel Friends' help, I think the usual way of mind is to stop wherever it is feeling comfortable. So once you actually feel that the outside world is not true and just a perception in the mind, it's so calm. So you might get addicted to that stage. But when pushed by the noble friend, you might be, oh yeah, okay, none of these things are true. What am I getting so happy about? So then you understand that even this whole entire dream is not true, because you can't be just happy in the dream and nothing is affecting me, so I'm so happy. But the whole dream is not true means you have to wake up from that. So that path is different. So I think these stagnating paths are those points that we talk about, stream enterer, the once returner and non-returner, and the main road is actually from stream enterer to the Arahant. Which is stagnation happens everywhere because but this is all in field. You have to be very careful because this understanding is in Satyajnana. So the truth is in well before that. Truth has to be there to even feel anything. So once you feel something, you feel your own vibration, you feel your defiance, you feel your power, you feel your pains or whatever, the burning. So then it starts to reduce. That's the path, and when it comes to zero. How? Because it has happened before. That's all. So anything to add? Anyone can ask a question. If someone wants to ask a question, anyone is. So you can always ask it, because we are just explaining few things before we enter the like a discussion. Surankai, do you want to add something until someone joins the discussion?
There was Dr. Gopilan, our friends. Not on that particular angle, doctor, but this morning I happened to just by chance tune in halfway through into a question, and maybe Dr. Sakuntala or Sudama, if you were listening to that, you can correct me. I think it was the morning 5 o'clock Zoom where a mother was asking about, I think she wanted to buy some blouse or something. She got a feeling of desire to buy a blouse. And then I think she felt guilty or something and thinking that this was the I coming up, the self-perception. And I think she called the Zoom for some advice. And one of the replies, I don't think I heard everything, one of the replies was that, what's wrong with hearing? What's wrong with going, if you want a blouse, what's wrong with that? Now, because I think ultimately what was trying to be said was that, whatever that is being done or said here, ultimately there is no self. So now that part of it, I think we now progressed to a point where we realize that there's this different ways of tackling that question depending on what stage.
Yeah, the different ways of tackling.
Yeah.
Different ways of tackling. Yeah, 100%.
So at that point, I wasn't entirely sure whether that mother was at that stage, and this is also the importance of the person explaining, also being in the field and being able to telepathize and feel to a certain extent where that mother is coming from in terms of the not only the thought pattern, but the words and the feel and, the way she, what do you call the word, vitakka, the way she describes it as to whether that was actually getting generated from a...
Well, if I can add something to that, Surangika, just now, because you brought it up. A question comes to the mind saying, if I buy the blouse, is it myself? That itself, that question itself is half-hearted, unknowingly, or not directly, indirectly, actually showing that she has the idea of self. So that's the thing that's really tricky. So answering that question is really tricky. So the answer is really right when you say no, but at the same time you have to, I think, explain a bit more that that whether that mother is fully aware about the satyajnana or the truth, because it's really difficult. I mean, unless we hear it here and now, it's very difficult to understand whether she actually has the truth in line, isn't it? It's very difficult. So the answer is no, because there is no self in whatever the way that is, because whatever the way there is no self. But the problem is
you can't get that
defilements are there.
message too early, isn't it?
Defilements are there. I mean, the self view can be broken, but when the question comes in that angle, then doubt comes whether the self angle is really understood. And this comes to the question I got in Australian Zoom, the Sinhala. If the mother is not there, I mean, even Joel has not asked these questions. I mean, Joel is much more in the field side, I feel, because that there was a question, if the mother is a thought, someone can even harm the mother, and will there be a anantarika papa karma, or the really wrong sins? Or if there is no poison, what happens if someone drinks it? Kind of, this so shows that how tricky this application of this truth is going to be. How tricky of delivery, even delivery, delivery of this truth can be so tricky. That because we don't know what the others are getting. So when we say the first step is to understand the outside is a perception, immediately if someone stopped there, they are never going to even understand the full truth, because the full truth is feeling the no self. Full truth actually starts there, feeling no self. At just in one thought, that's the full truth. But then you start listening to one point and you're like, yes, I got it. And you're like, no mother, no son, no flower, no chair. It's going to end really bad, where you will be more powerful. Your this conceit or the ego will be so powerful. You will be there, but everyone else will be not there. So that's the argument they are trying to actually bring out and understand. It's for understanding they're asking. But even these angles, we have to be aware that these angles can come up. So when someone asks which frock to buy, that gives a angle that this path is mistaken, because this path is to go to the zero self vibration, not about the controlling the outside appearance or the ability or the function. Because we can maneuver, or we can really, like change our applications. We can change the way we live easily. We can change the way we live. We might not go to the shops forever and have so much ego inside. Well, there are people who are living as clergy, or the monks, or the venerables. They never go and buy things. So they go for alms. They beg for alms. Still, how can you judge by that? You can't judge by that, can you? This is so intimate issue, like how much ego you have. So if we lose the plot, that's the thing that some people are, trying to talk about an incident. Why we try to bring it up? That's a part of the dream. Why are you even interested in that part of the dream? Because the whole dream is not true. So whether you buy the good frock or the bad frock, if you really understand the whole thing as a whole, if you miss it, yes, you miss it. But that's the problem of us, actually. I think the delivery problem, where we have our inadequacies, where we are trying our best to give it, but then we might not. And when the delivery is going to be faulty, the understanding may be faulty. But it happens to everyone. I mean, we may try our best, because it's according to the field we go. Sometimes you might say it fast. Yeah, sometimes you might say it so softly. Sometimes you might say it with scientific stuff. Sometimes you might say it with some simple stuff. But whatever, the message is just one clear message. What? There's no self. So, but the problem is, when you try to say that, people take it different angles, and they will go home without any message at all. Sometimes that can happen too. I think we are just learning here. I think that's the important thing, that we are learning here, how to deliver this beautiful message. Because if you take it half away, you can really get bitten by the serpent. Because, as I think we have talked about this before, if you actually get it half, okay, the outside is not true, it is just a perception. You can do whatever. That's not the point here. Because that's the only one part of the whole thing. Then if you understand, the final point is, there's no self. And when there's no self, actually you become the other person, because this subject-object duality. And when the duality is gone, because you have respiration, because you have your sensory organs are working, definitely the stimuli is going to be there. It's going to be very subtle, but still it is going to be there. The consciousness is there, the perception is there, but they are not falling anywhere. That's true. Isn't it, Suranka? It's really interesting and really tricky, and we can't even...
I think it was very tricky. There were lots of people attempting to explain the Dhamma to that mother, and each of them gave really good points. And I think finally, Sudharma or Dr. Sakuntala, you can contribute. I'm sure you would have listened to the morning discussion. But the thing is, the question is, it's true what Aranvans also says right from the beginning, even for the points of contemplation where we say the outside world is only what we think.
That's why
Even at,
recently Aranvansa is actually focusing on ego now, but much more than before. Because all the people are stopping somewhere.
Yeah.
You're stopping in just like the, in middle somewhere and think that it's done. It's really tricky. And when we try to explain also, because of our faults, wrong message can go. Because anything can happen. And we really understand that.
Yeah, I think that's what finally Asanti was trying to explain about the fact that there is no self here. Whatever that comes to the mind, it's just a thought. And attribution, why is it that that thought is being attributed to the I, to the me? And that was the point that she was trying to raise there. So in these points of contemplation, the first and second kamatahan and so on, the background fact that this is non-soul Dhamma must be there as a base, definitely. But the way Aranvats brought people on this path gradually over the last few years, also there is almost like a planned process, isn't it? Because the mind is so tricky. You overload the mind and then it can go to the other end, isn't it? So if one, and that is why Aranvats has introduced the self vibration, the power in the vibration, all these things little by little, because as
otherwise no one will listen, even people will get overwhelmed.
And so a biased one needs to know that ultimately, there is an understanding that every step and finally the last step is the realization that there is no self here, true. So that whole process and the ultimate outcome needs to be understood. But if one is still stuck and fixated on the outside world and trying to figure out whether it's a thought or an actual reality object outside, and if that mother is in that area and then if the blouse and the urge to buy the blouse and a real longing and a desire for the blouse comes up, the trickiness is that is it a solution to tell her there that there is no self? Ultimately, in the background, true, it has to be there. But at that point, the current has to be understood as this is the thing that is the raga, desa, moha. This is the craving. This is the delusion, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's actually, you're right, Dr. Woofler, the way you explained it, it's very tricky. And that's why R.N. Mahansa is, I think, the best to go with the theme and feel the mother's talk, isn't it?
If that mother has listened to Dhamma for a long time, Aranvanse also might go in that direction, because that's what he usually does. Like if someone has listened to Dhamma for about 4 years, he might come up with the idea, what are you talking? It's a thought that whether to buy a computer or not is a thought. And whether you buy it or not is a different matter. It doesn't matter if there's no power in that thought. But who can predict that? Yeah. It's only through that vibration that, actually, when someone asks the question, is through that person's, that the heaviness of that is the only way that you can understand that is completely either that it has to go from beginning. Long time ago, I used to try and understand Aranvanse, where when he is being asked a question, he starts from scratch. I was wondering, well, the person asks a question, but he went from like all the way to the beginning and started telling from the beginning to the end. And I was wondering, now I understand, because if he feels that the beginning is faulty, he starts from the beginning.
Yeah.
Because there must be some fault somewhere to think that that means she hasn't understood the mind sensor. But the understanding mind sensor is anyway difficult.
Yeah.
Because that's what Joe asked, how can I prevent a thought coming? And did we have a clear-cut answer? No, because it's trying and understand the thoughts are just thoughts, and thoughts can come, but they are not actually true. It's just a part of the dream, and the dream is actually a manifestation. There is light. It's not true. There's a manifestation, yes, because the eye is there. There's a manifestation of light, yes, true. And there's a manifestation of sound. And when they vibrate together, there's a thought like, shirt or frock. And now we are scratching our head and trying to understand which one to buy. That's not the point. Point is from the beginning. Even the light is not true. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Doctor. Okay.
Yeah, when the light is not true and the sound is not true and the touch is also a manifestation of this skin sensor, that all become a chair or like a frock or shirt, this whole dream becomes it's kind of a joke. But we live in that. We are not angry with this dream. We are not despising the dream. We are not even getting attached to the dream. Because when you go to the other direction, you're like, if the mom is there, why should I look after her? That's not the point. It completely ruins the point. We are trying to get rid of the power here, not anyone else's power. You can't do that anyway. So when your power is 0 here, you will be looking after everyone anyway. How can you harm anyone if your power is not there? How can you hurt anyone like that? How can you blame anyone? If you're really blaming someone, it's just to get that vibration to non-vibration. Otherwise, would we even talk like that? No, there's no need. I mean, imagine shouting at a kid. Yes, you shout at a kid to tell them if they are not listening, don't jump from there. So what's the problem? Is there a big problem in that? There's no problem in that. You're shouting from very high note. You're telling don't jump from there. So what's the big problem? Is there a big problem? No. But the thing is, if the problem is whether that person is fully aware or fully not aware about this process, the full Dhamma. But the question itself shows that there is some lack of understanding. It depends on the question, actually, how it is worded.
Yeah.
Actually,
it's a very careful path to traverse, isn't it? I think we'll give the room for Joel.
And also, Aryan Hansi says some people's vibration are so low, they come to the Zoom, and we kind of misunderstand them. But Aryan Hansi says, no, that person's vibration is lower than the preacher. Isn't it like a situation where that person who is talking should be able to feel the feel that the vibration, whether it's higher or not. But the best person is Aranwans.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyone can add anything to that?
Thiruvan Saranai, Doctor Thiruvan Saranai, Surandika and all Dhamma friends. Namaskar Karami. Yes, Miss Surangika, I actually left before that lady asked that question in the morning Zoom, but later I heard what they were trying to do was to convince that there had never been a self. And Aryan also says, as you all said, that if you think it was the self, then it was the self. If you don't think it's just the system, it's the system. So, as both of you explained, it's very important to know a bit about the person's understanding and the vibration, the level, as Dr. Kokila mentioned. So, Aryan of course, he does this chit chat thing, no initial, so he can feel that the level of the person at once. So he gives he goes to the beginning or whatever the points that should be explained, he does that. But other presenters, of course, have that problem of catering to, hitting the, I mean, giving the best answer for the person. But here, I think this lady also has listened to sermons for a long time. So what Asanti was trying to explain is like there had never been a self, same thing, and others also did. And Dr. Kokila, we meet a lot of such ladies in these face-to-face practical programs also. So there is a danger now if we try to say it's the system to someone who has joined who has hasn't listened to sermons to get this message, the philosophy.
It's a danger everywhere because
Exactly.
most of the mums may have not actually felt the non-vibration. So we never know. So the doubts are there. So until the doubts are there, this problem can go on and on. So that is the risk everywhere. And when we say that, that is what the question was that was in asking me, Australian Metmal thing. If the poison is not there, how come person die after having the poison? If the mother is not there, what are you thinking about? Anantariya Papakam. So these questions are indirectly trying to lead to the other side, putting the Dhamma to the outside. So there is a risk, and always tell, no, this is a system, this is the system, this is the system. But only that self knows, only that person knows how much vibration you have. Yes, Sudha.
And Doctor, now the people have the habit of taking Dhamma as learning a certain subject. No, they have trained the mind to get these facts. They do not let the wisdom to arise. So they are in a hurry. They take them as facts and they believe, okay, now I know this. That's all these questions also. Now, can we then take poison since there is no self? Then what would have all come? When they just take them as facts, no, they do. And in the morning, there are like in practical program, 3 hours are assigned to discuss Dhamma. So every day we start with this radiant mind thing, how the soul is created and how that part is very important. Even though we discuss it 101 times, still they are not fully convinced that there is no self. And what happens is when they do the first point of contemplation, the self is there. okay, outside now they say I perceives that we don't let them say them loud. Oh, and even we ask them not to talk to themselves, even just to contemplate, see it within. We always instruct, but still with a strong self view, they can do all four points of contemplation as you explained, because before getting into each point of contemplation, again we have to remind them the story that we discussed in the morning, that there is no self and that it is a system. So now the six sensory faculties are at work, and so see how whether the eye perceives a tree or where does that label come. So you have to see it within. That explanation should be done over and over again. Otherwise, unknowingly, even we do everything with the self. Although we have listened to sermons, sometimes we believe we have now realized it, but still we are also doing things with the self view. So in the morning Zoom also, another mother asked, now when we take wind, I don't see all Ditta Sutta Mutta, all sensory faculties are having merging into finally to create this stimulus or the thought. So they think that is another example to show that they just take them as facts and look for, now taking the stimulus, they are trying to analyze how come taste in this, if it is the combination of Ditta Sutta Mutta, where is Sutta part here, the feeling part, body sensation is there, but still tongue and this nose, smell, and then sound. So that way they try to understand it only through the facts. So when they, as you say, go by the feel only, we can understand that this is not the syllabus. That's what Ranhase always highlights also, that it is not the syllabus. You have to see it through yourself.
I think the feeling part is the best thing, because if you actually understand Dhamma and you start feeling your sensory organs, because you have understood Dhamma and you start feeling whatever, and then you understand that the sensory functions are working without you, basically it will match up. It just match up. You can't really do that. It just has to match up at that particular point. So, Joel, what do you think about this? That we are actually talking about the, kind of scenarios, which happens in different Zoom discussions. What do you think about it? But I think you kind of fluctuate between the mind and the feel. I think that's what I felt. But it can change. It can definitely change. But it is usually like that, because your mind get very powerful sometimes, and sometimes mind is not powerful at all. It can keep fluctuating like that, so you can really feel the difference, isn't it? I don't know whether he's free to talk. Anyone can.
Yes, doctor.
Yeah.
I was just listening to the discussion, and I was just thinking that what that lady asked, whether should I buy a frock. So the basic point that Aryan Vansa always says is, you have these five senses, and your sixth sense is your mind.
Yeah.
So all these senses are still craving and liking things, and that's why when she saw the frock, the eye went to the frock and it vibrated and it created a thought, can I buy it? But she was not aware of that vibration. She was going into that thought and giving
100%,
value.
100%. Yeah,
She was
I salute
giving.
you. I salute you for that.
She gave the value to that thought and made it a big thought and came and asked that question in the Zoom.
Yeah,
But she
true.
didn't recognize the vibration in her eye or
Mm.
the vibration that came from someone else. Even a person next to her can say this frock is nice, and that sound that came to the ear with the eye went as a thought, and she wanted to buy it, and it changed as a craving. So if we can, be alert on our senses and know these senses are still wanting something and recognize it, I think this fire and stimulus will just go down. If I'm wrong, just correct
Yeah,
me.
no,
Thank you.
no, I think you're correct. It's really good. Actually, what happens is this entertainment of sensory function will go down. And it doesn't mean though that if you are tasting something, you will completely taste it. You can completely taste it, but there's no one actually entertaining that. So it's really interesting to understand this, but you have to feel this. That's a big thing, the understanding and the feeling. But the way you explain was really good. So because an arahant actually feels everything as normal, they feel it really well also, because there's no power, there's no struggling, craving, antagonizing, or nothing. So they feel the sunlight really well. They hear the sounds really well. They can feel everything, but there's no craving. Isn't that beautiful? There's no antagonizing. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, I can't really I don't know, my words are not enough to say how beautiful that would be. Like, isn't it? I mean, what do you think other friends can add on? I mean, it's so beautiful. I don't know how Lord Buddha found this, but it's so beautiful. The trying and understanding that the sensory functions are fully there, and the thoughts are also coming fully there, and you can understand your abilities are still there, and nothing is the problem, but just the burning is not there, the self is not there. So yeah, I think what do you think, Suranika, of that Joe's explanation?
Yeah, I think that was a beautifully put rendition and interpretation, Joel, which is why Dr. Kokila says that you are really taking big steps towards understanding this pure truth. That was very well put, and I am sure everybody on this Zoom appreciated the way you understood and rationalized that whole experience of that mother. And just like you said, it can be from the sight and the eye vibration, it can be from the sound, the ear vibration, isn't it? Because somebody can just say the word, can you remember that frock you saw on that, the window on that shop? And then immediately, without understanding the whole mechanism, that lady can immediately think about, and the mind will go immediately to the outside, immediately picture the frock that was on the mannequin on that shop window, all that, and believe that thing to be true without really understanding that all that happened there was the sound vibration, and then this whole thing manifesting into a thought which she was like completely oblivious to. So yeah, I think there is a word called Niramisa Preetiya, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? I think all Dhamma friends felt it in the Zoom when we heard you were interpreting that, because we all felt that happiness of someone actually understanding the Dhamma and putting it so well. So thank you very much for that. I think what Dr. Kokila was trying to say is, and that's the beauty of this Dhamma, the senses are experienced with in the same way, and it's the savoring that is not there, isn't it? The tasting is there without the tasting. Isn't it? It's just amazing. The taste of the pineapple is still the pineapple. The taste is also recognized as the pineapple. But there is no savoring. There is no, the word in Sinhalese is vidinava, isn't it? Sometimes the Sinhalese words seem to be more appropriate. I think the closest is savoring, isn't it? Even Sudharma, correct me if I'm wrong. That savoring has the connotation of craving within it, isn't it? And that craving is absent. So the food is still the food. The food doesn't turn into ash or something in the mouth, it doesn't taste like ash or something. If there's a well-cooked meal, the well-cooked meal will be understood. The senses, the taste senses will still taste it as such. But is there a craving? No. Is there a savoring? No. That is what is the beauty of this, and all that is how through that pure understanding of this Dhamma, pure understanding of the fundamental functions of the senses, which has been completely obliterated by the mind taking control, the mind being so powerful from our childhood days that we have forgotten the feel. And the feel that was taken as self-vibration is now giving away to non-vibration, the non-self vibration, where still the functions of the senses remain. And therefore, what is perceived through those sensors manifesting there through the speed still exists. But what is the beauty of it? The beauty is the vibration, the self-vibration, the self-view, the attribution to the I, the me, the my is gone. And with that comes the freedom, with that comes the liberation, isn't it?
And also I had to add, we were talking about the non-returner or the anagami, the word was used. We can add here, actually, what happens is if you awaken from the dream, you actually feel everything, but the difference between an arahant and the non-returner is there's still the kind of attachment to that awakening, it's a very subtle thing though, like liking the state of being in that situation because there's no much burning at all so that's how subtle this part becomes. Because the person will be actually feeling so light because none of the dream components are really affecting that person, because the person is actually awakened from the dream. But still you feel something, you know that something is the actual liking the not liking, you can't even use that word because it's a feel, like feeling the lightness itself has that particular very minute kind of craving. So you can understand how this gets so minute in the end and how rare an arahant would be. It's so beautiful to even think about that, but thinking doesn't help. Imagining doesn't help because we know that we have to actually be with the normal friend and try and understand what he's trying to teach us. And more you feel the non-vibration because there's no him there. Actually, there's no him there. It's the non-vibration. So the more you feel the non-vibration, the more easier to actually become the non-vibration. That's what the noble friends help is, not by just by advising. It's just by giving the chance of another person to vibrate into his non-vibration. Because there's no self there, there's no man there, there's no person there, there's no God there, there's no Brahma there. Or Buddha said. No, because that's why he used the word Buddha, because there was no word to be used at that time. So he used the word Buddha because at that time of that era, the Buddha was used for liberation. Yes, sir.
And doctor, like I was thinking why Aryan Mansa always goes to the basics to touch on this sense of faculties. He goes on telling the same thing.
Yes.
Even our sense of faculties do not accept a change. It doesn't like to
It is
change.
normal. Yeah, it is normal. It will fight.
It doesn't like to change. It likes to crave. It likes to get what it
That's
wants.
fine.
And
Don't fight. Just let go.
so I think he always reminds us to our mind sensor, go back to the basics and remind what I said to you about your sensors, and be alert on your sensors, and don't give in to your sensors.
Yeah, but it's really a very intricate point again, because you can't fight very hard. You can't fight. You can't have no fight. It was said by Lord Buddha once. Why you haven't had these feelings yet? He asked from Buddothpado, I think, and he told multiple things which I can't remember. But one thing was, don't take too hard the stimuli. Don't take too hard. The other one is, don't take too lightly either. So that we have to have a kind of a balance where we try and understand this Dhamma as well in a balanced way. Otherwise, you can get frustrated. So the balance is really important. But I think because you are kind of talking to us, I think you are taking it. So once, if we feel like that you are trying to get it too harsh, then we kind of say, no, just it's okay. And then you're like, oh yeah, it's okay then you know, like this, because system can play either way. System is really a playing thing. It's a kind of I don't know what the English word I can use for that. It's really plays. It gives you so much stuff, you know, like once you might say, oh, then if there is something like that, I want to achieve that. Will that happen? No, because you want to achieve something. But then if you say, then I can't achieve that now. Okay, then I'll give up. You can't give up also, because there's that doesn't work like that. Because if you try to give up, that means again there is some kind of repulsion, and again the ego is the thing that is going to get more and more. So it's a very fine balance that we need. Very fine balance, and you have to find the balance yourself, because it is unique to your vibration, the balance, and unique to everyone. But the help of the non-vibration is very important, and help of the noble friends is really important. So if you lose the track, you'll be put back on the track, and you just float in that track, because there's no doer. If you try to do something, the doer comes up and the ego goes up. And if you try to give up also, there's someone trying to not do something, the ego comes up again, because it's just like that. It's so subtle, actually. It's very beautiful, but it's very subtle, so that even we struggle, we can do what we can do. And I think
Doctor. Now, when Joel said that Aryan Hanse always repeats, the basics, because he knows how difficult it is for us to fully understand that it is a system, not a person, because we have somehow believed that there is a person from the birth, from the day that we saw the self through a mirror. there was a self for us. So that's why he is constantly reminding that it is a system and the mechanism also he explains. And the other thing, Dr. Kokila, now an awakened one also, we can't, now if we take the same scenario, that lady goes to buy the frock, so we don't know whether she has understood Dhamma or whether she has fully awakened to this or a new person. But at that very moment when she is going to purchase it, another lady comes and picks it up. So then only the person can realize whether the external world was real to me or not. So if a fully awakened person feels as if the one who or just bought it and happily withdraw, with nothing to withdraw, just it won't matter at all. But for a person in the mundane world, it could give a kind of shock. Oh my God! Or check whether there are other dresses of the same design or something. So then only we can understand the level of burning or the value we have assigned to that thought. So it's a very beautiful.
Even that changes, Sudharma, even that changes. Just imagine if you see Aryan Hanse go into a shop and ask for a white shirt, and the shirt is not there in the real size or something, and he asks, "Can I have this size?" And there's one, like, imagine it's not linen type of thing, and then he asks, "Do you have this?" Because the polyester ones are not really good for this, sometimes the heat or something like that. Just imagine. And can you actually keep looking at that scenario and to judge? So it is really, you can't really judge by any of these activities that there is self. So you can't really tell in that way, because it's unique to that person, that whether the person feels alive or not. If it's an arahant.
That person only knows that, no? If now when you face
you can't judge by outside.
Exactly. If you can come back without any burning, of course, we can still,
so the burning has different meanings. So that's the problem here. So the final burning is this, we call it burning, but it's really subtle. Yes, because it's a alive feel we are talking about. So when there's no alive feel and just I'm talking about an arahant. We are not talking about just the path. People are in the path. We can't really compare that to an arahant. But what I'm trying to say is a perfect example of an arahant. There's no alive feel, so you can't really say anything whether he is shouting, saying Puchapotila. You can't really say Lord Buddha has fallen into the defilements again. You can't, because there's no alive feel. So this is the problem of this whole thing. If we keep judging by the actions, if we keep judging by the words, if we keep judging by the thoughts, it's really difficult. No one can actually feel it. I think the only I think Lord Buddha is the best in feel. So who has mastered the feel would be able to actually say whether the person has the non-vibration or the not. So the non-vibration is so subtle. Low vibration is okay. Low vibration you can say. What we can really understand is if someone's vibration is above us, we can understand that. Low us, it can be tricky, isn't it? Yes, sir.
Okay. Very beautiful.
I was just thinking that we haven't heard from Dr. Sakunsada. Do you have anything to say?
Actually, that story I didn't listen. I couldn't complete.
That's okay. But did you listen to us?
Yeah. That story about that incident, actually, I must congratulate Joel because he's catching up the things so fast. I mean, he didn't have any his background on this subject was zero, I would say, compared to us who have been listening to this for years and years. But he's catching up the points very quickly. So as he said, the person going to, I mean, the lady's sensors were functioning, and the eye vibration and ear vibration, whatever which worked there, and there the mind sensor, as a product of the mind sensor, she would have felt liking also. Uh, and as Surangika and as you all explained, that if somebody came and sort of took that away, and if that was the only from that design, and if that lady lost it, missed the chance of buying it, then you should be able to identify the fire which would have come. That is the point where you can differentiate uh, the stimulus becoming a thing. And otherwise, I mean, having a likingness or having sort of a desire to buy it alone cannot decide whether it
The
is a
desire
defilement.
word itself
Well,
is
the
correct.
word may not be correct. Yes, yes.
The desire
Because
word
even
is
I
very
know,
strong because
strong. Yes. Mm.
because we can't have desire without self.
Yeah. Even Lord Buddha's stories, we have heard that he had certain things that he liked and the things that he didn't
No, but
like.
the
Yeah.
thing is, he told this forest is so beautiful, but the problem
Yeah.
is,
That's right.
as I said, he can say that. He can just
Yeah,
say
he
that.
can say that when the monks were having some arguments among themselves, and when Lord Buddha couldn't settle it, and he didn't sort of, well,
That's the
I would
feel,
say he
yeah.
didn't like that, yeah, like that situation. So that was his feel, but there was no fire or sort of
That's the
fire
problem.
within him. Yeah, that is the difference, isn't it?
That's
Yeah.
the problem where this alive feel is coming to the thing where we need to kind of, the understand, because it's not even something we can understand. It's something you have to feel. That is the whole thing, because with the life feel like in something and without a life feel like in something is completely different. Yeah. So I
So
think
it is something that is felt to the system, isn't it? Because no
mind sensor
outside action, no
is
outside
that's
action will indicate exactly what has been going on in that system, the level of current.
the mind sensor specifically can be happy or can be sad. Mind sensor functions would be there, but we have to understand there are some which will vanish. The Masurukama, what do you call that? I don't know. The what is Masurukama?
Stinginess.
Stinginess will not be there. The what are those specific ones which will vanish? Like
Jealousy will not be there, isn't it?
yeah, there are several things that vanish early in the path, and then slowly it will come to the. I mean, it will just until you awaken from the whole dream, or be aware that every stimulus is just a perception, and the perception is not true level. When the whole dream is not true, that level there's no much to consider at all, because it's not true to them. It's very tricky
It's
to
something like
even.
functioning, something like functioning in two layers, isn't it? Because the superficial layer will be sort of, communicating with the people or whatever, but the deeper level I'm just taking this as an example. Deeper level will persist as calm as ever, whatever is happening with the stimuli.
Yeah. Are we running out of time?
Yeah, I think we have come to the end.
Okay. Yeah. So we will conclude our session today. We worship Aran Hanse as usual for his great noble friendship, and thank you, Aran Hanse. Thank you all Dharma friends for coming and getting involving into beautiful Dharma discussion where everyone will actually benefit. Not today, maybe in 100 years time, we don't know. So thank you everyone, and may Triple Gem bless you all.
තෙරුවන්
Thank you,
සරණයි
Theravada
ડોક્ટર
Saranam.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, Sana and Mahamsa. Hello, Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 86. Even though you do a lot of meritorious deeds by giving food to temple, do a lot of good deeds to gain a lot of merits, still it does not stop you falling into bad worlds after your death. The point is, if you have not entered the supramundane plane, which is the Lokottara Bhumiya, the chances are that you will fall into bad worlds or hells. If you believe that things outside truly exist, that will lead you to bhava, and you will go on in samsara, following the cycle of rebirth and death. Unless you have realized the philosophy of the Buddha, you cannot be called a Buddhist. Anybody who has already realized that this world is an illusion, a lie, he or she can be called a Buddhist, Buddha, or Baba Buddha. You need to practice going on the path every day. At the beginning, try to bring your mindfulness to any of the 4 postures you would be at that moment. At the beginning, you need to apply effort to go on the path. The journey on the path to Nirvana begins with the effort you put into it. Once you realize the pure truth, you will remember that at the beginning you had to apply a lot of effort to start the journey on the path. But later, as you go on the path, you realize that once you reach a point in your mindfulness and in your spiritual development, the rest of the spiritual development takes place automatically. You would automatically see the thoughts effortlessly. You would not get distracted by the thoughts. You would let them go. Before your spiritual development, you had applied a lot of effort to practice how to let go of the thoughts that you receive at that moment. It only shows that it is very important that you practice letting go of the thoughts in order to proceed on the path to Nirvana. You should also know that the path to become a Sotapanna or stream enterer is different to the path one has to follow to become an Anagami or a non-returner. There are 4 stages of attainment in the supramundane plane. They are Sotapanna, Sakurdagami, Anagami, and Arahant. To attain each stage, you have to follow a different path. Sotapanna is like a path going up a mountain in search of nirvana. And on your way to the top, you arrive at a plateau. This plateau is similar to attain in the first stage of Sotapanna. This means that I have realized the truth. Theron son, everybody.
Devan Sanai, we worship Aranahise for his noble guidance and welcome you to the English Zoom discussion. Welcome everyone who has joined already. I think Dr. Sakuntala is busy today with the programs, live programs, which is happening in Metmal monasteries. So we'll continue the discussion. It's I think Aranmanse also mentioned in the morning Zoom morning Zoom as well that we should talk about the Satyanana as well, which we do. Actually, we do that. We can talk about it as it comes. Anyone is free to ask a question as well. So I'll just give some facts here while someone asks a question. So when someone asks questions in the Zoom discussion, we realize that the angle we see here is can be very, it's different from each other. Like the way they look at Dhamma can be different. It's okay, but it's very important to understand the no-self Dhamma is actually, we are not going to understand just that the outside is not existent and the thoughts are not true. Actually, that's not the only part. It's mainly understanding that the self is not existent. The thought of self actually happened because we got a perception of self. We feel that we are here. So there's a feel, there's a perception, and there's a big view that I'm here. We're actually trying to find out how this happened. That's the whole idea of Dhamma, nothing about other things. So we have to keep this in the background, otherwise we might lose the idea that why we are discussing these things. So mainly we discuss these Dhamma points mainly to understand that the self-view, self-perception, the self-vibration, or the burning is actually it's there because of a reason. We are trying to understand why it has happened. If there's no self, what are we feeling? Then we understand through Dhamma that Aranmatse has explained that it is mainly the stimulus which we feel as existent. That's how that we have this feel of existence or alive feel in here. So this is very important. If we lose that basics, the base, it's if you keep understanding without that base, there can be actually problem because you will get more powerful, and someone who doesn't really care about others, or someone who doesn't feel the others or the world or the nature will may happen. So the main thing is here, the why we discuss this Dhamma is we are trying to find me. Who am I? So when we try to understand that, we understand there is a thought that I'm here. Yes, that's true. Definitely. We have a thought that I'm here. Then how did that thought happen? Is because there's a self-perception that we have like an idea or a perception or we can't say anything similar words for that. We have a perception that we are here. There's always that duality. So there's a feel too, like you feel something here, like a vibration. So how this happened is our investigation. How did this happen?